All right, we are live. I'm not going to play any. Yeah, why not? Let's play some music. We're waiting for results to roll in anyway, and we're also waiting for. Looks like locals is up. YouTube getter. Yeah. We're all good. All right. Yep, we're live. So let me roll the music, and we'll be good to go. Texas polls are closed. We shall see how it goes. How quick it takes for the votes to roll in. Paxton's a heavy favorite here in the betting market. We'll see what happens when the votes come in. Polls are closed. Votes. Mostly focused on Texas here, but there's primary in North Carolina, guys. We got a whole bunch of stuff today. All right, we'll go ahead and kill that. I'm going to go ahead and kill that. While we wait for numbers to roll in, I'll literally put it up on the screen for you. All right? So what do we got up? We got the Republican primary up. All right, take your time while we wait for votes to roll in. I'm going to redo my wins or not. Yes, gorgeous. I love you too, baby. You feeling all right? Mike is hot, by the way. Yeah, it's all right. What did you say? You said you love me. No biggie. Right? That's a good thing. I know you do. I feel bad for you, baby. Could be worse. You could feel crummy and have to count votes, right? I mean, we're trying to find the bright side. I'm looking for the bright side. I can't believe what happened today happened. What I just told you, I can't believe that. How long has it been since I did that? That goes to show you exactly where I am and where everybody else is. Yeah, it's a gorgeous red. Thank you, beautiful. All right. Texas is usually pretty quick for votes, so. Yeah, I'll fix everything. I need more agents. I need more agents for more invites. We need to scale this thing up. Please, whatever you do, do not touch the thermostat. All right, real quick, while I get myself together, I got to loosen the knot a little bit, guys. I'm choked a little bit here, okay? Woo, it's hot in here. It's like hot in my house, you know? And, it's hot. Trying to loosen up. It's the end of the day. Who wants to be choking at the end of the day? All right. Don't forget, if you like the videos, to like them and to share them far and wide. This will be interesting today. Obviously, we can go through it, actually. Let me go through it. There is a very clear, let's go to DDHQ's picks. Oh, we're going to get votes here soon. Did you see that? All right. There's a very clear all eyes on Texas. Yes. Tar Heels and Razorbacks. This doesn't, polls in North Carolina do not close, however, until 25 minutes or so. But what I wanted to show you was if we go to the early vote, you can see 290,000 ballots. Let's see, early 290,000. You can see where it's coming from. This looks good for Whatley, by the way, even though it's not a good turnout. Okay, I'm not going to go. I mean, do I have it to put up? I do. Let me see if I can't grab it to be able to show you real quick. I don't want to spend too much time on North Carolina. But the reason why everyone's like, oh, no, we're doing better in North Carolina. All the Republicans making excuses. The reason why it's not true is that the behavior change matters. So if we saw Republicans change their behavior in 2024, in other words, they did early vote, they started to take to early vote. They no longer were predominantly election day early voters, and instead they 100% started coming out and voting early. When that happened, then what we have seen in primaries and general elections before is if they didn't show up for the early vote period, they did not show up for game day. So they did not change back their behavior. You understand what I'm saying? Oh my God. You understand what I'm saying? They didn't, if they took the early voting, they didn't just decide, okay, I think I'll go back to being a game day voter. That's not what we have seen happen. They just didn't show. All right. That's what's happening. All right, let's see if we can get some of this early. Right. So we're still waiting. Tellerico is on Polymarket, on Kalshi, 89%, 92% on Polymarket. Look, there's no doubt. Let me show you why the markets were reacting, despite what you'll see people say. This is what is absolutely awesome about this, and I can make it bigger. Oh, wait a minute. Let me just give a really quick shout out to the guys at Decision Desk, the team at Decision Desk, for putting together what you're looking at, which is called DDHQ votes. This is something that's been being worked on for months and months and months. It is absolutely awesome, and I am able and privileged to have the beta going before everybody else. We'll see how it works tonight, but it is amazing. If I make it bigger, I can show you why I'm so excited about this thing. I have to usually explain this or make my own graphics to show you. While it does show, polling does show a close race. What I love is right here. They're giving us everything we need. You can see the 1 week change in the polling, which shows that Crockett fell somewhat, about a half a point, while Tallarico had gained about 5 points. If we look at the same period, if we look at the same, obviously the same race, not over a 1 week, but month over month, we can see Tallarico surged by 11.2%, while Jasmine Crockett also rose, but rose by moderately less, 3.1%. So what it is telling us is that Tallarico did not get as much of, Crockett did not get as much of a bump than we have seen before. The same thing, by the way, we can go, which I did just notice that Decision Desk themselves did. If we go to the Republican primary, you'll see the same thing. All right, let's go to polling. All right, now this is why it is considered such a close race, although the last movement, the late movement, month over month, you actually see a little bit more for Cornyn, but in the last week, you see that edge is to Paxton, which is why we're all sitting, it looks like a close race, but we're all sitting here saying, if Paxton wins those breakers, then he does have a chance to pull it off. They're both 35, 40. If Paxton gets in the low 40s, it's going to be very, very difficult for the National Republican Senatorial Committee to justify continuing to spend the amount of money that they spent. If they don't, it's, to me, honestly, it's even more disgusting. Almost $100 million spent in a primary because an incumbent senator is not popular. To me, guys, that is honestly kind of gross. If you have that much of a problem, you should probably throw in the towel. I can also tell you that the late breaking report, I think it was Politico, that said that John Cornyn, the incumbent, was only running again in Congress for one more term because he wants to do an amnesty. That absolutely is true. Okay, that is true, and I know that's true. I do. And you guys probably could already figure out why. There are 6,600 elections nationwide going on in this country between Arkansas, North Carolina, Texas, etc. Wow, that's a lot. It'll all be in this thing. Let's hope it kicks off, and it kicks off well. Obviously, the 4th congressional district is a big deal. The 1st congressional district in North Carolina is a big deal. We'll just have to wait to see how this goes. All right. So while we wait, and I don't think we see anything. Nope. And this is great. It's going to tell us where the votes are remaining, who's got what margin where. This is a huge deal. When the general election comes, I'm always relaying this information to you guys. And I cannot tell you how much prep work goes into it. And then how much work on election night it takes to sometimes I'm going county to county. It's very difficult. This is going to make my life a lot easier if it works. All right. So we'll see how it goes. When we get to the general election in the fall, you'll see swing here, and we'll go through that, and we'll be able to tell you, what we're seeing differently compared to 2024. This is why I picked, by the way, um, Starr County, Zapata County. These are smaller, manageable areas where I can explain to you guys in better detail why it is that Republicans should be very concerned. All right. When you look at early voting among Republicans, right? We click on early, go down to Hidalgo, 10,272 votes. Starr still is only at 182. They only counted a few. I mean, this is not good. All right. If we go to Democrats, for instance, by the way, Trump won Starr by 16 points, which was a 21-point swing from his 5-point loss in 2020. He lost it by 33 in 2016. So this shift to MAGA among Hispanics that we covered so much in detail leading into the 24 election, and what made Trump by far the superior candidate over Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. And by the way, these people hate war. They hate neoconservatism. If the last time they voted Republican in any meaningful numbers, neoconservatives screwed them. And they never came back. It took until Donald Trump to get them back. All right. What we're seeing, unfortunately, is if we go to early voting among Democrats, we can go here to Starr County. There's already 8,231 votes. And actually, I believe with the other returns, it's 8,400. Cast in a county where Kamala Harris only won about 6,400 votes. Trump beat her in Starr County by 16 points with about 9,000 votes, a little over. So what I'm trying to tell you is there's almost as many votes cast already early in the Democratic primary that voted for Donald Trump in 2024. The numbers don't work unless these are Hispanics. And I know people say, well, what about the people who are voting in other people's primaries? Guys, in our polling data, it looks like 5%. All right. That does not explain a nearly 2,000 vote difference between 2024 presidential level support and early vote in a primary. Okay. It just doesn't. Simply doesn't. All right. All right. So here we go. I'm just seeing real quick if we got anything. I guess we're just going to have to wait, which is the name of the game. I just don't want to talk over results starting to roll in, but I did want to tell you that. All right. Obviously, there are 3 candidates here. Ahmed Hassan isn't getting, if we go to the polling, he wasn't getting a whole hell of a lot. It's not even up really on the board. That campaign was effectively over. All right. So in the Democratic primary, because we're seeing so much increased participation with clearly Hispanics, and because we know what these counties are. Some of these counties are damn near universally Hispanic. And one I just showed you is 85%. We don't know, based on the polling, who they're going to break to. And while Tallarico has a big lead with whites, Crockett has a big lead with black voters, and they were in fact voting in the early voting, it doesn't look like it's close. It looks like Crockett is going to win easily if you look at the early vote. That is obviously being held back because Tallarico has been stretching his legs with white voters, and it looks like Hispanics broke toward him a little bit. If that turns out to be the case, then he will obviously win. He will. But Hispanics are notoriously difficult to poll in primaries in some of these states, especially not in presidential so much, but in elections like this. And they could go one way or the other and surprise us. And if they do, and they break towards one or the other, then it blows the race wide open. All right. They're about, 35% of the Democratic electorate in a Democratic primary for U.S. Senate. So it's too much uncertainty. It's that simple. Really is too much uncertainty. All right. So while we wait, I'm going to pull my thing up over here. Everybody uses tools in the modern era to make their life a little bit easy. I have an auto script that I use for something with polling, and it's not working. And I don't know why. I think it's an update. It busted in this last survey. So it kind of stinks. And look, I don't sit around doing this by hand anymore. I will if I have to, but I normally don't. And I ran out of time to figure out what was wrong with it. So, also at some point, I'm going to be hopping over. Probably, I did promise Rav that I would go over there and say hello. Don't worry, it's through Zoom. So, in about a half an hour or so, I'm going to wind up connecting over. It won't mess with you. You'll be fine. You'll just, we'll talk in between break. I'll mute my mic with them while we talk. And then, we'll discuss what's going on. All right. We did like generic tags here, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Oh, well, whatever. Just leave it. Not even gonna, if you're on YouTube, great. Happy to see you. One of these days, I'm gonna push you over to locals, fam. One of these days. All right. Let's go to the markets again. Let's see how they're moving. You could buy Crockett at 11 cents. Wow. Look, if I wasn't doing these streams, I would be trading like crazy in the fact that I know which votes come in at what times and who is going to look like they're doing better than they are. The markets will move, then you sell. Even if you know that. Okay, let's say Crockett is trading at 11 right now, but we know, and if we go to early vote, you'll see what I mean. Let's do it. Go to the early. We know that she's going to do very well in Dallas, in Austin, in Houston. And we know that they're coming out first. Okay. You buy her at 11. I'm giving you guys some tricks. You buy her at 11. And when that dump comes in, it's always a blue heavy early vote dump. She'll have this big margin. It'll go to 30 cents. And you sell it before Tellerico shit comes in, right? So, like, I'm trying to be, like, good with you. Oh, wow, that's a hell of a question. Yeah, I think Gonzalez is in big trouble, Cynic in Chief. I think he's in big trouble. We'll see. That's obvious. That's up on the board. You'll see I marked a couple of them that are, races that I am watching closely. I put it on my watch list. Nope, I put it in the Texas one, didn't I? House incumbents in trouble. There it is. Texas 2 and Texas 23. Crenshaw is favored to win. If you look at, let's move to Crenshaw. If you look at markets, they do have Crenshaw favored to win. However, Steve Toth already, you can see right here, he's already, it's back to 34 cents. So I guess that's moving a little bit. Let me look at, okay, this is all. That's good. That's awesome. That's pretty cool. Can I shift through there? Oh, I can. Cow sheep primary. Okay. And that looks at predict it. You can see Toth actually raced back up here pretty quick. So, look, I haven't pulled the race myself, and I'm always like at a point. Herrera is favored to win, if I remember correctly here. Yes. And look, I told you guys on videos, on social media at the time when it was very clear that Herrera took a lead. Both sides realized he was in a lead. That scandal hurt Gonzalez bad. Donald Trump's going to be humiliated tonight by his endorsement of Tony Gonzalez, who effectively is a Democrat. Listen, I told them immediately. I got a message the night they gave that endorsement, and they were like, did we F up here? And I'm like, well, why didn't you ask me this before? It's too late. Yes, you effed up. This is not a good guy for you. This guy is a piece of garbage. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish. Well, he's the incumbent, and they're counting impeachment votes. And they've always had this wrong, guys. Their strategy has always been backward. You get rid of the people you can't trust when it comes to this. You get rid of them, and you campaign your butt off for people that are America first. And that is what they should have done, and they didn't. All right. So they just had the total wrong decision. All right. I'm getting worried, though. We should be getting votes within the next 10 minutes or so. Okay. I thought we were going to get a little bit, a trickle, but we'll wait. Honestly, I think both races here tonight are really interesting, which is why this will be fun. This will be fun to look at, presuming all goes well. And if it doesn't, we'll figure out something else to do it on. I wish it would start trickling in a little bit so I could at least give the Rav guys a heads up, because we have it like plugged into an input with Zoom. And that in a little bit, I'm going to have to call and test it to make sure it's all right. Because they want to show it, but I can't give them access to it. So they'd have to. How is poll participation tonight? That's what I'm interested in. How are we doing here? Not bad at all. That's not bad at all. That's like a 5% participation rate. I'll take that in the modern era. In the modern era. I'm talking about on the phone, by the way. Panel polling obviously is much, much higher. All right. You know what? Let's go through. Maybe we can get some of these in before results come in. The realignment window closed. Yes. However, leave it to Dems to double down on every single unpopular position with the coalition. Is Tallarico their latest attempt at a bait and switch for 28? Save Act. Yes. Now, here's the trick. And Paul, I'm going to give you a little bit of a shout out. I don't know if you're listening on Locals right now because I haven't checked the Locals comments, but on my Locals page, one of our guys, Paul, wrote something up that I think he's been paying attention. And that is like Crockett has this very dedicated group that's Crockett only. And even though Tallarico appears to be the stronger general election candidate for Democrats, although I think at this point, guys, both can beat the Republican because Republicans are in deep trouble. Texas is in deep, deep trouble. Republicans are at risk of losing like 6 seats. I'm not kidding. It's just not my polling that says that. Even the National Republican Senatorial Committee knows it. It's just that my polling was first to catch it because I know what trends are going to cause what groups to not participate. All right. So in any event, that may be a benefit. Again, it really will matter how the Hispanic vote splits, but it may be a benefit to Republicans if this is a close race. Tallarico wins, especially if Hispanics are roughly splitting. Maybe they go for Crockett a little bit more and she loses because of the white vote. That would be brilliant. All right. If they go for Tallarico a little bit more, he's going to win because there's an Anglo vote and there's a Hispanic vote. And then the Crockett voters stay home because she doesn't embrace him. Or even if she does, it's not enough for them to really want to vote for him. All right. That's a like best case scenario for Republicans. I actually think if Crockett's nominated, they're in deep shit because her voters are going to come out. That's going to happen. All right. Oh, thank God. Oh, man. You have no idea how much that makes me feel better. Listen, I'm trying to play in the spirit of Charlie Bridge Builder, and man, thank God. Let me just write that to somebody. I just don't think anybody on the right, I just don't think anybody on the right can afford to fight with each other right now, especially if you didn't take the time to try to talk to each other first. Like, listen, there are a lot of grifters out there. You know what I mean? Don't worry about it. No worries, brother. I love you, bro. You're my brother. Things have gotten really hot, guys. They have. And I just don't think that people can afford to like fight with each other, given everything that's going on, if they're good faith actors. And unfortunately, there's a lot of foreign money being thrown into right-wing circles. You might have noticed most MAGA influencers. If you go, Megyn Kelly's right. If you go on X, you would think there's unilateral support for this war right now. She said, I feel bad. Those service members died for Israel, and they go nuts. Well, the country thinks the service members died for Israel. Okay, like what Megyn Kelly said is not unpopular. It's the consensus position in this country. So is the fact that Israel has too much influence in our foreign policy. And right-wing influencers, guys, if you're right-wing out there, I'm sorry to tell you, they have completely sold you out. They're all taking money. They all went on the bus. Like Jack Posobiec and I are the only ones who didn't go to Israel. I'm just going to say this right now. If you're like, oh, Rich, name them. Let me just put Jack Posobiec and I are the only ones who didn't go to Israel. So you decide who took the money and who didn't. Okay. It's bad. And I'm like, I'm a pollster. I don't want your fucking money. Pardon my French. Like, I don't want your money. Pardon my bad language. But yeah, Palaway, I think that Palaway, right? Palaway, right? Yeah, I think that, yeah, I think you're pretty much right over the target there, brother. He's trying, he's just losing, Steven. He's just losing. That I'll tell you right now, that article, I think it was America First Posts or something. They put up like, oh, JD, was arguing on, oh, here's what's going on. A judge has extended the voting period in Dallas County until 9 Central. Oh, come on. Laura, a judge extended the voting until 9 Central. You got to be kidding me. That's a middle of the night stream. We streamed 3 hours too early. And because of Halifax in North Carolina, we're not getting results here in North Carolina until 8:30. Always liberals. Always liberals. Always, I'm tweeting this. Always liberals. Always liberal. Oh, no, always leftists in blue areas who can't conduct elections and count votes correctly without problems. Don't give me this large population bullshit excuse every damn election day. I've seen massive cities in third world countries count votes more efficient than this. It's ridiculous, man. It's crazy, man. Crazy. This is just crazy, man. Like, I'm so sick of this. That's what we're waiting here for, guys. We're not getting crap for hours. I might as well pull and restart the damn thing. I got to go through your questions, though, because there's a ton of super chats up, which, by the way, Laura constantly reminds me, and she's right. Thank you for your super chats. Thank you for your tips on locals. Thank you for your Rumble rants. We very much appreciate it. As you may or may not have heard, I'm basically the only pollster who can't be bought off in the United States of America, which, to my great disappointment, we have learned this election cycle, this year. Basically, nobody can be trusted except for one other dude who I'm just going to shut up, man. It just pisses me off. I'm not going to shut up for long. There's a reason why and you guys will understand. There's a reason why I'm not blowing the roof off this bitch right now, but it will make sense. I'm not protecting anyone or anything like that. It will make sense. But I wouldn't say I'm not protecting someone. I don't want to hurt someone unnecessarily. That's true. I don't want to, but it's not for me. All right. Let's see. Where did this? I just want to see something real quick. I'd like to read you guys a response here if you guys are cool with that. Let me go to the individual responses real quick. Okay, we got a bunch of people taking the surveys right now tonight. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Ooh, this is bad. A 4-year college grad, too, with no religion, has children all over the age of 18, married, 50 to 100K a year, lives in rural Maine in the 2nd Congressional District. I'll get to your questions in a second. I just want to give you guys this. Does have a college degree, too. Is of French ethnicity, all right? Obviously a descendant of French Catholics, but she herself does not really go to church. White, 3rd generation, old school Maine. Old school Maine. So we're talking about like Stephen King's It, Derry, Maine kind of place in Maine, which I love. Awesome. I love that part of the state. Derry's a made up place, but they do this. Democratic Party typically hasn't voted in years. Voted for Donald Trump after not voting for a long time. Now says the country is absolutely on the wrong track, is certain to vote this time, is extremely enthusiastic to go out and vote, strongly disapproves of Donald Trump across the board, generally and on every single issue, says they will vote for the Democrat, that it's very important to keep the United States out of foreign wars, trusts the Democratic Party now to do so more than others, thinks Israel has too much influence over Donald Trump, did not think that the Trump administration explained themselves at all when it came to this war, strongly opposes this, thinks Trump has been consumed by foreign affairs, and it appears the rest of his administration runs around robbing the country blind. I feel so silly for supporting this man last year. You meant 2 years ago. This is so bad. That's what made Donald Trump so special, his ability to win like women. This is, do you remember Pew? We went over the voter validated study on Pew Research, and it was like Trump did better with educated women. But it's not because he like convinced everybody to change their mind. He drove women like this out. She's 64 years old, hasn't voted in years. Unbelievable. I'm just going to go ahead and hold on. Somebody is asking me for something. I mean, shit. Damn, if he did come on, he could carry it. Let me know. Polling's just it's awful. And like, you see how Barry Weiss is CBS? Now we know Barry Weiss is not a good faith actor or actress or whatever. You see how she scammed that poll, that CBS poll? Didn't include regime change anywhere. Worded it the best possible way and gave people different options. What about days, weeks, months, a year, multiple years? She did everything in her power to get as much support for the war as possible, support no other pollster has found, because of how they worded the question, and didn't word it at all to reflect the reality of what we're doing there. So when you say, hey, do you support just killing the Ayatollah, basically, just airstrikes to kill the Iranian the leaders, like, people are like, yeah, fuck yeah, kill those motherfuckers, I don't care, But if you say, well, what about committing the military now to this situation? Totally different. Do you support using the U.S. military to fight wars in the Middle East? Like, you have to tell them what it's really about. This is what she worded it for Trump. So, because Trump really was hoping, this was his thought process. I mean, Jack and I were talking about this earlier. He knows, I know. He thought this would be 24 hours. He took a gamble. Somebody said I won't embarrass him, but they're like, the president is basically like a gambling addict right now who's on a hot streak in his mind. And he thinks he's coming up 21 every hand. And you're like, bro, want to do me a favor and pull those chips back and stop for a second? He thought, let it ride on red, baby. You want to do the roulette wheel? We can do the roulette wheel. He said, let it ride on red, baby. Let it ride. Unreal. Unreal. Just unreal. So now here we are. We're not even getting any Republican votes in the Senate. Let's see. Give it a second to load up. There we go. Nah. Watley now 99.8. You know why? Listen, I'll tell you why Watley is such a heavy favorite, even though I'll tell you guys right now, I preferred Morrow. I wish Morrow would have gotten some donors behind her. She ran for superintendent. She's a conservative firebrand. The left hates her. They came after her hard as hell to try to destroy her, and she ate them for breakfast. She would have at least been able to motivate the base. Watley will not. Nobody came out in the North Carolina primary. It's bad. It looks like Democrats even knew. What about all those registration gains? Let's do the boomer thing. Sorry, boomers. I'm gonna make funny, but like all they do is obsess on Twitter about registration gains. Like it doesn't matter if nobody wants to vote for you. Like, let me explain this to you guys. Super, super easy for all the idiots who were like 95%. You're already 20% less than you were when Trump won the election. And that is me using a generous benchmark, because when Donald Trump was like rocking and rolling in February and in March and in April, his coalition was even bigger. So I'm being generous and saying, not fair. Let's give him a 3-month honeymoon. Nobody gets a 3-month honeymoon. Delusional people. Sorry, I'm relegated until Laura helps me. I'm relegated to doing this by manual. Listen, again, I will tell you, and I'm sure he won't care if I tell you, I spoke to the vice president personally about that stupid report that he advised the president on heavier strikes. Guys, obviously, JD and Laura, you out there? My crush, Tulsi Gabbard. Andrew, what the hell, bro? You were supposed to hook me up with that 10 minutes in Phoenix, bro. I'm coming for that 10 minutes. I really think Tulsi Gabbard is a gem. I do. I think she's sincere. I think she's a smart woman. She has courage. She has conviction. I see it in her. Soldier to soldier, I see it in her. And she's a good one. She's a good one. Anyway, did you notice they got left behind? Right. They tried, guys. It's total bullshit that JD was advocating for bigger strikes. Advocating for strikes at all. Bullshit. I can tell you for certain those reports are false. He lost. He's losing. He lost. I'm even told like Rubio was at one point, like, because the generals were, look, Trump was like, hey, they're not going to be able to hit the Gulf states, right? We're going to be able to defend them. And we're going to be able to do this like really, really quick. And a bunch of people on the Israeli side, because even Ratcliffe was like, Netanyahu's lying. We can't guarantee that. And when he turned to the general, he's like, what do you think? He was like, I don't know, Mr. President. I don't know. And he still did it. That's the truth. No 4D chess. Okay? And you know, guys, I love him. But he's out there listening to Mark Thiessen. I have a personal handwritten note from the president about Mark Thiessen. You want to see it? I'm going to start dumping this stuff soon. Nah, some stuff is personal. I shouldn't. But like, this is a guy who didn't understand at all why you needed the Trump or bust voting coalition in 24 to win the election in November. So of the night of the South Carolina primary, I'm arguing with this idiot about why Nikki Haley's margin means nothing. That's not the voter you need to worry about getting out. You see the voters here. Those are the voters you need to get out. Somehow at the time, that Donald Trump understood it. That Donald Trump understood. And that Donald Trump sent a note like, Mark Thiessen's a retard, bro. Great job, Rich. Keep it up. You're hilarious. Shit, nice. He's flattery. The president's big on flattery. I'll take it. I'll take flattery from the president of the United States. Shit. My grandma ain't raised no fool. Of course. Why not? Yeah, so, unfortunately, Steve, he just lost, that's it. We should use midterm for voting out boomers in the House. Well, they're going. A lot of them are going. Like I said, some things you got to just keep in confidence, but like, they're going to get a wake-up call. These guys don't see it coming at all. Did you guys see the tweet I put up with Tel Aviv Ted Cruz and Gary Plattner in Maine? So Gary says, like, my brothers and sisters or whatever, because he was a Marine. vet who lost friends. Think about this. Fucking Ted Cruz. Tel Aviv Ted Cruz. Gary is, whether he's got Nazi tattoos on him or not, one, he's talking about issues that people care about. Two, he's a huge threat to Susan Collins. And three, he's a veteran and you respect that. Ted, you fat piece of shit. You didn't serve anything, bro. You didn't fight anything. I don't care what he inked on his body. At one point in time, he put his body in jeopardy, at risk of being extinguished, the life being extinguished, to fight your stupid ass wars for your stupid ass overlords. So he goes, yeah, did your friends have Nazi tattoos too? Talking about dead soldiers. So here he is mocking the dead soldiers that we were told about when they died, and mocking Gary Plattner and his friends who died. It was very, very insensitive. He gets about, I don't know, 6,500 likes, if that. Maybe it was like 5,500. Gary Plattner retweets him, quote tweets him, attacks him, and calls him a despicable, actually defends himself and calls him a despicable F-U-C-K. Sorry. I'm going to try to watch my language. That gets almost 100,000 likes. They don't see this coming. They don't understand what's coming. All these stupid little like cultist turds and boomers, they don't see it. And I'm not saying boomers are inherently stupid. I'm saying they live in another world. All right. I will get to that point too. We all will. We'll become dinosaurs and we won't understand the new world. We'll all be Armands from Interview with a Vampire, looking, if you're smart. What was Armand doing in Interview with a Vampire? Anybody? I mean, if you watch or read these books, you might have to get through the gay stuff, might have made you mildly queasy. What was he doing? Why did he want Louis? I see a bunch of people typing. Why did Armand want Louis so bad? He wanted Louis to bring him into the new era. He understood there was a new world across the sea. We're going into a new era, a new period. And what time do we have this poll run to? Is it 8? I don't like to run that long. I'll just, if you don't mind, I'm going to just do my thing here. Yeah. So hopefully when we all get to be that age, we're all as wise as a 400 or whatever year old vampire who knows that you need somebody to help you understand the new world that you don't understand because you're generationally disconnected. Boomers refuse to do that. In fact, boomers are like the first generation to refuse to do it. And we can go, I mean, I don't want to make this a history lesson. You know, that's the thing from Barnes and I on like, what are the odds? But previous generations did at least try. Even the Gilded Era has displayed more. I'm not kidding. Even the guilds in the Gilded Age displayed more willingness to try to understand the changes around them. Did they want them all the time? Absolutely not. That's why they hired union busters to kill union members or crowds that were protesting to unionize. But they tried. Boomers, they don't even want to try. Now, I'm not saying, listen, guys, if you're like, I'm a boomer and I'm insulted. I'm a statistician, guy. My job is to generalize. All right? I'm not talking about every single boomer or you or whatever. Like, give me a break. Let me just go and check and make sure that we don't have any votes rolling in at all. Ugh. God, I hate it when this happens. Blech. No votes at all. Blech. Just Halifax County, not the rest of the state. So if you didn't get your vote in, you're beat. Vote early. Guys, vote early and in person. If you're a Republican, you don't like vote by mail, vote in person. I can't believe we're giving up all of the gains that we made in 2024. I just can't believe this. Our psychology is going right back to the drawing board. It's such a shame. It really is. All that work. And thank you, Mr. President. You've boffed it worse than anybody. It's so sad. It's just so sad. Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and take a look. All eyes on Texas. House incumbents in trouble. Okay, Kentucky's not in here yet, but I could show you Kentucky in a little bit if I was to go home. Let's go home. Kentucky 4. I want to poll it real soon, so we will find out. Okay. It's not here. It's not here. It's not here. Okay. It looks like we're going to have to wait a little bit. This is friggin' awesome. Isn't this awesome? We could just come back here and check top lines. I love you guys, man. I love you guys. Oh, hold on. Let me just tell them that nothing's actually even working at this moment because the polls are. Angelo. There you are, brother. Such a good guy. That's Laura's buddy. Producers are like tight knit. Tight knit. I'm just telling them I'm on the stream right now. There's nothing to test with these delays going on. Like there's literally nothing to show. But we will test this. As a matter of fact, Hightower, come on, man. Let's go. Let me create this right now. Since we have time, actually, I don't really have time. I should be sending out this poll. What time do I close tonight? I close. I got to look at the schedule. Oh, 9 p.m. I just don't like calling people. I don't care about online stuff, but calling people at 9 o'clock at night, I just feel it's like a dick move, you know? Like, I don't want to be called past 8 o'clock. I really don't. I try to not to give away some of my stuff here, but I really do myself try not to give up stuff like that, you know? Let's go to the public polling project. Let's make sure it comes out right. I'm going to put it up right now. Let's go to Canva. Let's make a public polling project for Kentucky. I'll say Kentucky 4. Public, is it under public? There's the Christmas poll, the Peach State poll. Okay. Support the public polls, national poll graphics. Let me open this in a new tab. And then let me open the publicly funded public opinion one. Is that 1280 by whatever? Okay, it's the only one that has what on it? That one is the Peach State. That's Georgia. Okay, national poll, Rust Belt poll. I don't want to give that one up. I will clone the national. Let's clone the national. Let's go to elements. Let's find Kentucky element outlined. Oh, do we have Kentucky congressional districts? No. Okay, let's take Kentucky. Is that good enough? Yes, that's going to have to be good enough. Let's make it white. Boom, boom. We shall make the borders of Kentucky white. Where does it start? I believe it starts at the top. No, it goes higher than that. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just making sure that when it goes into the thing, it's not going to look stupid. Let's make Kentucky bigger. How far up does the national go? Very close to the corners, to the wall. Okay. Kentucky. We'll call it Kentucky. And we'll call this Kentucky's 4th. Kentucky 4. I'll have to say Kentucky CD4. That's what I'll call it. Kentucky CD4 poll. Publicly funded public opinion. What am I going to call this? That not publicly funded public opinion. We'll have to call it something engaging. Hot primary, right? Maybe I'll put the little hot thing on it. Hot. Ooh, getting good at this, guys. Hot. Hot. Temperatures up. Heated primary. Let's go. Give me something good. Little fireball. Not a chili. Gives me a chili pepper. Boom. Hot race. I don't know. That's kind of. I'm being a little sensational, aren't I? Hot primary. Heated primary. Massey. Heated primary. Trump v. Massey. Massey v. Trump. Should we just call it what it is? Oh, they got the rug pulled out from underneath them. Okay, you know what? Whenever you guys need me, I'm here. I'm going to just put a hot thing on it. Hot, hot, hot race, hot race, hot. Yeah, I like this. Watch this, guys. You're going to like this, guys. Boom! Heated primary. Kentucky. 4. Heated primary. 4th Congressional District. 4th District. Yes. Oh, this looks good. Heated GOP primary. Let's do it. 4th District. It's got the hot label on it. Oh, this is so good. This is so good. Should I put it over the state or heated Republican primary? I want to call. I don't want GOP. I don't like GOP. Never did. Any votes coming in yet, guys? Am I just talking through all this? Let's just put Paxton up while I'm doing this. All right. Hot. Sizzle. Let me bring Kentucky down a little bit. This should draw attention. Let's see how much we can raise for this thing. Heated Republican primary, 4th District. Oh, this looks good. I could do better, but like I'm doing this like right now, okay? Also, I have to change all the post types. You guys familiar with WordPress? I'm sure some of you are. I have to change the post types because I no longer want to do blog posts for I no longer want to do blog posts. What is this, page 4? Yeah. For our press releases, I want to do them as a post type, post type. If you're a WordPress person, you know what I mean? Because I can do more with that. And I can like tease the sidebars better about like, join the public polling project, do this state. Like I have a lot of ideas. All right. National polls Q1. Well, it's not going to be that. It's going to be something different. So it can't be national poll Q1. Unless I make another form within that. No, it has to be different. It has to be different. I have to make a totally different campaign. We could call them primary polls. What is the campaign title? Primary. No, it has to be Kentucky. Kentucky's 4th. Kentucky House District 4. 4. That's what we're going to call it. Brief description. Did I get the select upload thing? Come on, baby. Did I do it yet? Is it out? Get rid of that. Where's the image? I can't believe we're waiting here for hours, guys. This is like so tragic. I mean, what else am I going to do? Stop it and redo it? Bollocks. Bollocks. Current page, page 4, 1280 by 720. Let's go. What's going on? Where'd it go? Graphic 1. Okay, it's there. Well, then what is the deal? Where are you? I have too much crap on my desktop. That's what's going on here. Too much crap on my desktop. Get rid of a demon of our own design. Get rid of CNN's worst of this. Between the numbers, 1 can go. Between the numbers, I want to stay. Charlie, mix of me and Charlie. Mix of Charlie saying things that people say he didn't say that I am now keeping for myself for when they say that, and I throw it in their face. Mark Levin is a Jewish supremacist. He indeed is. Rokana, yep, I'll keep that one because, man, no, I'll throw out the Rokana one. I'll dump that, but man, that is a big deal. O'Reilly exposing the neocons for the frauds they are. Huge. Okay. What is the problem? I'm going to just drag and drop it. It's not, the upload button's not working. Let's just drag and drop. And that didn't work. Awesome sauce. What happened here? What on earth is going on? Okay. Well, while we wait for Massey's thing, Damn, it's already 8 o'clock. Almost. Come on, Rich, hurry up. I didn't, you know what? It's okay because I will just do this amount raised, your goals, progress, set up your campaign goal, number of donations. No, it's amount raised. It's a congressional district, guys. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. I'm losing money like crazy. I'm the only pollster who loses money. It's true. Parker! As in like Rav? What's up? What's up? What's up? What do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? Let's go. Okay. House District 4. Let me hit edit on the national so I know like what I'm supposed to do here. I messed this up hardcore last time and I don't want to do it again. The campaigns are like different than the overall forms. So I need to make sure that everything's cool. House District 4. Okay. And then there's edit campaign page. Okay. Campaign for, okay. Campaign for Kentucky House District 4 primary polling as part of. Uploading now. Come on, image. There's this good image. It's good. I'll take it. That's Parker right there. Okay. Give me 1 second, Parker. Give me 1 second, buddy. I'm just a little bit consumed. 1 second, dude. I got it. Oh, hold up there, cowboy. Hold up. What is going on? Ah, there we go. Aha. There it is. I'm getting the colors right. This one we got to edit and turn into a transparent. How did I do that? Edit. No color selected. Okay. How do I not select a color here, guys? How did I do that though? It's like nothing. Do I just, isn't no color like nothing, right? Just get rid of it. Nope. No, that defaults into black. Isn't it like FF? Oh, there it is. FF00. No color. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. Okay. So no color is FF000. Okay. I don't know why it's easier to do it the other way. All right, let's just save those changes so I don't mess that up. View campaign. All right, edit the campaign. Nope, go to forms. Well, it should have one single form. Kentucky House 4. Probably going to make me do that. But first, let's edit the campaign page. I think this is what really matters. Hold on 1 second. Then I'll go back and I'll just publish it and see how goes the thing. All right. Featured image display a featured image. Indeed, I'm trying to do that. Be the first. Okay, so it's got the donation wall. It's the wrong color, however. I'll tell you that. The button's the wrong color. Use default form. Use the campaign's default form. Yes, that's true. None of that matters. Okay, so it is in block. Okay, go to featured image, post, color. What am I missing here? Stack it, advanced, justification. Jeez, guys, I'm sorry. This is like ridiculous. All right, well, let me add a featured image. And once I do that, won't it pick it up? I think so. Let me add it to the social media. And what did I just say was going to be the campaign thing, right? Campaign for first quarter. Nope, not first quarter national surveys. Campaign for this is weird. Choose a block. Huh. It should say it in it. That's what I don't understand here. Cancel. Oh, there it is. I got the image. Bang. Okay. That updates. What about the, I'll just have to do it. I'll just have to put it in there. Campaign for Kentucky House District for primary polls as part of the public polling project sponsored by. Okay. Boom. Boom. I don't know why this just won't. Title, insert variable, title separator, site title, right? Site title. There we go. Kentucky House District 4 Big Data Poll. Okay, that's right. Separator, variable, site title. Okay. All looking good so far. Let me put the keyword phrase in. Kentucky House District 4. Then I'm going to do separations. Put their meta description in KY4. That sounds bad, right? KY4. Jesus, Rich. Add a related key phrase. We'll do KYCD4. Kentucky District 4. That's what I should have wrote on the other one, actually. Is that still okay? So keyword synonym District 4. That's what I'm going to do. There we go. Why didn't that give me what I'm looking for? Kentucky House District 4. Weird. All right, whatever. It looks good. It looks good to me. Top donors, recent donors. That's all. Wow. Some people are generous on the national stuff, which is good because we're way behind. Thank you, guys. Let me just click away with this one real quick, send some more. It's going to be time to shut down the polling, unfortunately, soon. Okay, let me see what happens if I just publish it right now. And let me see if it looks decent. Okay, it's there with no... It didn't fully save, so maybe that's why. Let me see. Okay, for some reason, it's not showing the image. I don't know why. That's weird. What's the difference? Looks fine to me. Okay, let me get rid of that. Page. I see it. Add an excerpt. Is that how I add the excerpt? Okay, there we go. Excerpt's in. I'm going to save it again. I mean, I see the page. I'm just not saying, for some reason, it's not taking my right button color. It's taking the other one. Additional class, use default button, select button from Kentucky House 4. Like that? Is that it? This may be the difference. That may be why it's not doing it. We're about to find out. Let me hit button. Go to block. No, it's use the default one. Let me refresh it and see what it looks like when I do. I mean, it's up right now. You'll just see that there's no image. If you go to the public polling project, you'll see it's up, but there's no image. And I'm sorry, I'm not looking. We got some. Oh, there we go. We got some votes coming in. All right. Obviously, that's the Dallas area. All right. Let me put this up for you guys because you won't care about this stuff right now. We got some votes coming in. Right now, it's just not enough for the forecasting. Calci's still at Paxton still at, yeah. I mean, let me look and see. That is 68% morning. The rest will be election day. We'll see what happens to Dallas when the rest of it comes in. In the meantime, there's no Houston area. It's just that's not that big of a lead as much as I thought. Paxton ahead, of course, and Montauk. This is largely early vote. This is not a good turnout. I'm just being honest. This is not the turnout I was hoping to see from Republicans, you know. Yeah, let me see. Let me respond to this. Yeah, unfortunately, Texas is dropping a little here and there, but we have to wait for, what was it, Harris County, guys? Was it Harris? It was Harris, right? Well, then why is their votes coming? Let me just see something while we wait for this coming. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Yeah. Ada. So Laura's basically saying 9 o'clock, trying to negotiate it for 9 o'clock so we can have some time here. Let's look at the Democratic primary while we're waiting. Okay. Is that cool with you guys? I mean, at this point, Cornyn plus 21. This isn't what we expect to come in. This is what we think is remaining. Okay. So, yeah. I mean, honestly, for Dallas, I mean, it's not huge. It's quite a bit more. As you can see, Cornyn's getting, I mean, he's getting big margins. The election day should be better. In Tarrant County, that's going to flip. If it doesn't, that's a problem for Paxton. But I strongly suspect that will flip. Hunt is getting about 13% in Tarrant County, which is a big deal. I mean, Tarrant's a big deal. See where Tarrant's going? Because Tarrant County is about, hold on, let me just make sure. DDHQ picks. Let me go to them. Tarrant County is all about Republicans because it's the largest Republican base in the largest Republican county in the country. Sorry, I'm trying to do 8 things at once. And looking at the Democratic primary right now, that's kind of funny that Crockett's winning in Tarrant. I mean, again, it's early. Democrats will not be that different when it comes to election day, not like Republicans anyway, or at least when we usually suspect that. It's not that huge of a victory. Who's this? Bellport, New York. I don't know, dude. Get lost. I'm busy. All right, so we wait. Kalshi's still up at 20. I wonder how quick these are going to update, actually. We can see that. All right, so you can see Tallarico jumps. He jumped. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a little early to tell. We don't even have anything from Dallas. I don't know how we'll see what her Austin, Dallas, and Houston numbers. But then again, this isn't a very good. So far, we don't really have any counties to tell us how they're voting. Honestly, this is not a bad result for Paxton. He's gonna pass, and he'll in Henderson. Yeah, with 20% left, he'll pass Cornyn. With 20% in Rusk, he's definitely going to pass Cornyn, I think. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. I'm looking at Tarrant, though, and it does look like it's just not the turnout. It's better than I mean, in some places it looks like they came out, but it's not. We'll see. We'll see, guys. We'll see. We'll have to wait. We shall wait. This is the first votes at 8:09. Do we have any Tar Heel? No, we don't. Whoa, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Oh, no. Don't you dare. Let me go back. Woo, I'm just going to sit here like this. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Looks like, right now they're talking on decision yeah, they're talking about the Senate. Look, everyone has finally realized that the Senate is in deep trouble. Okay. Talking to Parker now. Let me just ask Poso if you saw the delays, right? I just want everyone to know. I don't know that everybody understands the delays that we got going on right now. All right, let's go through. Well, you know what? All we can do is wait for more votes. So let's go through some more. Massey, will he survive? By the way, it's up right now. I have to figure out how I'm going to get this thing to show. For some reason, featured image is not. Preview. Why will this not show a featured image? Let me save it again. Let me go back out. And once I save it and go back out, I'm going to add a form. which will be the default form, you know? All right. Let me go back out. Let me go back out. Leave. Okay. Forms, Kentucky. Let's edit the form for Kentucky. And we will edit the form for, or we'll just look at it. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, it's blue. What in the Sam hell is going on here? Buttons, the donate. Yeah. Enable donation goal. Yes. Well, no, it should be the campaign goal. There you go. Header, multi-step form. Sure. Or do I do 2-panel on the last one? That's weird. This is such an old migration guide. Easily up yours to the new form builder. Wow. So you're telling me it's old. 2-panel, no? I thought I did it with the 2-panel. Yes, I did it 2-panel. Okay. Give me a second here, guys. I'm getting it. Slowly but surely, I'm getting it. Let me just grab the... It's not showing the... Kind of sucks, honestly. No, it's not supposed to say support the cause. I mean, this is generic shit. There it is. Kentucky 4. I'm not sure what it says on that form. Oh, it just says whatever it is. So Kentucky 4th Kentucky primary. Let's just call it Kentucky primary. Yeehaw. There we go. Upload the image. There it is. Maybe this will be it. This may be it. This may be what does it. Background? No. Above. Boom. It's looking right now. I'm getting it right now. How are we doing on the votes? Anything else? I'm afraid to update this damn thing. I really am. But I'm going to have to see what it does. Okay. It's all right. Thank God. All right. Let it re-update. Let me go to, there we go. If there's nothing different for the Republican primary, which there's not, if there's nothing different, then there's not going to be much different for the Democrat. Tomorrow we'll have to just blast away. I think we'll start around noon tomorrow. Or actually, I may up it because if we're going to, what's that notification? North Carolina polls are closed. Yep. Oh, was that another vote? I think that was another vote, right? I think so. Yeah. I think some more votes came in. All right. So Paxton is I think he is falling here in the markets a little bit. If people do this, they overreact to who's going to win and who's they don't know. Like these it's like markets are so predictive. Bro, they're reacting to other stuff. So are they themselves predictive or is it the result of something else? And I think that's really what it comes down to. Senate winner, Republican primary winner. Yep. Yeah, see, Paxton's still way up on Kalshi. I think he may have been overvalued on Predict It. So I think Predict It sometimes. Well, I'm not going to say that. I think they may be overvalued. Okay, let's go to the early voting and see what was what. Returns are in. Okay, we can go to the results and we can see the margins here. Yeah, I mean, obviously you're going to see Cornyn with a pretty good lead because he's getting his votes in. All right, let's go to Tarrant, which was only a little bit more. That was not good enough for Paxton. Not good enough. He needs to do better than that. There's a lot of rural vote out, so don't be surprised if Tarrant's like even. Okay? All right, there are some more votes. Cornyn up in Hayes. Look, this isn't a great result for Paxton. It will be close. The polls that showed a close race were right. This is going to be close, or at least if nothing changes. Now that's more like it. So in Dallas, I'm like, that's not that much of a lead. But now that's more like it. So Cornyn's lead in Dallas, it did shrink though, but it did hold quite a bit. I mean, it's a 21-point lead. It shrunk from 24 to 21, in case you weren't paying attention before, but we'll see. All right. Remaining, we don't really even have up. Early vote returns in Hayes, about 7,700. That's Cornyn plus 10. Paxton plus 7. Paxton plus 5. Paxton plus 11 in Hunt. Yeah, Paxton's going to win all of those like rural, northern, and northeastern. But he's got to. We need to start seeing some votes here. You got to understand, it's Texas, and it will trickle in, and then like 1,000 here, 500 there, 2,000 here. It adds up. It adds up quick. We don't have enough information right now. We just don't. All right, so we just have to wait. I hate to say it, but we gotta wait. All right. That's the thing I say every election night, which I don't like telling you, but it is true. We just have to wait. On the attorney general side of things, Mays Middleton is up over Chip Roy in the early vote, 46-29. Again, though, it's like what is coming in is pretty favorable to. We got to go to the Democratic primary right now. What is coming in is pretty favorable to. Oh, you got to be kidding me, guys. I expect some problems, but Crockett's in the lead. That's why I wanted to go back. Here we go. No, don't you dare do this to me. I'm trying to poll. Paxton's down to 69. Ooh, yeah, I mean, look. Like I said, I think that's probably about right. And Calshi's back up to 70-30. Okay, we got some more votes coming in. Cornyn and Potter. It's like when it seems that when there's Paxton's winning the Hispanic vote. Yeah, he is. So what Hispanics came out in Texas in the Republican primary, he's winning. Let me see if I can get to Crockett. I need to get to Crockett here. Come on, stop messing with me. There we go. All right, so I just got to refresh like that after everything that comes in. All right, Tellerico's winning the white counties. And Crockett is winning. What's that? 59. She's doing better in the election day. That's a little bit surprising to me. All right, here's an entire Henderson's all in it, and it's 52-47.5. So 51.6 to 47.5. That's a pretty good indication. But Henderson's a good county to look at. Whoa, geez, Louise.
My dear, sweet husband.
What, honey?
You have ignored my calls.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, yes. Do you see what I'm doing? I'm left hand.
I'm making fun of my Rain Man on locals.
Should I say like 8:45? Yeah, I would say like honestly like 9. It's gonna take some time. I don't have much to tell them right now. So we're just waiting.
Like more like
there's delays in votes, little bits trickling in.
Like 9:15 would be best. Yes.
9:15. Yeah. If you want, I'll give you a little heads up when I know a little bit more. You know what I mean? But right now, honestly, I know more about the Democratic primary than I do the Republican. And they care more about the Republican, so I need time. Honestly, the Henderson's really good county to look at, and it's almost fully in. It looks like Tellerico by like 5. Crockett's ahead right now, but she won't stay ahead. Not if this continues. Let's look at the markets for her. Yeah, they're seeing it too. So Henderson being fully reported is a problem for Crockett, 100%. Now, again, what does this mean? I got to tell you, yeah, they're saying 6 to 9. That's the most likely. That actually is a good, it's a good guess. I think this is going to give me a problem again. No. Okay, cool. Thank you. And I'm sorry, but like, yeah, I'm trying to do all this because it's 8:20 and I have to do this before I run out of time.
It is 8:20 and I'm trying to play producer and mom.
I'm sorry, but like, look at what I'm doing here. Can we get my like 14-year-old daughter to help me out here or what? If she could do that, that would be awesome. Why don't you go ask her? She'll come help Dad.
I bet you if you say you'll buy her a book, she will.
Yo, oh man. Yo, I'm going to do that. If I to read something new you want, will you help me click these? It's just clicking the mouse. That's all it is. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. I'll take care of the rest when they respond. Okay? That's all you got to do. All right, again, I think Paxton will probably keep falling because people just don't know what to look for. And he's remarkably holding steady and predict it. What about Calshi? In Calshi, he's actually gone back up a little bit. Yeah, I mean, we don't We know more about the Democratic primary because of where we're getting votes from. Okay. So I actually do think when you're look at what I'm telling you, by the way, here. So here's Paxton and Webb, which is a small county down in South Texas. It's 41.6 for Paxton, a 31.3 for Cornyn, with 65.6% in. That is essentially 200 votes. All right. It's about a 200 vote margin. Texas has so many of these little counties. All right. And Cornyn's ahead in like nooses, but I don't even think I'll hold on to that once the general election comes in. But little by little, look at that. That's 1,000 votes in Fort Bend. It adds up. So when you look and you see 14,000 vote edge in Dallas, and you know Paxton already closed it from 24 to 21, it's not that much. It's not as much as you think. Now in Tarrant County, if I'm Paxton, I want to see better. He knows what his best friend is based in Tarrant County, and he is very steeped into Tarrant County politics. And if you're Paxton, you want to win. You want to win it. Oh no, that's not the deal. You'd have to come and get it. Part of the deal is that you'd have to come to get it. But for $2, $2, are you extorting me? Okay. Okay, 2 if you come down to get it and I show you real quick, then you can take it up. She's trying to, this girl's tough, man. She's tough. All right, let's put this up for you guys to see while I negotiate with my daughter. Wow. Oh, she's coming. We've come to an agreement. Okay. I saw 9, so it's 9 o'clock. I saw she's coming. We reached the deal. She got me for 2, though. She got me for 2. Hey, there she is. All right, listen, don't go too fast. People can be mean. Just ignore them. All you got to do is just 1, and you'll see it come back. All right? Wait for it to load again. See? Wait for it to load.
I've done this
Always
before.
send plus nip. I know, but there's been updates and stuff. Always send plus nip.
So,
oh, wait. And don't mess with anything else. You understand me? You can't look at anything else. All right? There's probably some personal stuff on there. Okay? All right. Just all you got to do is click, click, click. Simple. Just don't do it too fast. Otherwise, you could glitch it. And if you glitch it, bring it down, come, and I'll reset it. Yes, I guess. As long as your mother and I have time to go get it. Yes. Yeah.
And if you want to go to the gym after school, then I can come with you to the New Bern gym. That could be fun. Just saying.
I can't stand going at nighttime to the gym, but it could be. We'll see. Yeah, possible. It's possible. That's possible. Yeah, that's definitely possible. Yep. That's all right. Don't worry. Nobody can see. They can hear me, but they can't see. I put this up on the screen because we're waiting for votes to roll in. It's just early vote right now, right? Dallum, yeah. I mean, look, Cornyn's doing better in the early vote. Polling showed he was. It was always about how much election day vote Paxton would be able to get. Honestly, the election day vote is not big, and that is concerning for not only his ability to catch up, which I think he will, but not only that, but I think it's also concerning because straight up, guys, I mean, how much he wins is what's going to matter. All right. So Kalshi is 100% right. So that's good. I'm just trying to make sure that it's Paxton versus Tellerico. Tellerico is still trading at only, there's no way. I'm buying this right now. Paxton versus Tellerico. Oh, 68 cents. Okay. Tellerico versus Cornyn is 27 cents on Predicted. I will try to tell you as fast as possible if I think that that's going to happen. Okay. Remember, there's a runoff when you place your bets. Okay. Remember, guys, there is a runoff. All right. See, like in Smith here, like this is, there we go. Okay. That makes more sense. Rusk, It looks like 4 points, but it's not that much. It's just a matter of the election day vote just is not a lot. And that's Paxton's problem. It's not a lot, guys. It's not as much as like 20,000 votes is not a lot to catch up in Texas, but all right. What updated that made his model go higher? I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing what they see that makes them think it's better for Paxton. Montauk, well, you'd expect him to carry that. He's going to, like I said, he's going to carry these northeastern counties. Paxton will carry these northeastern counties. Yes. You all bothering me right now.
I just got home from a concert. I'm sorry, folks.
Listen, you haven't taken a shower yet, and I'm in like a an expensive suit. How was your concert?
It was.
Oh, he lost Dent. No. Okay, wait for these election days. Yeah. I mean, I'm just looking. It's just the election day vote's just not. It's not big enough, guys. I'm not saying he's going to lose. I'm just saying this is not big enough. He's got to make up 20,000 votes. When you're making up 14,000, it's one thing, but he's got 14 net in Dallas, and we haven't really seen anything from Houston or Austin yet. So we'll just have to see. He's doing better in some parts of the state than I think people expected him to do. Cornyn, look, they spent so much money going after Paxton. The problem here is not opinion. The problem is motivation. All right, guys, the MAGA base is in a malaise. I can't stress this enough. All right. This is not as much. Do I think right now Harry Enton's going to get his clip right now? Maybe. Yeah. Life of Brian. I tried to talk some sense to the RNC, but they kept directing me to the Twitter handle I fund retards. Nothing seems to come through. Did they really do that to you, Brian? Did they really do that? Yeah. I mean, or are you joking? Because I think you said that before already, didn't you? I think Barnes may come and join us here in a little bit. I'm not sure. We're going to, in about 30 minutes, I'm going to jump over to Rav, which I'm not leaving you guys. Don't worry. You'll see. I'm just going to bring up Zoom. You're going to hear me say, hello, producer. They're going to say, hey, Rich, you hear me okay? I'm going to say, yep, I hear you great. And then I'll do a segment with them, tell them what I think. We just really have to wait. I mean, I'm telling you, we just got to wait. Right now, I'm not in love with the election day vote. I'm just not. And Cornyn is, look, he's doing better than I think people expected. There's a lot of vote left. I mean, a lot of vote left. Tallarico is winning Hispanic voters. I just got to tell you that. Let's go to the Democratic primary real quick. I know, I'm trying to do my best and going back and forth. Crockett is up, but I want to show you guys something as long as this thing doesn't crap out on me. All right. I know it's searching right now and trying to do its thing. Give it a second. There we go. Okay. There's Webb. Tallarico is up in the early vote, 65-31. Here's Noose, 60% in, and he won at 62-36. What does this tell me? It tells me that Tallarico is winning the Hispanic vote. All right. And actually, okay, see, it changed. Tallarico +3 now, +4. I think Tallarico is going to win this thing. The Hispanic vote is breaking to him, and the white vote is breaking to him. You can see it clear as day. Yes, there aren't any big blue areas in yet, but Texas is a huge state. And look at that. 2 and 2, 4 votes. Woo woo. In Briscoe. If you look at what's remaining, obviously, you have Crockett is winning a Tarrant for now by 12 points. The way the Hispanic vote breaks is the way this race is going to go for Democrats. It looks like Paxton is too. The problem is, guys, you'll see it when more of this area of the state starts to come in, like Zapata and Starr County. We'll compare some of those straight up vote totals. And will tell you what I've been screaming about for 6 months. The vulnerable part of the Trump coalition the new part, which Mike Cernovich has been trying to explain now since the war popped off in Iran. They have been, many of them have been gone already. They checked out between Epstein and then the first strikes on Iran last year. That my warnings were accurate. If you were simping and you were shilling and you were cheerleading and clapping like a seal, I wasn't doing it to be a dick. I was doing it to try to wake you guys up. But a lot of people make money off of being grifters and shills. And, unfortunately, you have to be united when you want to right the ship. And honestly, a lot of the SEALs were never Trumpers who are pretending to be Trumpers now. So I don't know. You decide whether it was sabotage on purpose or they just want to get extra Twitter money. Like, I don't know. You decide that. But the fact of the matter is, you will see when Southern Texas comes in. I will make a big deal of it tonight. The vulnerable elements of Trump's coalition, black men in Texas particularly, 30 and under. Like right now, if Republicans would have governed the way they should have been governing, you would be seeing bigger margins. I know we're in the Democratic primary, but bigger margins for Paxton in and around this area. And he's not getting it because those black younger men who voted for Trump did not become Republicans. They didn't. I said on election night, the number one job of the Republican Party is to rebrand, make sure that MAGA's in charge, America First is in charge, and that the party rebrands to Trump instead of Trump becoming more like the party. What has happened? If you're being intellectually honest with yourself, guys, what has happened? They have become more like Trump? No. Trump has become more like them. Voters soundly rejected neoconservatism, and they got neoconservatism anyway. They soundly voted for a domestic agenda, and they got a neocon foreign policy agenda. So you can see it. A lot of these voters went back to the Democratic Party. It's clear as day. And it will be even clearer, even though that's up on the screen, it will be even clearer when that South Texas numbers start to roll in greater numbers. So while Paxton is winning it, unfortunately, a lot of them are voting for Tallarico. And so we'll see what happens, especially in Zapata and in Starr, Hidalgo. That will be interesting to me. El Paso definitely will be interesting to me because those are among the most Trumpy Hispanic voters. If they're going to Tallarico, this thing's over. It's done. And I actually think I'm not calling it yet. It's not fair to Crockett to call it, but I think that she's in deep trouble here, which is good for Republicans. It's good if Paxton is the nominee, okay? And Cornyn's lead, as you can see, is like, what are we at now? 8,028. That's a little less than it was before. It's down to Cornyn +6. Again, here, these are areas where look at the vote margins. Trump got 30+% of the black vote, male vote in Texas because he was crushing it with black men under 50. You would see, because Paxton is definitely the Trumpier candidate. And oh, by the way, if you want Paxton to win and you wanted him to win soundly, Donald Trump is the one to blame here. Like Donald Trump could have put Paxton at 55%, but he's playing the safe kind of cowardly game. Well, I might need Cornyn for a conviction vote in the Senate. Dude, he was untouchable when he went in office. He could have done whatever he wanted to do. They just made the wrong decision. Not cowardly. They took the less, what they believed to be less risky, and it was the wrong decision. And God forbid Paxton is, let's say, and I'm not saying this is happening, but let's say Paxton is defeated. That will crush the remainder of that coalition even more. Okay? That will crush the remainder of that coalition even more. I got to tell you, I'm at the point where this thing for Tallarico, this thing is over. I'm trying to be nice, but this race is not that close. It won't be close, like from what we're seeing, unless something is dramatically different. Now, again, you can see Cornyn doing significantly well. Look north of Austin in Williamson. You can see him. He's got a 7,000+ vote net. This is why that election day vote really mattered, not only because, and Harris is big county. It looks like Paxton is going to win it, but if the election day vote comes in, but we'll see what happens there.
not all urban areas are the same in Texas, especially in a Republican primary. Dallas is going to be more liberal than Houston for sure. All right. But we'll just keep that in mind. But again, if they would have done that, then you would have seen a whole lot more Hispanics, a whole lot more. And look, even in Noose, look at that. Cornyn, look at that. Cornyn actually did better. Now, I don't expect he'll hold that lead, but I mean, well, he's not going to hold that margin of a lead. He could hold the lead, but he won't hold the margin probably. This is a real problem for Republicans. This is not, I'm looking at the numbers. They're voting in higher numbers in the Democratic primary. They decide in Texas, we have several states that are basically open primary states. And yes, I understand people are got questions about that. I'm telling you, our research did not show a whole lot of like trick crossover. Like Democrats are voting for Cornyn. That's not, I'm sure it is happening, but they have their own primary that they're very, very, that they are, very interested in. So they're not going to go out and in droves vote. Now, Wesley Hunt is playing spoiler here for Paxton without a doubt. Those are definitely more Paxton voters than they are Cornyn voters. So, Cornyn is, I don't know, even if he was to win the first round here, I just don't know how he does that. I don't know how because those Hunt voters, you're going to spend another $100 million. I mean, you're not going to stay at 44%. Highly, highly unlikely. It's sad. It's a waste of money. But again, none of this would really be happening if they would have stuck to, their agenda. I really do think, guys, I mean, and now we're seeing votes come in. I think it's obviously really clear. We're going to see another realignment really, really soon. All right. Let's see, the 500-pound gorilla. What is TPUSA or any other money operations doing to help Massey or Dan's? How could someone with little money help either? Definitely any money you can to help a candidate is a huge help. They don't care if you give them $5. It's a huge help. But really, I mean, get involved, get in touch with the campaign, the people who are involved with, putting signs down. If you're not in state, you call, you phone bank for people. You can do a lot of help, a lot of good. Yeah, you can do a lot of good. What else? But no, they're not doing much of anything. And Charlie loved Matt. This is why Barnes, and I understand I played I played, what's the word? Arbitrator and referee today. I'm trying to help TPUSA the best I can here, but like that tweet the other day, very hard to defend. We all know Charlie didn't believe that anymore. All right. You can have totally different views 3-4 years ago. He loved Thomas Massey. He loved him. So what would he do? I mean, come on. Paul Dans, his number one target in the U.S. Senate was Lindsey Graham. And groups like this want to see certain things out of campaigns, which is fine. But like we all know if TPUSA would get behind Paul Dans, he'd raise more money immediately. Right? Right. So, I mean, sometimes you got to walk off the plank. For me, I feel like, because by the way, Dans isn't even asking TPUSA for money. He's just asking for the endorsement. He doesn't want money. He doesn't want anything. He just wants the endorsement. For me, I feel like you got to fight, especially in the hour that you're in. You got to step off the ledge and you got to fight. You don't have the luxury anymore. You just don't have the luxury anymore of, so wait until you get X amount of dollars in the bank. Like, wait until this, like, we're out of time, guys. We're out of time. Like we can't survive John Cornyn's, Lindsey Graham's. Like, I'm not trying to speak like a partisan here, but the biggest problem to any real change is the Rhino Republican conference in the U.S. Senate. And yes, the House is bad too, but the House is subjected to more passion. The Senate is subjected to more money. Okay. That's the issue. Speaking of which, there we go. No, I can't give away contacts for people. No, it's not. No, the answer is no. Sorry, that's not for you guys. All right. Hold on. I will text him and ask him, but
Hold on, let me just tell these people what I'm saying. Favor time. Yep. Well, that's dude. I probably have the most IOUs out of like anybody. I have so many IOUs. It's ridiculous. Why? Because I just do favors for people. I don't necessarily even expect them to do anything back for me, but I definitely do favors for people like crazy. Ah. Hey, buddy, I'm live right now. Yeah. Well, yeah, can you just I know, but I'm waiting for votes to come in, so I'm like texting you. I'm literally with like the screen's up. They don't see me, they hear me. but like we're just waiting for votes. You know, Texas, like, they're backed up in Dallas, and North Carolina had issues in Harris County. So like but brother, can you send it to me? I'll play it live right now. Can you send? I'm not on Telegram actually. I need to get back. I am. I don't even have it on my phone on this phone. I got to get back on it. But yeah. All right. Thanks, bro. See you soon. Bye. Andrew says hello, everybody. That was Andrew Colvin from TPUSA. All right. So Wesley Hunt actually bumped up a little bit here. He's closer. He's closing in on 14%. Andrew's got a funny clip he wants to share with us. Yeah, I gotta ask first. I have to ask first. Laura's so funny. Somebody asked for a number in a group chat, and it's like you don't give out stuff without asking people first, you know? And Laura's just like, no. Oh, Andrew, you're the man. Oh, this is gonna be great. Okay, guys, I got a clip I need to play here real quick. How do I get it? How do I delete it? Let me see if I can drag it and then turn it into an MP4. Let's get creative here. This is great. You gotta love it when. Yeah, it's a big deal. You don't give out people's numbers, not without permission. Where did it go? I know it just fell somewhere. It's just not showing up as what I want it to show up as. You guys are gonna love this. I don't want to give it away. I'm going to leave it a surprise. But you got to love it when Democrats start saying things that the right says when it's something that Democrats say is crazy. You know, like, oh, that's nuts. That's not true. That doesn't happen. Blah, blah, blah. And then you're like, hello. Oh, this is it right here, I think. Right to vote, a call, or yeah. This is it. Let me see if I can convert it right here like this into an MP4. I can. Excellent. All right, so I'm gonna put something up while we're waiting. I'm actually surprised Paxton's odds haven't come down a little bit because I'm not sure the betting odds understand that. Why do wonder? You know what? I do wonder that. I think Laura's over here shifting comments. Yeah. Yeah, I do wonder that. Look, Lutnick was a Democrat until 2 years ago. I mean, he supported Hillary Clinton. That's a fact. And we should be suspicious over Howard Lutnick. And he's a liar. Look, he's a liar. The guy lied. Made the president look awful. He's a liar. The Epstein files and the Middle Eastern war is a problem for Trump. It's a huge problem for Donald Trump. Huge. And to anyone who did anything to make it worse, frankly, should just be fired. Real quick, before I go to the clip. See, is Trump losing the plot? Look, there was time for that before. Things have happened. Trump and the G. Oh, you mean because yes. Yeah, I mean, listen, all of us have told them, and I'll be honest with you, I prefer number 2. I think he is more deliberative, I think he has a better ability to understand. That wasn't the case. I remember sitting in 2015, 10 feet away from Donald Trump. Nobody even really cared about the speech at CPAC. He wasn't a big deal. Not at that point. Was it cool to see Donald Trump? Yes. But he was like, because it was Trump. The place wasn't packed. Nothing. And I'm sitting there covering it, actually. It's an open primary. We know it's going to be like 17 candidates. We knew it was going to be crazy. And Trump is already flirting with the idea of running. And he's sitting in the front row and he's like, I got to do this. I'm thinking of running. It's true. If I don't do it, we're either going to get a Bush or we're going to get a Clinton. Both of them are neocons, and we cannot afford it. The country, we have to pay attention to the working American. And I was like, oh shit, this guy's serious. This is for real. Then I write something up about like, this is for real. Donald Trump is going to be a force. I got mocked. Donald Trump retweeted it. I wake up the next morning, there's like 1 million hits on the site. I'm like, whoa! It went viral. Crazy. Because people were like, oh, this analyst is taking this seriously. I think Charles Krauthammer made fun of me. I'm serious. Well, who's laughing now, Charles? Well, you're not laughing. You're not doing anything. I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just true. But he mocked me. And I said, this is a serious man. And I detected empathy. Like real empathy. He wasn't doing it. Like I could see it in the man. He wasn't doing it for his own show, like all those idiots on Fox News. You remember their stupid little poker rounds? If you used to watch Brit Baier and his dumb special report back then, it'd be like George Will and Bill Kristol and Charles Krauthammer and Stephen Hayes, like all neocon clowns talking about Donald Trump being a clown. And I'm sitting there at this event, and I could tell, even though the room wasn't packed, who heard it, they were swayed. Like that. And it wasn't even so much of everything what he said, it's how he said it. Like it was real empathy. Like, you know what? These guys are all cons and they're not going to do anything for you. I'm going to do something for you. And it was like the people who were in that room, and I was right there. People who were in that room were like, that's novel. So like he used to understand. This is a different Trump, guys. I don't like saying that at all. I don't like saying it at all. But yeah, I think Mark gave great advice in that. And they didn't listen. But I'm going to play this because it does appear that Crockett is calling foul. Has been all day. And you got to love it when Democrats start to say things that Republicans say that Democrats say are crazy and couldn't possibly happen and isn't true at all. Are you ready?
Their vote. We should all be standing together. Democrats, Republicans, and we should all be raising hell. But unfortunately, this was always the plan. And so I am grateful for this court order. And as Congressman Allred has already stated, we encourage each and every one of you to remain resilient. We cannot allow this type of behavior to be rewarded, because so long as they know that they can win, even if it means cheating, then they will continue to do it. So I am asking you, I am begging you to make sure that you go ahead and figure out where it is that you are supposed to vote, stand in line, wait in line, and if it means that I gotta come out there with you to wait with you, I will do that.
Congresswoman
Wow.
Jasmine Crockett speaking just within the last few minutes. Let's bring in Evan Smith. He's a former publisher.
Let's not. Who cares about Evan Smith? But isn't that? I mean, look, this is something else. She is. I wonder how much, if she loses this thing, which I really think she's going to do. If she loses this thing, how does she deal with it? All right, that's what I want to know. All right. And let's see. Let's just load this back up here for a second. Here was early voting in North Carolina, which we'll check out in a second. That's loading up. I wanted to show you this chart for the people who said that Republicans were doing just fine in North Carolina. They were not. Again, North Carolina is one of those states where Republicans did embrace early voting in 2024. And the pattern is clear. The problem is when they do not vote in the early voting states where they took to early voting, we're not seeing this huge election day turnout. All right. That's just a fact. It's just a fact. So, the Democrats are going to be, yes, guys. Yes. Democrats are going to beat Republicans in turnout, I think. Yes. I think it sucks that to have to tell you that, but Harry is almost assuredly going to get his clip. And Cornyn's lead is falling, but that's where we're at here, guys. I mean, that's it. Damn, David. David just putting salt in the wound. You listening, David? You hear, brother? I mean, after I'm done with Rav, MAGA, he texted me. After I'm done with Rav, I'll send you an invite, David, because you've been a canary in the coal mine as well. People didn't listen to you. They mocked you, even though you spent $250,000 of your own money to try to be an America First voice in Congress. And, they ripped it away from you. You were right. And we were all right. Okay, so enough of the bullshit from the stupid seals on Twitter, and everywhere else on social media. The D-riders, they're D-riders. These guys did nothing but tweet smarter people like me for the last year. Most of them are noobs. They came out of nowhere. Cernovich is right. These people are they're harmful. They're the Robert Mueller noob frauds of 2017 and 18. Robert Mueller is a white hat. There are all these people who come on, they get big followings by riding on other people's D's, and then they tell people really stupid shit, like the Bill Mitchells of the world. Like Bill Mitchell was deeply hurtful to Donald Trump in his first term. Somebody like a Bill Mitchell. That guy didn't know anybody. He didn't know anything. He had no idea what he was talking about. And he told his followers that everything was going to be all right. And it wasn't. It was a lie. And Donald Trump needed unanimous support, united behind him, and he didn't get it. When Donald Trump's doing something wrong, he needs he doesn't need people who just sell out and take money and then, try to whitewash and glaze everything. He needs people to tell him when he needs to course correct. Donald Trump listens when he sees that. When he sees division and he has idiots like Mark Levin being helped along by other people who faked being MAGA, he gets confused. And he doesn't know all the time what the right decision is. I mean, got to stop deifying this guy, all right? He's just a man. He's a man. There's no 4D chess, 5D, even somebody smart like Victor Davis Hanson. I'm getting more convinced that this is all really about China. No, it's not, Victor. It's not at all. The president was told this could be done in 24 hours. He took a gamble and he lost. And the party that does this, especially when they lose, go in the dark ages. They go in political exile for years. Here we have the Republican turnout. You can see you did not see this pattern in 2024. Back in 2022, they were almost identical. Democrats edged them by just a hair. That was it in 2022. They had a very good year that year. In 2024, Republicans actually in North Carolina outvoted Democrats, which was incredible. Then they still voted on Election Day, and it was not close at all. You can see the gap here in 2026. Democrats are going to probably outvote Republicans in North Carolina too, which is something we should address here before I go on Rav. So let's put this back up. There will be Cornyn's lead is falling more and more. Tallarico's lead is rising because the Hispanic areas are coming in, and he's won in the white vote in Texas, especially among old school Texans.
political operatives, is referred to as the Anglo vote. So if I say that, I'm not mocking anyone. I'm telling you that this race is basically over. Tallarico has won this race. The only question is whether he will stay above 50. There would have to be a Crockett surge in the Rio Grande Valley outside of what we're seeing, plus some. And I just don't see where that's going to happen. She is doing better in Houston, but as you can see, it's not that much better. And I mean, look at this. Cameron, this is very, very decisive. This is Tallarico's won the Hispanic vote by a pretty significant, by like 30 points in some of these areas, 20 to 30 points. And if that continues, a beep, a beep, a beep, that's all, folks. Here you can have somewhere, which is a great example. Austin, clearly, you have some Hispanic population, which you probably, again, won in this early vote break by roughly 30 points. And then because you won the white vote, wowzer, he's got an even bigger, like 50-point margin so far in Travis, which is where Austin is. So, we'll see. Right now, he's got the makings of about a 5 to 7 point win. That absolutely is possible. All right. So we'll see how it goes. What I'd like to do is actually try to connect with them real quick. So in case there's any issues, nothing happens. Okay. So let's see how this goes. Oops. I think I might be opening the wrong one. If I am, I think I opened the wrong one. Yeah, I did. Shite. Hold on. Shite. I opened the wrong Zoom call, guys. Hold on. All right. Bear with me. I want to get rid of some of these tabs because I'm like Mr. Tabarama. Oh, the Kentucky 4 thing is up. I think you can probably contribute to it. I've got to get the form up. The vote started to roll in, so I abandoned it. Let me publish the form real quick, and let me see. I just don't want to do anything stupid here without it being right. I think it's all good. Styles, inherit the campaign colors. I've got to go back, I guess, and fix that because the campaign colors are wrong. There's the header, 2 panel, show this, image on the top, yes, buttons all good, donation goal, yes, that's all good. Thank you, Laura, I needed that, thank you. The excerpt, we'll call it this. I'll go back and I'll change it all later, where it's like much, much better and much smarter, and more creative, and definitely tells you, it literally says donation form. I'm an idiot. Okay, let me change the name of it. We'll call it Kentucky HD4 primary, or just call it Kentucky House District 4. Let me see if that works. Close that panel, update it. Let me see if that comes in right. Yes, there it is. Kentucky House 4 is up on the Public Polling Project. I'll share the link and you guys will see it. I'll put it in the comments in YouTube, everywhere. Wow, guys, you guys are being really generous with super chats, and I really, really appreciate it. All right. And same thing goes for locals. I got to figure out how to best get Rumble rants in here because I don't know if you guys are ranting or not. Whoa, that's me. Let me just see. I did that on purpose to see if I can see what's going on with the rants. And I very much appreciate that, guys. I mean, that's awesome. I have 0 likes up on this thing right now, which is all. I didn't even promote this, and I have like quite a bit of. I don't know if people are watching on Twitter or where they're watching from, but the audience is pretty significant. All right, let's see if we can go ahead and connect with Rav. All right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Crenshaw and Gonzalez. You want to see that real quick before we do this? House incumbents in trouble. There's 2. Herrera is stomping the dog shit out of Gonzalez. I mean, this is so funny. There's a lot more votes that need to come in, but Gonzalez is supposed to be, doing his best in these early vote dumps. And okay, that's only a little bit. We'll see how it goes. Come on, 12. I'm waiting for Toth is beating Crenshaw, and that is not a small lead. Crenshaw's done, dude. Oh my God, Crenshaw's in trouble. Oh, Biden! I'm sorry, because I know a lot of people from TPUSA and they like him and shit, but like, I just bought it too because he had the edge. But there you go. Betting markets, there you go. If you bet against Dan Crenshaw, you could pay out right now. You don't even have to wait. Don't do it. Do whatever you want to do. I'm not giving betting advice here. I'm just saying, like, that was a winner. I don't know if I think Barnes may have had that. I think he may have. I think he thought Crenshaw because this war stuff throws incumbents out. And the only reason why Cornyn is doing as good as he's doing is because Cornyn is $100 million in. Okay? That's why. All right, let's try to connect with Rav. Okay? Boom. Hang tight, guys. I'm going to do this the best I possibly can. Denver will pop in and Denver will say, hey, Rich, can you hear me? You'll hear all that. It shouldn't mess with your mic at all. Let me just test this. Check, 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 check. Everything looks good. Excellent. You'll hear the back end. Oh, I'm in already, Laura. Am I in the wrong one? Let me just make sure I'm in the right one. It says Rav Denver's personal meeting room. Rav Denver personal meeting room. Yep. Crenshaw's, he's done. By the way, another humiliation for the president. The president's going to be humiliated tonight. I'm sorry. It was only a matter of time. I'm sorry. Only a matter of time. I'm going to write the president's endorsement team has humiliated him tonight. Cooked. Endorsed all these rhinos and now is getting absolutely fucking smoked. Pardon my French, smoked. All right, let's go back to the Senate seats because while I'm doing this, I want to make sure you guys watch this as this comes in. There's a drop pretty bit for Paxton, but the markets are still holding for him. That's a pretty significant drop, though. They were all the way up to 83. People are probably taking their money, too. He's still way up on Kalshi, way up. Look, there's a lot of votes to come. That's why. Well, there we go.
As being a rhino, and of course,
I'm on Stinchfield.
Doesn't like it, but Dan Crenshaw's a guy, Steve. That literally
okay.
Strip people.
You guys are gonna hear Rav, okay?
Video, like that's just a me. Hey, how's it going, Mr. Maris?
Living the dream, boss. How you doing?
Fine. That's spectacular. You thought you were on Stinchfield, huh?
Yeah, I did for a second there.
Trying to really, literally hurt somebody that's just doing their job. You're a loser.
Yeah, he's co-hosting tonight with Steve.
Cool.
Steve Toth is an amazing conservative, so. This goes hand in hand when we talk about, you heard Don Huffines, and I know a lot of people around the country don't know the name Don Huffines, but he's a conservative firebrand here in Texas. He ran against Abbott. He's a nemesis of Greg Abbott. Now you get Toth, who could be Dan Crenshaw.
I will lower this for you guys a little
Ben's
bit.
Point, MAGA is taking control of.
Sounds good.
And even a guy like Beau French, instrumental in Republican gains in the Dallas and Tarrant County areas. All of this tells me that Texas, look, I never want to say that they're not going to take Texas because I know that that's their.
There we go. I'm just lowering that for you guys a little bit, even though you probably do want to listen.
Where the state is and where we're headed, all of this to me is more signs. Now, it's a Republican primary. It's not the general election. But all of these are really good signs. And if Dan Crenshaw were to fall, boy, that would be a sweet deal for me.
Crenshaw's in trouble.
Is Poso back up? Let's go to Poso. Poso, Dan Crenshaw.
Crенshaw's in trouble. There's a lot of votes still out, though. I'd have to go precinct by precinct.
Although Crenshaw's one of the more controversial guys in the House.
All right, but Toss mostly in, and we have to wait for Montgomery. That's what it comes down to, guys. All right, just to let you guys know while I wait.
Still looking at that. It looks like there's still quite a bit of the vote.
Montgomery.
Seen only 28% of the vote counted there.
Yeah, we got 31%, but it's yeah, it's Montgomery is the big deal. We need to wait.
Looking at it, and certainly something where people have come in and have pretty heated opinions on Congressman Crenshaw, both for and against. He's got a big national profile. I'm not familiar with the district myself. I'm not
going on with Bannon, guys. Waiting for Bannon.
So I will say this though.
It was better louder. I can make it louder. I just didn't want to blow your eardrums out.
It is tough to
How's
win
that,
a
guys?
congressional election. It is tough to win.
He's
a House
because
election. This is something
let me
that
tell you why he's in
Bill
trouble.
Clinton,
Okay.
George W. Bush, and Barack
Let me just lower this real quick so I can tell you guys like go and stuff. Let me tell you why. Yeah, he was at 75 not an hour ago. I told Jack right before we went live that if you're gonna if anybody's gonna take a risk, gamble here because TPUSA's ground game, tough. So I didn't buy it because I was too busy and I should have bought it. But Montgomery is out. There's nothing in it. I'm showing it right now on the screen. There's nothing on Montgomery right now. But what we have from the district is Harris, and it curves around. It's crazy district. It would he's got to win Montgomery decisively to make this up. He's in deep trouble. This is I can't call it until I see Montgomery, but this looks like the end of Dan Crenshaw's career. All right. So I think this looks like the end of his career. It's just, you can't call a race until you see all are in the districts. Right. Meanwhile, in Gonzalez, let's see. So Gonzalez actually up now. Let's see what's going on here. Come on. In a bit, if it doesn't work, I'll go back.
We celebrate that, we back you, and I think that's a result of that attitude here.
Gonzalez 4%. Yeah, oof. That's not a lot. Gonzalez is now only up by 1. This is a race. I think 4. That's all Gonzalez has. Oh my God.
This is a resounding yes from the Republicans.
Oh man.
Awesome. Look at one other race. The flag for everybody out there is the Tony Gonzalez.
Yeah.
Herrera primary.
If Herrera wins all of these little precincts, look at this. Yeah, it's not enough, but.
I'm obviously rooting for Brandon Herrera. Great patriot, goes by the AK guy on social medias, but Gonzalez is kind of under fire right now. The whole scandal that broke. And
this is where you got to be careful though with these little crooks. It's just true. I'm looking at North Carolina. Incumbents in trouble. Potential GOP pickups. Tar Heel and Razorbacks. Let me just go back to Texas real quick because they're going to ask me about Texas. Cornyn's holding steady.
Do you have a breakdown of what percentage is in and where they stand?
Yeah, we've got 4% in right now, so not much. It's about 47% for Gonzalez.
Cornyn's rising as far as 18 cents. You can get it for 27. I wouldn't get that. All right, let me turn it back up while we wait.
Jack, so do we have John Wandol up yet?
Okay, now he's waiting. If I turn it too low, though, then I won't be able to hear it. While we wait for Bannon, let's go to the Democratic primary. I'm just looking to see what they're waiting for. Tallarico's going to win this. He's going to win these. Because
Steve, as great as that is,
he's winning the surrounding areas. Let me just turn this down real quick. Okay. So, yeah, the Sharia bout, that's good. But, all right, Cornyn's lead now just took a massive dive. Here's where Paxton will start to catch up. But, all right, let me just say this in the Democratic primary first. All of these counties are going to fill in like Starr and Zapata and Hidalgo. And because we know Tallarico is winning these heavily Hispanic areas, he will fill that in. Maybe Hidalgo is a little bit more split. We'll see, though. But, again, I think Tallarico's got the makes to hold on to this right now. And I think a five to I don't think it'll be, could be. But I think he's probably going to win this outright. Whoa! Okay, that's what Paxton needed. This is what Paxton needed. Let me look and see what's left. They're holding back a little bit in Dallas. Okay, Lubbock, we have nothing in. If Paxton carries that, it is not the same as some of these other areas. Election day in Houston, Paxton will take the lead with that. So this is where Cornyn starts to dive. Okay, there'll be one more big jump for Cornyn. But the election day vote that's coming in, it's not as heavy as I would have liked to see. It's not. But it's not a total whiffer either. But again, 45% in. I'm going back and forth too much, I know, but 45% in. All right, here's a new update. And Paxton gets bumped down a little bit. You're going to get some players. Let's see what happens with Lubbock when Lubbock comes in. We still don't have these counties, which I really am desperately waiting to compare for you guys. Cornyn is winning Cameron, but that's weird. While Paxton takes Webb with 66. All right, okay. He's still talking to Stinchfield. All right, waiting to see these counties so we can compare some full total votes once they're reported, and I can show you what I'm talking about when I'm talking about this Hispanic vote. And I hate to go and pour cold water on everything everyone's going to say over there because they're all happy. But the fact is, Democrats are going to outvote Republicans, I think. And maybe because there's a lot of the blue vote areas, the heavily blue vote areas are in. There's a lot of rural out yet. We still have San Antonio and stuff like that. But okay, Lubbock, boom. Okay. It's not good enough for Paxton. If Paxton wants to really stretch, he would have to win Lubbock. So we'll see what happens with the election day vote. But Lubbock is a great example. He should have really, and he will in a head-to-head. He'll beat Cornyn in Lubbock, but it'll be, well, maybe not. Actually, we'll see. Let's wait and see what happens. That's the early vote margin. If the election day comes in, it tightens up, and they're both around 42, 40, something like that. It would be around 42 each ballpark if Hunt stays or rises to 13 like he has been. That's been Paxton's problem. The election day vote comes in, actually helps Hunt a little bit. That's cutting into Paxton's gain. So he just fell back down a little bit. What are we talking about here? I'm missing something. What am I missing here, guys? Oh, I'm in. I'm in. All right, let me just tell her. I hear what Stinchfield is saying. Let me turn it up for you guys so you can hear it.
And have Muslim communities, they picked the wrong state. Go try that in Minnesota, and you're being successful at it in Detroit. But don't come into Texas and think that's going to go down. And clearly it's not. And you got Ken Paxton. And even, earlier, Steve, I said that President Trump makes Greg Abbott stronger. President Trump makes every Republican politician stronger. For some reason, these politicians get backbones when President Trump is in office, including Greg Abbott. Greg Abbott wouldn't have gone after these communities if President Trump wasn't in office.
That's true. So true. You guys agree with that?
We have leaders that are pushing back.
You guys agree with that?
Paxton, at an attorney general level. So it's going to be hard, but they're not going to give up. Just know we're not giving up either.
All right.
No, this will fight. We're going to go to commercial break here in a second. I want two of the unsung heroes on this Prop 10. And right now, Prop 10 has 95% of the Republican voters approve of the proposition that would prohibit Sharia law in the state of Texas. Jenny Story.
I want you guys to hear this.
And the great Amy Mack. I cannot tell you.
Yeah, Bannon's giving a shout out right now to Amy Mack and Jenny Story. Obviously, the stories are from Patriot Mobile. Getting this amendment smoked. They have almost unanimous support among Republicans. All right, we got some time. Let me ask them to just give me a heads up so I can do my show. Can you just give me a heads up when he's ready? Because I'm doing the stream over here. You might pop in on me. Just what I'm worried if I turn Steve down too much, I go to they're in commercial. I go to talk to you guys and then boom. Yeah. Amy Mack, look, these people the stories and Patriot Mobile, they came through here. They parachuted in. They came through. This thing was having a problem, oops. Oh, shoot. I'm going back and forth. Angelo. Let me try Angelo. Let me try. That's partner Angelo. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yes, she does say it, Steve. Can you hear me? Yeah, Crockett, she does say it. Yep. Look, Tallarico didn't steal 8 points. He's winning. He's winning. I do think, again, I just want to repeat this because there's a whole lot more people watching who are not watching before. In a way, look, both of these candidates would have been a problem for Republicans. Republicans are in deep, deep trouble this cycle. There's just no way to put it. All right. I mean, I understand people are like, Glaze and stuff. I get that. But I'm looking at real numbers and they're in trouble. And the good news with Tallarico is that he may not get the Crockett only vote. And that may be the saving grace for who I think eventually will be Ken Paxton. It's just sad that $100 million was wasted in this primary. I think it's pathetic. I really do. I think it's tragic. I think it's tragic. They did not have to do this and waste this all of that money when it looks like Paxton's going to win anyway. What do we know about Steve Toth on Bitcoin? All right. This is a Rumble rant, which I finally caught the Rumble rant. Steve Toth, vetted by TPUSA, supposed to be more, America first. I've not personally met him, so it's like really hard for me to go to bat for somebody that I don't personally know. However, I do trust Tyler's judgment. I trust Andrew's judgment. And if they think, look, Crenshaw is a rhino and he's a neocon. All right. Crenshaw is part of that, and I'm a veteran myself, so do not take this the wrong way. But some of these 9/11 veterans who run for office on the Republican side are not like the Vances or the Sean Parnells or the Mees, where we're part of that sort of millennial Generation X on the line, post 9/11 veteran crowd who hate the lie and will never forget the lie. That's why JD is always the voice of non-action. Dan Crenshaw represents the other side of that. Cotton, little older than me. But bottom line, these guys are I want to say institutionalized. All right. Adam Kinzinger. And you'll notice a lot of them don't come up as grunts. They don't. That's typically a big difference. Sean came up first as a grunt, then went to, I think it was called OCS back then. Officer Candidate School. I can't remember, but Sean and I are old. I mean, when we were in the Army, I think it was OCS. All right. So, yeah, I mean, there's a danger with some of these people. They're not, what you think they are. And then they run with, waving the red, white, and blue flag, and it's a load of horse shit. And they come in and they're party guys, and they don't keep their promises. Another one is Meyer, who was in Michigan 3. Perfect example. Let me just check some of these. Harris, Paxton, we need some. Harris is going to be a while. We're not going to get those votes from Harris. Paxton looks like he will take Harris when those votes come in. That happens. That's going to be amazing for Paxton. He needs to stretch his legs. He needs a couple thousand votes out of Harris alone because Lubbock is, wait. Okay, yeah. It's still for Cornyn with 64% of the vote. We're just not seeing that huge election day. We're over 1 million votes now, but I'm telling you, I think Democrats probably still will edge it out. Let's see. No, Republicans have taken over. It does say there's more Democratic vote than Republican, but a lot of these blue areas are in. Austin's not, San Antonio's not, El Paso's not, but it'll be very close. Even if Democrats are close, they're going to do this, How do I support the people who killed Charlie? Are you serious, bro? Come on, bro. Do I think his wife killed him? Are you kidding me? Come on. Not even getting there. I think that, but don't get me wrong. I'm not taking anybody else off the hook. I'm not. I mean, Cash, I would love to see the Discord messages. I just find that all of these assassinations end up being some sort of government entity that nudged these nutcases. This guy was, in the case of somebody like this, I think Tyler Robinson absolutely pulled the trigger. But being radicalized so fast should be a red flag. We have seen this before. Malcolm X was killed by somebody like this, or some people like this, and the FBI nudged those people. So, you know, I mean, it's just true. That's a reality. It's a fact. All right. Okay, let's keep going through some of these while we wait for more votes. All right. Rich, having the Democrats already won through redistricting anyway. Yeah. Yes. Even if the Voting Rights Act, I tried to explain this to people. The Voting Rights Act had to be decided earlier rather than later. Look, what are we doing right now? This is a primary. Now we're doing it in Texas and North Carolina, but states will have their primaries soon. Even if it comes in early summer, it's not good enough. It will not be enough time. States will not redraw. They won't. So, and then you know what's going to happen after Republicans get their asses kicked in November? It'll impact state legislatures. And those state legislatures will be the ones who actually do redistricting, and they will do their best to dilute the impact of getting rid of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Guys, this is why I've been shooting flares in the air for 6 months. This is a problem. It's like there's a hole in the hull of the sub. All right. We're taking on water and we're going down. And if anybody doesn't see that and cheerleads like an idiot, they're stupid. And I really can't abide by the stupidity anymore. Like there's now a little thing called votes. And the votes very clearly demonstrate that I have been right. It's not dooming. My job is not to be a party, cheerleader. My job is to call it how it is. This is how it is. Does JD understand how betrayed the electorate are with the admin that the middle ground never trusted the GOP? Does he get that, or is he out of touch? No, the vice president very much gets that. Very much. Yes. Let me see. Let's check it. And that's Rocket Boy. I appreciate everybody. Thank you for the super chats, by the way. Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's the case. Let's see. Incumbents in trouble. Toth is obviously, did Toth win Montgomery? If he did, it's over. Oh my God. Crenshaw is cooked. Crenshaw's cooked. I'm going to tell Jack and Bannon now. Crenshaw is cooked. Crenshaw's done. He's done. He's done. It's over. It's over. So Steve Toth has, the only question is, where are we going to end up here? Dan Crenshaw's cooked. Let's see how this is going with Gonzalez. All right, we still have a lot of Herrera is coming down, but Herrera still heavy. He would still be the heavy favorite here because outside of all these, look, it's just enough for Gonzalez to keep Herrera out of the lead if he's going to win all of these counties. We'll see. It's going to be, we're looking at 11%. We'll have to see how more comes in, but there's still, no, this is all in. No. Wait. Is a beta male. They try to do I thought I heard me. I thought I heard Barris. It was beta. All right. That's a good margin, but Crockett. All right. Looking at the watch list. Let's take a look at the Tar Heel real quick. All right, this race is over, right? Okay, done. Michael Whatley is the nominee for the Republican Party. Don Brown, let me just say this. I hear he's a very nice man, but he would not get out and let somebody else have like a more serious challenge. He got 16%. Thomas Johnson got 5.7. This is terrible turnout. Roy Cooper, way ahead, 75%. 85. Democrats are going to win this seat. They're going to win this seat. Whatley's in trouble. This is incredibly predictive. Oh, okay. I thought it was me. Heard. Primary vote is incredibly predictive of, especially in a battleground state, of general election outcome. Democrats will have outvoted Republicans considerably when this is done. This is very bad result for. This tells you too, because you can have independents pull a Republican ballot in North Carolina. This tells you the Republican base is depressed and their independent vote is depressed. And North Carolina is a great example of that because North Carolina has more independents than anybody else. And that tells me independents are voting more heavily in the Democratic primary than in the Republican primary. And that will go towards enthusiasm and turnout later. The problem is this new North Carolina Court of Appeals. This is so bad. Oh my God. This is bad. That's all. I mean, that's all I really can say. It's a problem. Ooh, Gonzalez took a bit of a lead here. Let's see what's going on here. What came in? Crockett was in. Medina came in. It's Medina. Yeah, but he offset it with Evaldi. About 200 votes. No, slightly not. And then Loving, Herrera, Upton. I don't understand here. What am I missing? Jeff Davis, maybe? I'm not sure. Or more came in these other counties. Okay. Schweitzer. Still think Herrera is probably going to win this, but we'll see. They have to have called this race. This race is over. Crenshaw's race is done. It's only a matter of why have they this? Oh my God, guys! Crenshaw got smoked. Oh Lordy! All right, Cornyn's still hanging on here, but you could see his lead has popped back up a little bit to 3.11. But as we get now to this 50% mark, I think you're going to probably start when we get to like 56, 58% in. That's when you're going to start to see Paxton start to widen out. He's got 34. We'll see, though, unless Cornyn does better than expected. But that's when we get most of the counties will have their early vote out already, and then that'll be that. We still don't have South Texas, which is pissing me off a little bit because it's not pissing me off. It's just I really am anxious to show you this to make the point. Democrats had more early votes banked already than Kamala Harris won in Starr County. I cannot stress to you enough how important Starr County is, how important Hidalgo and Zapata are to tell us because they're small populations, but they're very representative. So we get it's a nice, decent sample of how, for instance, working class Mexicans are voting. These people just voted for Donald Trump. It looks like 2,000 or so. All right. This looks like he's going to be, I mean, this is just unbelievable. County, I think, hold on one second. Oh, here's an answer to your question.
They were looking for change. What can I say? I was
they were looking for change
earlier, and he said, we haven't seen anything new yet, but he said this might just happen.
Unbelievable. Short commercial break. We're back. This is Real America's Voice. Election night coverage.
In the end of the day, Herrera did have looks like harder race because it's more diversified district, but we'll see how it goes. Again, you really want to see people excited to come out and vote, excited to defend the president, come out in big, big numbers, the way that Democrats are coming out, and we're not seeing that. I understand people are comparing Republicans to like primary midterms or previous midterms. It's not the right measurement, guys, and it's not good enough. It's just not. Let me just make sure.
Anybody called? I guess agriculture's been called already.
Let me tell you. Let me go home. Land commissioner. Yeah, it's tightening.
So what's Cornyn?
Agriculture, State Senate.
Yeah, it's like 43-40.
I'm curious who is ahead in House 1. Buckhout. Lori Buckhout is ahead of Buck. Oh, my God. I want to look at this, guys, for a second. This is kind of important to me, personally. All right. Nothing from Hyde. Nothing from Terrell. Carteret. Buck won Carteret. Overwhelming. Wow. Pamlico, Craven, Buck won. But Buckhout is winning all these other areas. Okay. There's Carteret's almost done. Craven is done. Pamlico is done. Beaufort is done. Oh, wow. Buck's out of his backyard. Oof.
Except freaking RAG.
Wow. Lord, okay. This was an interesting race. Asa Buck was running ads constantly saying Lori's lying. Trump didn't give her any credit, and there was no endorsement, but he did. You guys talking to me? Okay. Yeah, basically, she had this video of Trump saying, you know, she's great, Lori's great, and Asa Buck was running pack ads that said this is a lie, and it was and Buckhout was running it back to back. So if you were listening, guys, if you're in this area, if you were listening to 96.3, for instance, you were just hearing Buckhout respond to Buck. And Buck was giving these very like establishment pitches. First the farmer, then safety, then immigration, then cost of living. It was, and I actually even told them that that was wrong, but not that I was picking sides, but let me just tell them.
Yeah, everybody, Middleton. You know, Paxton, he's down. It's going to be in a runoff, and what's going to happen? They're just going to talk shit about each other and just destroy each other.
You hear how they talk in the commercial break? I don't know if I should let you guys listen to this. Wow. I think Lori is going to win this. I think she is going to win this. I'm a little bit stunned. She just put up massive margins in these smaller counties. Obviously took Nash's backyard. Wow. She's based, boy. Buckhout. So I mean, Buck's good. He's a good guy too. I wanted Sandra to run. She's totally based. She was robbed because of the redistricting, and she had a hard fight. And she still outperformed other Republicans, but and everyone says she's crazy. But yeah. Oh, come on. Give me a break. I want to see markets on this, and then I'll go back and I'll look at the Senate. I mean, this is just personally interesting to me. Yeah, they're seeing this. Okay, yeah, Buckout's going to win this. Off air talk is off air. End of the story, Laura said. Yeah, I know. Okay. Let's go back to Cornyn, who's dumped below 3% now. I think, like I said, when we get to 50, just under 60%, it will get more favorable for Paxton. It just will. All right. So he's got 33,000 votes to catch up to now. It's Hunt sitting there at that 13%. And if you're looking at where Hunt's getting it's coming from Paxton. Steve's lamenting how expensive the primary was right now.
100%.
Yeah.
I don't even watch television anymore because it's Ken did this, Ken did that. You know, he's one of the only guys that fought for this state tooth and nail from the day. He truly stood in the gap. And, you know, all this negative media put him down. We didn't ask him to stand in the pulpit. We asked him to fight for the state of Texas. And
end of the story. That's right. Money matters, though, guys. Money matters. It does. It matters. Yeah, it's going to a runoff. It's just done.
When they tried to impeach him. We did the impeachment every day.
Well, just to answer that one question, Austin is his backyard, I think. Yeah, Austin is. Austin. That's Tellerico's home base. All right, is Austin, just to answer that. And okay, now 2.93. I mean, it's going to be comfortable. I think Tellerico's, it's going to be comfortable. He's gonna probably win this outright. He's gonna win it outright. If Cornyn does fall below 40, man, just people have to learn to just just step aside when you just step aside. Okay, we did just see some stuff come in. Come on with this, please, for the love of God. I'm waiting for Zapata and the rest of it to come in. All right, they called me way too early here. This is like hard to do. I'm gonna have to get Laura to get in here. They called me way too early. I've got to pay attention if this is going to draw on. Okay. All right, so here we are. Let's go back. Texas Senate is what it is. Let's go to incumbents in trouble. Toth is, I'm telling you, did they call this race yet or no? I don't know what we're waiting for. I don't know what they think they see. Hallie Schaffner will be by the way, someone looking at some of the race calls. Hallie Schaffner will be the Democratic nominee in Arkansas for the U.S. Senate. Boy, that's going to be, that looks like such a close race. Such a close race. But I don't know. Gonzalez is up by 6 now. Oof. Yeah, I gotta lower this, babe. I'm just telling Laura that I really gotta lower this quite a bit. Herrera cannot still be at that much. I don't know what they were waiting for the littler counties to come in. It was definitely the consensus with both campaigns that Herrera was ahead. And there are the markets. Tightened a little bit. That tightened quite a bit, but still showing that he's the favorite. How was the early voting returns? Okay. I'm looking at this because I'm seeing where Gonzalez got his votes. Okay. And that's about it for over here. I mean, as far as big chunks that he's going to get a huge lead on, the rest are small. Bexar County, heavily Hispanic. He's basically a Democrat. So it's a very Democrat Hispanic area. And again, though, the sad thing is watching this, I'm going to lament this all night. The sad thing is that this was Trump's coalition is not imprinting onto Republicans. It's not. There's a lot of these. We saw this in New Jersey too. Gloucestershire County, great example. Barnes and I did shows on this, by the way. In case you guys didn't see it, for what are the odds? We went over it little piece by piece in these areas that really are predictive, that really matter. And it was very clear. There wasn't just a swing because of turnout. These people were going back. They voted for Mikey Sherrill. Funniest outcome, Democrats take control of the House and Senate in 26. Then they impeach Trump. Vance delivers on what he campaigned on and wins in 28. Oh, snap. God willing. God willing. That would be a hell of a scenario, wouldn't it? Cynic in chief can't be bought. Entices with flavored popcorn. Yeah, I mean, this is where we're at. It's a sad state of affairs. I thought I created the polling critic industry. Let me just make sure that. Okay. I created the polling critic industry. I literally made it up. All right. As a thing. I didn't make it up. It needed to be done. It was a market that needed to be made. And I thought that I was going to have some company for a while, honest company. And as it turns out, I will not. Hey, Rich, I'm an 18-year-old guy in high school. Just want to thank you for being the main reason that I love political data and elections. It's unfortunate so many people attack you. Appreciate you. Noah, thank you. I appreciate the super chat too, by the way. 18 years old. You know, save the money. Save your lunch money. That's the best advice I could give you. I very much appreciate that. This is what comes with the territory. I will say this, you know, X is definitely the main driver of that. That website has become a cesspool. A cesspool. Domestic thing is one thing, you know, like domestic bots and influencers being paid off. That's one thing. And you see, by the way, Gonzalez's lead is falling here because there's been some votes that have come in that helped Herrera. But the issue is the foreign money, my guy. And I feel like really worried for your generation. You guys have got to, if we can't get it done, you have to get a FARA law for social media. You can't have all these unregistered, basically, they're unregistered foreign agents, you know, going, and look, Paxton still is not caught up here. These unregistered foreign agents that are coming in. I can hear Jack actually talking in the background. Like Jack and I were just talking about this. We were stunned by how many so-called MAGA influencers went to Israel, took that money, and then either that or met with Bibi while Bibi was here doing that influencer thing. I love Tim Pool, man. He's a nice guy, but Tim did. And I understand maybe he's probably like, look, I'm done. I can't, you know, I'm sick of this, blah, blah, blah. You know, I'm not getting, you know, it's not worth it for me. I'm not making money, or at least I'm not making enough to be able to deal with what I'm dealing with. And tragically, I think it's very obvious. You can see a very distinct difference in his reporting, in his commentary. 63.2% is in Lubbock, and actually Paxton looks like he fell behind a little bit more. This is not what I was looking for that. Like, and again, why is this? Well, of course it's the money. It's $100 million, but it's more than that. It's the lack of the other part of Trump's coalition participating in these primaries. They're not doing it. And we saw evidence of it when Trump was running against Nikki Haley, first against DeSantis. Of course, he went out after Iowa. He was basically done. But then Nikki Haley, all the way in the Black Belt counties, down all right. Even when the voting was basically over, we still saw them come out in non-white, non-traditional Republican areas and vote at 5 to 15% higher in Republican primaries. So there was an indication that the polling was right and Trump would do better with non-whites. That isn't happening. And by the way, even whites without a college degree, they're not voting in the rates that Republicans need them to vote. They're just not. And why does this matter? This is what killed them in 22. It's not like they didn't get a good margin with whites that don't have a college degree. They got the same margin that Trump gets. The difference is that Trump drives them. Hold on.
With this the Senate race.
Yeah, right now.
Okay. The difference is Trump drives them to a higher share of the electorate because more vote. Let's hear what he has to say.
About 40%. So I think it's going to pretty much trend a little bit towards Paxton, but barring anything crazy, this thing's going to a runoff. And like you said, Steve, most expensive Republican primary in history, and we're just getting started.
Ben Burke, I want to jump in here.
Yep, that's about right. Yep.
50% plus one vote, he would have to have a spread of win like 48-40.
Yes.
To show people that, hey, no matter what you do here,
yes.
But you stay at these numbers, roughly these numbers, you can have $100 million.
Yeah. So what Bannon is saying is, you know, that Caroline Wren, and I think Caroline's right. You know, she said if Paxton won 48-40, that would be the only way that the Rhinos would stay out of this. We wouldn't see another $100 million. I think she's right. Now, I think we're probably going to wind up with something along the lines of a tied race here. Something maybe it's going to trend towards Paxton a little bit. We're at 55% right now. If we get to 60, and I don't really see signs of that, then we're not going to see really that much. But they're going to fight. They're going to fight over Wesley Hunt's 13%. And this is going to be crazy. And we have seen polls over and over again that show that Paxton would win that. But what Cornyn and the Rhinos are going to try to do is what they did here tonight. Attack, 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 attack. And what does that do? When no one's running on a positive message and it's all just negative, you depress people. You depress people. And right now, by the way, I don't know who's speaking right now. I think maybe it's Ben Bergquam, but he's right. Parts of the Republican Party's base has left. They've left. All right, let's just check the raw vote total. 54% in. We got just under 1.2 million. I want to see what we got for Democrats here. Oh, my God. Democrats they're going to probably outvote Republicans here. We're getting a better idea. Oh, there's Jim Hagen. Tallarico won it. 20 points. Brooks, he won it. 20 points. I really, really want to see these other counties down here. I expected Tallarico to win that. This tells me he's going to hold. He's going to hold. He's going to hold. He's going to win it outright. I'm just, again, want to stress to you, and there you go, Paxton catching up a little bit. I just want to stress to you that, hold on. Okay. Yeah, I just want to stress to you guys that these aren't votes that came out of nowhere. We know how many people are registered in these counties. They're not big counties. We know what the total population is. We know who usually turns out. This is a vote switch. This is 1,500, 2,000 Hispanics in each of these counties have voted for Trump, now voting in a Democratic primary. It's a total disaster. It just is, guys. I mean, there's no putting lipstick on this. All right, Gonzalez still up by 6 with 65% in. I can't believe they haven't called this race yet for Toth. I don't know what they're waiting for. There's 50% in left in Montgomery. Is that election day? Let me see. Okay, so swing the right. Yes. Oh, it's definitely. Yeah, David, oh my God, if he does that, David says, I guarantee Trump endorses Cornyn in the runoff. Wow, he does that, you'll get.
So once you get through these guys, just give me 10 seconds, I'll go through those numbers.
So I'm going to do Jack to announce it, bring in Stinch to give us some color.
Okay.
I'll come to you for the analysis.
Okay. Yeah, let me just ask them. It's just, honestly, if you want, I'll come back. Yeah, I'm going to lower it dramatically. If they want me, they're going to have to text me. It's just, guys, it's becoming a lot. So I don't know what they're doing over there. So when I would rather honestly just kind of do our thing until I get, the legit heads up. Okay. What else? Anything else of interest here? Let's check. Nah, nothing. Okay. So we're waiting. We're stuck here at like 63.5. Yeah. Let me just. I do know how Steve is. I do indeed. I just muted it. All right. I'm telling him I'm just muting it for now. Or even just not even. Yeah. Let me just mute it. Hold on. Boop. There we go. All right. Drop this off. Drop this down. You guys don't see that, right? That's not in your way, right? No. Okay. Let's keep going. Poly market odds on when Trump family ascends to Tel Aviv, by the way. You know what, man? They might as well make that damn market right now. Family has known Bob Menendez for years. Was tough to admit he was a crook too. Yeah. Yep. Does Don Brown have a chance in the North Carolina? No, that's over.
Herrera beats Ernest Gonzalez by double digit. Not yet. Wait, we're waiting for the littler counties to come back. Woofy, we're waiting for the littler counties. That's what we're looking at right now. So don't be shocked by her Gonzalez's lead. And you can see the markets there, like very clearly, because these are expected to be more Herrera friendly. Paxton is a SOB, but screw Cornyn. Money to split on the GOP. Yeah, I mean, this is what's going to happen. If Cornyn throws $100 million at Paxton to fight in this race, I got to be honest with you guys. I think North Carolina and Texas are both gone right now. Unless I see something change dramatically, I think they're gone. I think Republicans are going to lose both seats in November. Barnes and I tried to tell everybody, man, we tried to warn everyone. No, but as a matter of fact, let me just tell Vice President, these results are disastrous. Is 2 with all the negative. Texas will see Dems historically outvote Republicans. It's a disaster. It's a total disaster. Oh, let me joke and say, want to come on and talk about it? Wink? Wink, wink? Wouldn't that be funny? Oh, man, they'd shit. Everybody would shit. Let's see. I don't know. He may. We'll see. All right. Hey, Barry, the Boomer Cunningham blocked me from his streams for quoting your polls. Barry, the Boomer Cunningham. Don't know if you saw his interview with Mark Mitchell, but it was embarrassment. I don't know who the hell that is. Barry, the Boomer Cunningham. I don't even know who that is. Let me see. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't know who he is. I don't know who he is. He follows me. He follows me. He says he's live right now on X. Yeah, this is a total disaster. Oh my God, the cost of war tracker. Wow. Oh shit. They know. Well, it would be, politicians can't just come out and say we're in deep shit. You know what I mean? Like, they can't just come out and say it, but like, this is like humiliating. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is like humiliating. And they know they're in trouble. Put the message as support the calls. Oh, you mean on the poll? I know. I got to do something. It just says Kentucky House District 4. That's all it says. It doesn't look like it raised the damn dollar yet either. I'm going to wind up having to do it. Oh, let's check. And I don't know. I can't check. This is raw data, so I can't show you guys totally just yet. But also, let me tell my daughter I need my laptop back. Leave it on my back. Okay. Let's see how much you got out. How many invites you sent, honey? Let's see. Let's check. Bear with me, guys. Come on, fingerprint. Come on, fingerprint security. Let's go. Fingerprint insure. Oh no. You'll have to go in and get it for me, baby bird. She did it all? No, she didn't. She couldn't have done it all. Maybe she did it all until we got to the time where it's blocked. Because if she did it all, she spent all that money. I hope she didn't spend all that money. I didn't tell her that. That's totally my fault. If she blew through that budget, then she... It's all right. I don't care. But it would be my fault anyway. So it doesn't matter. I'm just curious, guys, if you don't mind. Give me a second and let me look at what's going on here. Oof. Certain to vote. Man. Oh my God. 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 Donald Trump's strongly disapproval rating tonight is 48%. Oh my God. Holy crap. Oh man. Barnes was right. Which party do you trust more to keep the U.S. out of foreign wars and military conflicts? If you guys remember, it was Democrat plus 6, right? Yeah, David, his strong disapproval in tonight's tracking was 48%, bro. MAGA! Important to keep the United States out of war is up from 70% to 76%. Trust to keep the U.S. out of foreign wars and military conflict is Democrat plus 10. Too focused on foreign affairs and not enough on domestic affairs is a little bit higher. It's 58%. Bro. The sample is R plus 7. Oh my God. I don't want to look anymore. I'm done. I'm done looking. I'm out. I literally just done. Don't even want to look. I'm not looking at the rest of the questions. Oh, wait. I need to look at the rest of the questions. I need to. Hold on. Democrats are socialists, man. They're socialists. They're straight up socialists. Although I will say America First increased a little bit, David. And guys, I'll tell you why it has increased, because of the bombing, and that's it, you know. Where's the rest of the... Why am I missing the rest of in this report? Where's the rest of the questions? Okay. I know here was most important. Okay. It missed trust. Oh, because it copied the other one. How important it is for it to stay out. Okay. I'll have to put it in here then. Question chart. Where is it? Which do you trust more? Okay. So do you think Israel has too much control? Would you say the administration, and then did they explain their shit? Okay. No. 62%. Israel has too much influence over Donald Trump. 52%. And then Yo. Okay, so support came up a little bit to, it looks like it's good. Well, it's only tonight, but support came up a little bit to like 30%. Strongly oppose is 47%. This war. So bad. So bad. Yeah, they are. Especially in a battleground. North Carolina's gone. It's gone. And I don't mean to say that to like, like slow anybody down. By the way, they'd love you. Yeah. Hold on. I just want to say you know, this is, I'm sorry. I'm texting somebody right now. Give me a second. Okay. All right. Let's see how much Paxton. We're now at the 55.5% mark, which is when we should start to see. Now, there will be blips and bumps because, look, you have Austin out, right? You have some parts out. Ooh. Jim Hong. Okay. Brooks, Paxton. Yeah. This is nothing. This is nothing. These votes are nothing. Cornyn won Cameron, or he is winning Cameron. Ugh. 1.2 million Democrats are going to outvote Republicans, unfortunately. Usually we've seen this happen before, and then because it's a lot of more, oops, I hit house 2. Are they waiting to correct this or something? Because Crenshaw is like in deep trouble here. So like, I don't know what they're waiting on, but this is like Crenshaw is in deep trouble. This is over. This race is over. I know Tyler's like waiting on something. Maybe there's some crazy areas of Montgomery that they're waiting to come in, but Harris is in and it's Toth. So Toth's actually winning Montgomery by a larger margin. So I just don't know where anyone expects Crenshaw to make up 7,000 votes out of a total 41,000 casts. Like, I just don't, guys, that's not going to happen. Crenshaw's done. He's done. All right. That's a wrap. That is a beep. That's a wrap, folks. Like that's a wrap. Oh shit. They're bringing me in. Okay. Hold on.
And all we have to do is finish the race. Everything all good?
Yo, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we got you.
All right, brother.
But it's up to MAGA. It's up to the base. From now, every single day going forward, it is up to you whether we save this republic.
Tommy Robinson also talking about London. We had McElvany come over here.
All right, guys, let me listen here. Let's listen to Steve, see what he's doing.
And Tommy understands Texas is everything. You got to save it. Jack Posobiec, there's some news. Matt Ball just texted me. There's some big news in the state of Texas, sir.
The big news, Cook Political Report calling this, still a ways to go, but
it's
Cook
off.
Political Report calling
it's off. It's over.
Steve Toth.
Yeah, it's over.
Projected to defeat Dan Crenshaw.
He's done. Crenshaw's done.
District 2 primary.
Yes, Dan Crenshaw is done.
I reached out to Turning Point Action here and I said, why endorse against Crenshaw? What was the thinking? And the answer was that Toth is going to be a Freedom Caucus member. Now we do expect these numbers to tighten. It's currently about 20 points up, almost 18 to 20 points up for Toth. We do expect that to tighten a little bit.
Yeah, but not 7,000 votes.
The card. So this is the scorecard for Turning Point Action for Representative Congressman Crenshaw, and it says that he's at a lifetime score of 79 and a 2026 live session score of 77, which indicates, as Tyler sends me, he is becoming erratic in terms of his scoring from Turning Point Action. So becoming erratic. And and then as you see, if Toth is able to win with over 50%, there will not be a runoff there. Huge news. That's an incumbent sitting in Congress.
Yes, sir. Jump in.
Hey, Steve, so, look, in Texas, one thing that I've seen over the years.
All right, I'll be able to hear. I'm just going to lower it a little bit. We'll just talk a little lower.
Day of voting that comes in. So if I was on a prediction desk, I would call this race for Toth.
It's over.
Some groups have
already.
He is a tremendous conservative fighter.
It will come down as Montgomery comes in, which is doing right now. But, dude, 7,000 votes? Not unless you're printing them off right now, dude. I don't see it. I just don't see it. All right, let's go to some others while they're talking about those. Let's go to rest of the House incumbents in trouble. Let's see. Ooh, she's holding on. Valerie's holding on in North Carolina 4. Though she's running out of votes. That's gonna be close.
It will be close, but I think it's going to hold on. Now, the question is there 50% rule? No. 40, I believe. All right, Rich, I know Paxton lied. Your dude has been pure MAGA for at least, need him. What happened to great AG Bailey we had in Missouri? Was hoping Trump would make him AG or FBI head. That's a good question. And I hear you. I do. He's infinitely better than John Cornyn. All right, but look at the power of money, guys. Look at the power of money. So when we say that money matters, yeah, absolutely, it matters. Steve's asking me, yep. All right. Okay, I just wanted to text him and tell him. But yeah, wow, guys, there's a lot of comments, and I very much appreciate them. Yep, Crenshaw Gonzalez is in a better position, but we're waiting for the reason why. Whoops, here we go. The reason why is because. Let's see what he says about Hunt real quick.
Confusion about. My understanding is people reached out to Wesley Hunt to get him in the race. I'm not so sure he was volunteering to jump in here, given that Paxton's
that's true
of the MAGA base, and Cornyn's sitting on $100 million he can spend. My understanding he was told to jump in here, but we'll find that out over the next couple of days. Is Richard Barris up with us now? Do we have Richard Barris?
Yeah, I'm here, brother. If you can hear me.
If not, I'll go to Cliff Moyes. Do I have?
Can you hear me? I hear him.
Richard Barris, give me your assessment right now of the Senate race.
Right now we're crossing that 60% threshold where there's going to be spots of like high population centers that still haven't reported early vote. That'll pop Cornyn up a little bit. But once we reach that 60% statewide threshold, it will get better for Paxton. It'll trend towards Paxton, but it's going to a runoff, Steve, without a doubt. And we'll have to see how much. I'm looking for the Rio Grande, some areas of the Rio Grande that haven't come in yet, but we'll see how well Paxton does in those areas. You know, we spoke the other day. What I really want to say about the Senate race and all over Texas, there's like this missing Hispanic MAGA voter that would have helped Paxton a little bit more. I would have liked to see a bigger turnout. They came out and it was like, was somewhat saving face. But as of right now, there still is a possibility Democrats could get their real PR win, that they outvoted Republicans. There is this part of this MAGA base that, Paxton needed, and that would have put him up a little bit more. I don't think we're getting a Caroline Wren 48-40. That's just not going to happen at this point. We're going in. It's going to be roughly kind of tied, maybe Paxton by a little bit. And it's going to be a fight and a waste of money because an incumbent
You agree with Caroline. If Paxton had been at 48-40, the establishment would have a very tough time putting $100 million against him?
Yeah, I do. Absolutely. Now, look, they're going to make the case now. Even if he popped up a little bit because we just saw some of that Austin vote come in. That's what I was talking about. But he will close more. He's going to make the case that, look, all I need to do is get another 8% of Wesley Hunt. Wesley Hunt's going to come in around 13 and a half, almost 14%. And he's going to say, if I can get 8% of that, I'm the winner here. So it's going to be a fight. This is like, honestly, it's, not what you want to see. You wanted to see this thing go to bed.
Go ahead and jump in here. Yeah, sure. Jump in.
This is really important because, and Rich, I think you'll agree with me on this. This goes to a runoff. You don't even have the turnout of a primary election.
Yeah.
Right? You're going to have only the most impassioned advocates. And that's going to be the MAGA base that's going to show up there. Look, I will tell you, I live in Texas. This Republican primary, yes, we want Paxton, but it didn't have a lot of motion behind it. There wasn't a lot of momentum behind it. There wasn't really any reason for the average MAGA voter to get out there and vote. This was a grassroots election where we wanted to take down Cornyn, but the average everyday Texan who's a Republican likes Trump. I don't think that they saw this as, hey, we're going to crawl over coals to go show up at the polls. When it gets to a runoff, who's going to crawl over coals to go vote against Cornyn and vote for Paxton? The most passionate voters we have, the MAGA base. Cornyn's going to have a hard time turning out his base.
Oh, I
think. And I'd be curious to see what Rich.
Yeah. I mean, I still think Paxton's would be the favorite here. You know what really does concern me is looking at North Carolina, for instance, where Republicans got outvoted. It does not look good. That money that Cornyn's going to want to spend in Texas and go to the donors for, like Michael Whatley badly needs that money, right? We're dealing with a finite amount of money. We're not dealing with like endless supplies of cash. And
by the way, I think in Carolina it's not money. I think Michael Whatley has to generate enthusiasm.
He is vanilla. He is vanilla, brother. Yeah.
Well, Whatley's a good guy. I know him, but he has not inspired the MAGA base. They just don't think he's MAGA. And
Steve, does Whatley go on your show?
Do what? We've never asked.
Does Whatley go on?
We don't really ask a lot of these guys to come on. So, but I'm sure he would. But we would never. I mean, it's just not something we do. But I know from the people in Carolina that are some hardcore MAGA base people around, like Michelle Morrow and people like that, Dan Brown. They just don't see. There's no enthusiasm. Whatley, and look at the numbers tonight. I mean, and Cooper's tough. You know, Cooper is, I think, a radical leftist that comes across as tries to come across as a Southern gentleman. Yeah. Right. And that plays. And so he's tough to beat, but I don't think Whatley's got the heat. Let me ask you, Barris, before we go to break here. How much can you back up? Because the single most compelling thing I've heard in this race so far is you coming on War in Texas yesterday and say, hey, I've got analysis that shows that 30% of the grassroots MAGA base in Texas will not vote for Cornyn under any circumstances in a general election. They're turned off by him. They're turned off by his record. They're turned off by his relationship with Mitch McConnell's leadership. They're particularly turned off by all the money that went to Field Strip, Wesley Hunt, and Ken Paxton, and they hate it, and they're just not going to turn out. Is that number of yours defensible? Because to me, that's the key. They say electable, and you can actually make the argument he's the least electable.
No, I'm making that argument, and I can back that up with the data. And I put it on X yesterday that it is that money, Steve. I mean, you can't. Paxton is beloved by the part of the MAGA base that you need to come out. And you can't bludgeon the guy the way that they have and then tell voters in this environment, because I know a lot of people don't understand it yet, but I'm telling you, and I'm begging everybody to listen, people are very upset. We're not getting outvoted for no reason. People are very upset at actions of this Republican government. This is not what they expected out of them. So you can't bludgeon Ken Paxton with $100 million. And then when you win it in a runoff because you spent another $100 million, expect his voters, all of them, to come out and vote for. They're not going to hold their nose and vote for that because they know how he snuck through, how he snuck by. It's money. And it's the system, this this perception of it's a rigged system. And if you got the money, you make it. It doesn't matter. Like it's almost like a hopeless feeling. So their revenge for that is saying, I'm not coming out for him. And I'm telling you, it's going to happen. And by the way, this is not just limited to Cornyn. We're seeing this with other incumbents like Graham.
Stan Chambers said we're going to break by. I want to read a headline that's just coming across the wire, and boy, the Democrats deserve this. Headline: after voting extended, Texas Supreme Court says late Dallas votes must be separated. Comment. This is Jasmine Crockett going in and asking a favor of a judge. Okay, we're going to take a short commercial break. The entire team is here. We're in the 10 o'clock hour back east. In a big old throwdown in the state of Texas. We're going to be back in just a moment.
Let me just lower this volume a little bit, guys. You gotta love it when a Democrat goes to a judge with a Republican argument. And then notice how the Democrat gets the ruling. This is like, hey, Steve, can you? Oh, okay. You can. I don't know if you can hear me. I just want to point that out. Notice the Democrat goes to the judge with the Republican argument, and the Democrat gets the ruling. You know, that's. And I watched this in North Carolina too. Same argument I've seen Republicans make a dozen times, and they never get the ruling. And the Democrats, of course, do it. They have bare evidence, but it's there. Some absentee ballot tampering. The judge orders an entirely new election. You know. And by the way, Republicans won that election by a wider margin than they won the original by. But it's just they make the same arguments, Steve. They get the ruling. Republicans make the arguments and they get no remedy.
Hey, Cliff, do you think how much percentage of the vote do you believe will be in by in 45 minutes at the top of the hour? Will we get to like 80 or 90%?
I mean, we're at 54%. You're talking Texas, correct?
I thought Texas were over 60.
Yeah, I got 60 on my side. Yeah, I got a little 60, over.
Sorry, just updated. Yeah, I don't know. Barris, what do you think? You think we get to 80% in the next hour?
I think, you know, they had the problems that they had earlier in the night, and we're going to get now to the election day, and it'll start rolling in quicker, or at least usually it does, right? They got that extension.
Look, if it's going to be a runoff, we can punch out at the top of the hour with no problem.
But yeah.
It's going to be, if something's going to surprise and pop, we want to be around if
you'll know.
Paxton makes a run at this.
You'll know by then. You will. I mean, I'm already looking at some of the, again, some of these like Rio, Zapata's not in, Star's not in. It'll tell us a lot more about how working Hispanics, Mexicans especially, but.
Those are so sparsely. Don't you have to look at Houston and San Antonio?
Well, yeah, but it just told there are small samples of demographics that'll tell us how they're going to vote other places. I know it sounds crazy, but it holds. You know, like that's how Tellerico's, he's going to hold on. He won those groups. We know it's not just that Austin's his backyard. We know he's winning Hispanics by a certain margin because we got some of their votes from, you know, that are predictive of the rest of the state. With Cornyn and Paxton though, Steve, it's different. They're winning some here, they're winning some there, you know. It's not definitive.
Welcome back to our coverage. Cliff Maloney, what do you got for us? Talk about the Senate race and the AG race, this Attorney General race. Is that also going to run off?
Yeah, looks like it will. Steve, I just want to make one thing clear. I'll get to that. I'll answer your question. But this Crenshaw situation, I want people to really understand this. Dan Crenshaw won his race by roughly 19 points in 2024. Now, the district's changed a little bit. He's currently losing by 19 points. Yep. So I don't think people are grasping. It's a 38% swing in just 2 years from a guy that was supposed to be some superstar of the Republican Party. You know, as we know, sold us out on pretty much every key battle. But down goes Crenshaw. I think that is such a big win with a 38-point shift from 2 years ago. If we look right now, we're about above 60% in. I'm pulling up the Attorney General's race. Barris, you might disagree with me, but I think this, I mean, Mays is down to about somewhere in the low 40s. Yeah, this is definitely going to a runoff unless we see something drastic. And like we said, Don Huffines locked in as our next comptroller in Texas. That is huge. Beau French sitting at 36% in first place. So we're seeing a lot of Patriots with some big wins tonight.
Yeah. It looks like the ag department, was it Heath, the new candidate that kind of came out and surprised everybody, beats Sid Miller. So it's still 60-40. He's going to win, no runoff. Sid Miller loses.
Hey, Steve, that's Nate Sheets. Nate Sheets is at 55%, what I'm showing. Sid Miller, 45%. Sid coming back. Sid's been a long-time political figure in Dallas. He had some problems with the MAGA base, specifically surrounding the Maha movement. He's kind of an older guy, Sid Miller. He's like a caricature almost, but a decent guy. This Nate Sheets is a decent guy too, but he really captivated the grassroots in Texas. So when I look at all of today in Texas, MAGA is taking over this state where this used to be a Bush state. You could say an Abbott state, and don't forget, Abbott was very aligned with the Bush family early on, right? He was George Bush's lieutenant governor, and so you look at everything. Excuse me, that's not right, but he was the attorney general in Texas. You look at this, what's happening now with Toth. You look at it with Huffines and Comptroller. You look at all of these races, even the Attorney General's race. I think it's a victory that Ken Paxton gets into a runoff. I do not look at this as a loss. I look at it as a victory, and I think Paxton will win in the runoff. I really do, Steve.
Is that tightening it up at all? Are both of those guys close to 41, 42% right now, Cliff?
Yeah, it's starting about the same.
They just called, by the way.
40.
It's just been called, like, finally. It took forever, but it's just been called. So they just finally called it, as if we didn't know that those two were going to go to the runoff. It did tighten a little bit, but I just watched it as Cliff was talking. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Cliff, but Paxton and
What do you mean it was called?
So Paxton and Cornyn will advance. They just never officially called it. They're being a little bit late tonight, honestly. But yeah, see, there it is. It is tightening. I think it will tighten. I think it will move to Paxton. At some point, you're just going to run out of big city votes, right? There are a couple of things, though, Steve, that I did look at. Like, look at Lubbock, for instance. It dumped the early vote. We got a little bit of election day vote. I was waiting to see if Paxton would start to gain there in Lubbock, Texas. That kind of flatlined, and we didn't get anything else from. Though that has the potential to. There are some areas that we're waiting on that really do have the potential to move it. Now, it's not going to move it to the point, which is why this has finally been called. It's not going to move it to the point where somebody gets 250, but don't be surprised if you wake up and it's swapped, right? Which would be a huge victory for Paxton going in. Like, look, I'm ahead, period. And the closer you get to 50, the better it is. I agree with what was said earlier about, Paxton's base is not going away, right? Then that will be the strategy of Cornyn. They'll try to put so much money in with negative. They have no choice but to try to depress Paxton's base. And that's tough. That's really tough. You had a lot of normies come out and vote in a regular primary. In a runoff, it's different. We've seen this before.
Cliff, the AG race, is it Chip Roy is going to be in the runoff of the MAGA Mays, Middleton, and Chip Roy?
Yeah, going to be Middleton versus Chip Roy. Roughly 30% for Chip Roy, just above 41% for Mays currently. Like I said, unless Paris has some numbers that shows that there's going to be some huge surge, that's definitely going to be a runoff between those two.
Jack Posobiec, Crenshaw. Is this because he embraced the Munich Security Conference? I mean, he was kind of Tom Cotton and Lindsey Graham Jr., was he not?
The thing with these congressional races is you got to, in these districts, is you got to stay in with your district. And just talking with the other guys over at Turning Point right now, we've got a robust conversation going on in the group chat, shall we say the least. And it just comes down to this idea that you have to be in line with your district. You have to be in step with your district. You have to be in step with the primary voters of your district. And the feeling was there that he was out of step, was becoming erratic. You look at the past year, there's been a lot of dust-ups. He's picked a lot of feuds. He's picked a lot of fights. And that's something that his district didn't want. His district didn't want to look at. And where Toth really came in was on this question of loyalty to President Trump, the backing of President Trump. And I think writ large, what you're going to see coming out of this is a Texas primary where people are sick of anyone who's going after Trump, who doesn't stay on side with MAGA. You're going to see that with Paxton as well. You're going to see that like people like Beau French, who's currently leading as the Texas Railroad Commission in the primary right there. A guy who was Tarrant County GOP chairman, hadn't been elected to office before. He's now the lead candidate in the primary. And so how do you do that? By being the most MAGA in the race. So MAGA's voice is absolutely being heard tonight.
Steve, let me just say something about Dan Crenshaw. Remember, this is a guy that criticizes shows like yours and mine and Jack's. Yeah. This is a guy, he called it angertainment and criticizing the MAGA base. He would criticize the populist movement.
Angertainment, that's a pretty good hook. I didn't hear that.
Angertainment.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I don't get that angry. Jack, you, Steve, no, we're happy guys. Look, but the reality is He criticized that.
Steve only gets angry when he watches Mark Levin.
Yeah. So let me explain too. He was hell-bent insane for Ukraine. I mean, this guy was a Ukraine monger out the wazoo, where you couldn't even ask questions against it. That was not sitting well with any of us. And so those are the types of things you asked what I got in arguments with him about. Ukraine was one of them. Like, he didn't even want people asking questions about the money being spent in Ukraine. Just write the check. And that's not going to play well, not in a conservative Texas district, and not over and over again.
Does this show, Jack, and I think President Trump, does this show the political muscle when turning point action, when Tyler and the team want to put their shoulder to the wheel to something? Because, like you said, it's a 31-point swing, 34-point swing.
Look, it shows you. I mean, I'm not going to get too far ahead of it, but it just shows to show you that turning point action still has a very strong credibility with the base, the turning point action and the turning point brand. Of course, with everything that Charlie did to build that brand, to make it what it is, absolutely has a huge role to play in these primaries. It's something that people look at, and it's something that people look at in terms of where a candidate stands with the president. That if you have the turning point action brand on your endorsement, then that is something that people are going to say, oh, you know what? I know that logo. I want to go for that, because that is something that goes in. And look, it's a huge upset. There's no question. Obviously, a lot played into it, but turning point certainly played a big role.
Ben Berquam, let's go to the headquarters of Ken Paxton. We have any Sarah Gonzalez from the Blaze came out and fired the crowd up a little while ago. Do we have any idea if Ken's going to come out? Because they're saying essentially this thing's called. Looks like unless there's a miracle, I don't think that's going to happen. This is going to go to a runoff. Any sense of is Ken Paxton going to come out and address people tonight?
I was just asking. I was actually just down with the crowd. We got some major War Room fans down there. I came running back up here. They wanted to take some photos and say hi to you. But I was wondering the same thing. There's no word from it yet. I've been messaging his people. No word on it yet. I would assume he has to come out. I mean, it's his watch party. It would be kind of disrespectful not to come out. But I mean, no word yet. Clearly, it's a runoff. I don't know. I mean, it's not like it's a loss. You come out and you say, we're going on to the fight. And so I would assume he'll be out in the next few minutes, but just nothing official from any of his team yet.
So we're going to stage at the top of the hour, and I believe, hopefully Ken's going to come out, before then. Is Barris up? Richard Barris, when you say it's called, did Cook call this as we're going to a runoff, or who actually technically called it?
Oh yeah, we work with the decision desk. The decision desk called it because you have to wait, and you said before, barring a miracle, you have to wait to make sure that something's not going to break last minute, or a county that's why I brought up Lubbock before. Something's not going to break so hard that it does leapfrog, because we're looking at 30,000 votes here roughly. That's what's been going back and forth, and it's a big state. So if somebody has a really dominant lead in a part of the state, in a region of the state where they can squeeze that out, you wait, you're careful. But at this point, it is done. Nobody's going to hit 50. This goes to the runoff. The only question is when we wait, it won't even be when we wake up. Probably by the top of the hour, we'll have an idea of who's going to have a little bit of an edge. We should see that by then. But yeah, I mean, look, it's not. We'll see if he comes out, but it's definitely not a loss for Paxton. This is a titan of. Let's not forget, John Cornyn is a powerful guy. He's got a lot of money. He's got a lot of friends. So. Oh, it's a titan in the Senate. Let's get real. It's not easy to take out a titan. And he's just been there a little bit too long. And I think that's what Texan said tonight. You don't stay in the Senate as long as John Cornyn stays in the Senate, and then have somebody like Ken Paxton and you throw $100 million at the guy and you still can't get 250. That should tell you what time it is, Steve. Go home. Spend time with your grandkids, John.
I didn't realize Decision Dex has kind of got a great reputation. I didn't realize you work with Embarrass. I'm very impressed.
Oh, yeah.
Short commercial break. We got the entire team here on Texas. We're going to go to the top of the hour. Decision Desk has already called it that Paxton and Cornyn are going to go to runoff, folks, and this could be pretty brutal. Short break. Back in a moment.
All right, it sounds like
down here
okay.
To take a victory lap on the Prop 10. Is Prop 10 still 95%, Cliff?
Let me pull it.
And I did text one of Ken's friends to see if he's coming out. See if he does. Yeah, he's going to win it outright. He's won it outright. It's done. Yeah, he's going to hold it. Yep. He won the white vote sufficient.
They're going to use that to browbeat. They're going to drop a poll tomorrow that shows that Paxton was.
Yes. Yes, Steve. Yes, that's definitely coming.
Yeah, I'm coming, Frank. I'm going to come right to Gaffney.
Let me just repeat what Steve said.
Ken is going to come out.
He is. Okay.
He's coming out. We come right to
He's going to come out. They just haven't told me when yet. No, not right now. They said they're waiting for a few more numbers, but he'll be out shortly.
Okay, cool. Let me just, Steve, what you just said is definitely happening. That is definitely happening. They will come out and show Paxton down to Tallarico and Cornyn up, that they're going to do that. And people listening on the other end definitely prepare for that, because they're not doing what we do in the polling, which is like model out who will show up based on what matchups there are. They're not doing that in other public polls. All they're doing is asking the same sample of people, who would you vote for if you come out? That is not the same thing as projecting who actually will come out. So that's what they did to Trump.
We just got the word from Ben Burkholm, who's at Ken Paxton's headquarters. Ken is going to take the station in a moment. I want Frank Gaffney. By the way, Tommy Robinson was good enough to join us from Ken Paxton's headquarters with Ben Burkholm and warned us in Texas, and he said he's here. He's shocked what he's seeing about the Islamic invasion. Frank Gaffney, one of the core team that put this together, 95% approval by the Republicans on Prop 10 to prohibit Sharia law in the state of Texas. This is kind of we were looking for a number with a 9 in front of it, which you thought would be a huge victory. This is even better than we thought. Frank Gaffney, your thoughts?
Well, first of all, let me say thank you to you, Steve. You really put this on the map, not least by coming here to Texas and devoting so much time to it on the War Room. It's been a great team effort, and so many of the people that you've had on and will have on, I think are going to attest to it. But what I really wanted to emphasize is the work has just begun. What has been done tonight, as we hoped it would, is to create a voting issue out of this idea of banning Sharia. It's desperately needed, yes, in the state of Texas, but it's desperately needed across America as well. And I think, as we had hoped, we would get the ballot measure Prop 10 with its 5 words, Texas should prohibit Sharia law, widely, indeed overwhelmingly, crushingly approved by the electorate. It sets the stage for what's going to come up over the next few months here in Texas, for sure, in the run-up to the midterms.
Listen, guys, I just muted myself. Check the comments. I want to tell you something about this. Like, this guy who's talking right now, God bless him, is one of the reasons why Republicans aren't voting right now. He's a neocon. He's been in D.C. for many, many years, and he's a think tanker. And he wanted war, and he wanted the strikes last year, and God bless him. But like, this is a massive disconnect with the actual Republican base. This is not, it's not compatible. You have to pick the domestic or the foreign. They went with the foreign. This isn't what people wanted. It doesn't help their lives. This is why, I'm looking at the numbers all over this map. Like, honestly, Ken should have ran away with this tonight, guys. All right. He should have. But he didn't, because he's missing a huge part. Like, when you look at the state from 24 and you're like, wow, Trump won by 14 points, 13 and a half points. He did it on the backs of a group of voters that they needed to keep with them. And they didn't do it on the backs of white voters alone. And these should have been Paxton people. It's just, they're like gone. They're just gone. I don't know what else to say. Like, they're not here. Some of them are in the blue map. I can see them clear as day. They're not here. And that damn county hasn't reported yet, so I could tell you what I'm trying to tell you. But I muted myself so I could talk here while he's talking. And I'm not attacking the guy by any right. I'm simply pointing out that this is an issue. All right, Paxton here actually won Hidalgo. He no doubt did. winning the white older Republicans. And I wonder how many Hispanics even vote in Hidalgo in the Republican primary. Compared, watch that, 11,000 votes or so. Watch this. Look at that. Yes, they traditionally vote Democrat, but Trump just did so well with these people that you would have expected, not expected. You would have expected they would have known that your number one job is to hold these voters, and they didn't. They lost them, and it's going to be tough. It's going to be extremely tough to win in November without them, because you have independents swinging one way. Look, by the way, Paxton has dropped considerably. It's now Cornyn 49. I told you, man. Be careful with markets. Be very careful with markets.
We're already talking about that in Texas. Everybody that I've talked to said, "Oh, we wanted Crockett. We wanted her real bad because we knew that Mickey Mouse could beat Jasmine Crockett in Texas."
I disagree with this. I totally disagree with this.
That's what's going to come out tomorrow. That'll be basically John Cornyn campaigning for the Democrats, saying that he's the only one that can beat them, and Ken Paxton can't.
Yeah, I totally disagree with this, though.
I think, everybody here is right. That this is going to be a bloodbath, and it's not going to be good for Republicans. I'm still sticking by my belief that that Ken Paxton wins in the runoff because only the most impassioned voters are going to show up to vote in that runoff. But remember, Steve,
I think that's probably true. He did this before against Bush for attorney general.
It was 78% for Ken Paxton. Do you know right now it's 50-50?
Yep.
And remember, that stays open as it goes to a runoff.
Yes, it stays open.
50-50 between Paxton and Cornyn. So, we'll see where this thing goes.
Cliff Maloney, Paxton spent $4.5 million.
Yeah.
From all the outside groups.
Listen to this.
$100 million.
Like $5 million to $100 million. It was insane.
Is it possible for a grassroots candidate with basically very limited resources to win in a runoff when it's going to be the 26th? We're going to have 2 months.
It is, but it's going to be tough.
Actually mount a grassroots effort with almost no cash to beat what they already said, Cornyn, because there's no spread here tonight with Paxton. There's just not. Caroline Red came on and said, hey, if it's 48-40, the Senate Leadership Fund and others may say, hey, we're not going to get there. But when you're this tight,
yeah, they're coming.
Victory if you come in and just bury.
Oh, they're coming. They're coming.
Yeah, well, look, your prediction's right. I got to agree. They're definitely going to say that, Cornyn's more viable in the general election. That's how they're going to get all the donors. They're going to line them all up. Steve, it's going to be a bloodbath. Every single vote is going to matter. No one's going to lay it down here. We need to activate all of the grassroots. The War Room posse has to step up. It's going to be a mix of paid doors. It's going to be a mix of volunteers. We need precinct captains. This is going to become the battle. Now, I will say this. The reason I'm optimistic is what Grant said earlier. Who are the people that are going to show up in a lower turnout runoff election? The hardcore patriots. But it's our job to make sure that they show up. It's our job to do the work to actually make them realize how important this election is.
Yeah.
John Cornyn losing this race will be one of the biggest political upgrades that we've had probably in the last 20 years. But it's going to take effort. And if any of us sit back, I think Ben said this earlier, we have to triple down. And for folks that think this is going to be a cakewalk and that, somebody's going to show up, make a plan to vote, get out there and encourage every one of your friends. This is the battle. If you want to advance the Trump agenda, you want to advance America first, we need real fighters like Ken Paxton, not John Cornyn.
We're going to go live to the stage as soon as Ken Paxton comes out. We've gotten the heads up that it may be here at any moment. Jack Postovic, your thoughts about this entire thing, particularly this bloodbath that's going to occur. Also, there was a hint by Rubio and others tonight might be the big push, the big wave we would see in an attack in Persia. Anything happening?
Well, I can certainly take a look. We're not seeing too much out of there right now. Of course, it's starting to be now morning over in that part of the world, the Middle East region, the Gulf region. We did actually see, interestingly enough, Southcom announce a joint U.S. Ecuadorian operation against what they call designated terrorist organizations inside Ecuador. So President Trump launching this Southcom operation against what I can only assess to be one of these cartels, these foreign terrorist organizations operating out of Ecuador earlier tonight. And we're seeing some footage that came out of helicopter insertion teams. We're looking at potential boots on the ground, special forces. So it remains to be seen exactly what is going on in Ecuador.
Your thoughts about this runoff, because we're going to go to a runoff in the most important of all the MAGA states with the MAGA champion, Ken Paxton, but he has very little cash. He's only spent $4.5 million in this primary against $100 million from all the outside groups and leadership PACs and Senate Leadership Fund of Cornyn. And as you heard by Carolyn Wren, they're going to double down. They're going to put another $100 million, and they've had very few. The only positive ad I heard them to see was an ad about Sharia law, which all of a sudden John Cornyn, who hadn't done anything in 24 years, came in after 9/11. All of a sudden was the champion of banning Sharia law. So, Poso, your thoughts about this?
Let me just say, though, guys, what he just said, that works on some of these primary voters that do come out. They may not show up for a runoff. I mean, we've seen, so the money does help. There is a look, but there, if you don't have a ground game, it's a problem, because you could end up, hold on, let me mute him a little bit. You could end up like, I'm thinking of a situation like Cassidy versus Guest. Cassidy actually won. He ran into a runoff with Guest, but he won. That was for Mississippi 3, but he didn't have a ground game. And Guest buried him. Well, the Congressional Leadership Fund came in with Kevin McCarthy and buried him. Spent money that should have been spent, by the way, going after, Hillary Shokin, or at that time Spanberger, who's now the governor of Virginia, going after David Gillio, going after Joe Kent. They spent this money doing that instead of going to save rhinos, instead of spending them against Democrats. So, that money, it's like, I'm not trying to insult anybody here, but I think we all know who I'm talking about, that kind of Republican primary voter who's just watching Fox News, and then Cornyn's ads come up and just boom, 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 boom. If you were in Texas at all in the last month, you know what I'm talking about. It was incessant. It wasn't just his campaign. It was PAC after PAC after PAC, just slamming Paxton. Those people may not show up. All right, they may not. I mean, a lot of them are just kind of like low information. Oh, I saw this bad ad against Ken Paxton. I'm not going to vote. Paxton will need to get out the people that are so dedicated to him. Honestly, Donald Trump is killing himself, and he's killing his own voters by leaving John Cornyn in the United States Senate. John Cornyn is a conviction vote waiting to happen. So even if he does get reelected, he's a conviction vote waiting to happen. So, I mean, hold on. Wait, let me just tell with election night. I'll be done at the end of the hour. Let me just tell somebody something. I think we'll probably wrap it up. By the end of the hour, we'll have an idea here, guys, on what's going on. We'll probably, with Steve will wrap, and then I don't know if he's coming back to me or not. I'm trying to figure that out now. They'll wrap, and then I'll wrap after them. We'll have a couple of words. I'll give you what I think is like, the bottom line here tonight. While they're talking, let's just check those counties that I care so much about. They're still not there. Still not there. Let me just check. Tellerico, they're being very careful here, but I mean, this thing is cooked. Oh my God, look at Zapata. Okay, so we got Zapata, and Tellerico has 1,171 votes. Oh my God. I just want to check something before I tell you this. Actually, I have the vault. What am I doing here? But it's all right. I don't want to go jump all over the place. All right. Kamala Harris only got 1,877 votes in Zapata County and in 2024. And right here, you can see it here that Tellerico is 700 votes with a half remaining. I mean, that's insane. And there's no way, guys, there's no way that that can happen unless there are already people who voted for Trump, unfortunately, in 24, now voting in the Democratic primary. There's just no other way. There's no other way.
That's going to narrow, but this is one for everybody to follow for the runoff. But there's about 15 to 17,000 votes still out.
Yeah, there'll be a runoff. Yeah, he's right. They're just talking right now about the runoff. Gonzalez and Herrera will be in the runoff. That's humiliating. Even if Gonzalez ends up with a lead, that is humiliating for Donald Trump to have endorsed such a scumbag like that. It's unbelievable. And just so everybody understands, Zapata County, Donald Trump won 61% of the vote. And he did so with 2,970 votes, 3,000 votes. I mean, damn, guys, they're going to have that in the Democratic primary. This is a problem. This is a huge problem. They've lost these voters.
Okay, guys, hang on. We're going to go to the last segment of this hour.
All right.
Paxton's supposed to take the stage. We're obviously going to cover that.
Okay.
Commercial break here on Real America's Voice. Our election night coverage.
Okay. All right, then. Okay, they're good. So I'm muted. Okay, let's go back. It is tightening a little bit. Like I said, as the look, because they'll run out of blue. Some of these like bluer areas are holding back the votes, and you know they're going to be more Cornyn friendly. So every time some rurals come in and Paxton gets an advantage, they just pop it back. And now we're looking at like a 50,000 votes, 40,000 vote spread, which is actually less. It's about 39.8, which is about less. Oh, okay. It's not talking about. Okay. Yeah. Paxton's going to be coming out here in a second. This is good. $5 million to $100 million. Holy shit. That's so disgusting. That's so disgusting. That's just a gross amount of money, guys. All right. While we're waiting for Paxton, let me try to get through some of your comments. All right. Where was I? Crenshaw and Gonzalez both losing. All right. So what will Fabrizio tell Trump after this night? It means nothing as long as you win a short, victorious war. I know. It was just totally. The endorsement stuff is a major problem. Obviously. Would you rather have quarter terms throughout the 4 years or have it all 100% in 1 year with everyone having the same terms? That's interesting because what you're talking about is trying to find an answer to rent seeking, right? That has exploded after the ratification of the 17th Amendment, specifically in the U.S. Senate. I don't know if there's you have term limits, you have ideas like this. I don't know if there's an answer to it. That isn't so presumptuous. To make you I'm smarter than the founders. I think the founders had it right. Rent seeking was considerably less, even though you can't stop it. It was considerably less, and average tenures were considerably lower before the passage and the ratification of the 17th Amendment. That is a problem. We need to think about how red each states are, and think about how many states would pull back their rhino senators. Like, for instance, do you think Bill Nelson would have survived in Florida? No way. Bill Nelson would not have survived in Florida. The state would have recalled him. I mean, we can go over and over and over. It takes too long to get rid of these guys. And that's why the founders set it up the way they did. You don't vest power even in the hands of the voters. You don't vest power in the hands of one area too much, even if it is the hands of the voters. You just don't, because it's dangerous. And look, John Cornyn can come out and spend $100 million. Ken Paxton has 5. Congratulations, John. You spent $100 million to get 40% of the vote. You're going to end up roughly 2 points ahead of Paxton, probably 2.5, maybe. Fraud is how Tony is winning. Maybe, this is you ever notice that Republicans don't want to actually pass the SAVE Act or, there's way better reforms than the SAVE Act. You ever wonder why they fight it too? I mean,
the establishment loves to cheat just as much as Democrats. They just don't get away with it as much because they're not as smart. Democrats are smarter. Oh man, my favorite popcorn was Jam and Bean. Oh my God, that was so good. I don't use them anymore. Well, I think my code still probably works. TPP. If you guys buy popcorn from Jam and Bean, I bet you my discount code still works. TPP. For the People's Pundit, they have the best, the most like natural and clean popcorn ever. It's so good. So good. I didn't vote in the primary, but hearing Crenshaw lose is firing me up. I will vote for Paxton, not because I like him, but because Cornyn spending $100 million and losing is funny. I love you, Patrick. That's so great. I absolutely love that. Ooh, he's not talking to me, right? Oh, yeah, I'm here, Steve. I'm here.
Anything you see of interest before Ken takes the stage?
No, I mean, it's coming in. We're almost to 70% now. It is ticking down. It's 2 3/4. I mean, I think that's just basically what we're going to see. We'll end up somewhere in the ballpark of 2.5 points, maybe a little, give or take. I mean, it'll end up there. I mean, this is where this thing ends, right? And I was listening to you before. I mean, what I have to add, and some of the people over here are commenting, I mean, $100 million to get a 2-point edge. It's just think about it. It's an obscene amount of money to keep a guy who 30% of the base doesn't want to vote for anyway. And look, I'm going to say this, and I know a lot of people are probably going to lose their, you know what, but I mean, Cornyn is a Trump conviction vote waiting to happen. He is. I mean, once these primaries are over and I would just caution voters out there to think about this. Once the primary is over and they feel secure, these guys are unchained. So just, I mean, that may be something that they would put in their hat. He will vote to convict. Yes, absolutely. Never.
Let's go. Ben Berquam, you're in the room. Tell us what it's like.
Yeah, well, the energy's definitely picked up. We're cameras up on stage right now. It doesn't hurt that our very own Alex Stein, Primetime 99, is his district. He's in the house now, too. So we got a whole Real America's Voice News team in the house. But the energy's high.
Alex Stein, 99, is really funny, and even in real life, I actually think he's funnier in real life. He's a nice guy, very affable guy. He has always been to me.
Only win by 2%. It's time to go.
It's disgusting. $100 million to win by 2%. It's ridiculous.
How bloody is it going to get, and how much is that going to affect
the
general election? That's the problem. Is we end up stabbing ourselves instead of fighting the enemy. And so hopefully
that's the point.
That's it. That's it. The problem with the rhinos. So, but tonight was a rhino hunting night, and it was win for MAGA tonight.
Cliff Maloney or Richard Barris, just overall aggregate, are the Democrats going to say, when you look at the total aggregate number, are they going to be able to point to NGOs and say, we blew out the Republicans,
yes,
you got to give us some money because we can end it?
Yes.
What's the status of that?
Yeah, they're going to let me look. You know me, Steve. I always shoot it straight. They're going to be that Harry Enton clip is getting clipped right now. You'll see it tomorrow by the end of business day tomorrow. That will be in everybody's inbox. They're going to open up the checkbooks. They're going to say, this is our year. I will give Republicans this. There were a lot of voters who were Crockett only voters. There is a little bit of a silver lining here. Tallarico won the Anglo vote, which is what, you call the white vote in Texas. And he did wind up pretty decisively winning the Hispanic vote. But in some areas, it wasn't as decisive as I thought it was going to be, which is why the race remains as close as it is. And then she overwhelmingly won the black vote, which was incredible participation for her. You're not, that is not guaranteed come November. So it'd be interesting to see how much, given her comments already tonight, how much she embraces him and helps him. That will matter a lot. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they're going to have a victory. Like, they are going to smell it. They're going to smell blood in the water. They're going to run around saying, this is our year. North Carolina was already pretty ugly looking, and they're going to say, you know what? We're good over there with Cooper. We're good in Georgia with Ossoff. Let's go hard at Texas. So Texas, you got to fight. It's real.
Hey, Steve. Yeah. There were some other names that ran these same victory laps. We can go back to Wendy Davis, remember, in the pink sneakers, and her thinking that she was going to be big Victoria statewide in Texas. You got Robert Beto O'Rourke, who also was supposed to have the big victories here. They've been telling us they're going to take Texas for a really long time. And every year, I think Richard would confirm, each year, Rich, it seems, I mean, you've been on with me on election nights where Texas margins get bigger and bigger and bigger, it seems, over the last 10 or 12 years over Democrats, Rich.
Well, for Trump, and in the Trump, like for Trump, this is what I would caution everybody. Ted Cruz, he got saved by MAGA in 2018. And this is why I brought up that Cornyn vote. Because, you know, what you can expect out of John Cornyn, because the atmosphere in 2018, we knocked off Bill Nelson in Florida. I remember, I mean, it was a feeling that if Democrats take the Senate, then we won't be able to defend the president. And I think we're going to need to resurrect that sentiment really soon.
Stitch, have they had in the past?
They've never done this. No, Steve, never.
Deranged about Trump. Isn't that their motivating force? They've never had somebody they despise as much as President Trump and his MAGA base. Isn't that the reality here?
Look, I get paid a lot of money to do this, but I'm going to say something that most people out there know. This is the problem with Democrats across the entire country, including Texas. Yeah. They have nothing. They have nothing but we hate Trump. We are deranged over Trump. They have no policies. They have no ideas. You're going to run on reparations. I don't think that's going to work in most of the country. It certainly isn't going to work in Texas. So you're spot on, Steve. And Real America's Voice doesn't need to pay me a lot of money to tell you that Trump derangement syndrome is everywhere, including Texas. When it comes to
we're going to take a short commercial break. I think we're not. We're going to blow the break. Okay, fine. Fantastic. I want to just give for our viewers, Reuters is breaking. Jack Pasova, why don't you jump in here? Brandon Weichert's been talking about our stocks being drawn down on weapon systems and ammunition. Reuters is breaking a story exclusive. Defense executives plan to meet at White House as strikes on Iran diminish stockpiles. Jack Pasovic, this is a big one. The Koreans are already telling us, hey, guys, you bait and switch us. You can't take back the THAADs. We can't give up the Patriots. The Japanese are about to say that. It looks like we may be drawing down everything in defense of Taiwan to funnel into Iran. Now Reuters is reporting that a meeting of defense executives is going to be there about how you got to ramp up, what we have to do to salvage what we got, and how you got to ramp up, as Natalie Winter said, how you going to ramp up production immediately, sir.
Well, Stephen, this is the issue, right? This is what preparations for a long war would entail, and a long war would.
For those of you who watch the show, you know this has been a big concern of ours. We've deindustrialized, and we cannot. Yes, Jack's right. Yep. Let me turn it up for you guys to hear.
Length about the need for reindustrialization. It's all about bringing the supply chains back to America's heartland and reshoring this with America's manufacturing infrastructure. Secretary Besson's talked about this. The entire administration's talked about this. Yeah. But at the same time, Steve, reality is still reality. This is the same problem the United States had when we were backfilling so many of those interceptors, so many of those Patriot systems for Kiev. And I would be on here on War Room Proper, talking about this over and over about how those Patriot systems were so expensive and how it was causing so much of a struggle for the United States to get those out. And that was just against the Russians. Now we're doing this against the Russians, where the United States is becoming the supplier for the Ukrainians against the Russians, the entire region of the Gulf nations against the Iranian war machine, and protecting our own bases in the region, not to mention, by the way, of course, the ballistic missile defense of the United States Navy for 2 aircraft carrier strike groups, one in the East Med and then one off the coast of Chabahar. So again, Steve, at the end of the day, as much as they want to push efforts for this, they might even see the Defense Production Act get rolled up. At the same time, there's still hard and fast realities of the outshoring of America's manufacturing base that are going to come to bear here.
Hey, Steve, can I just push back just a little bit?
Yes.
So I believe, watching what Trump has done over the last year to set up the coalition in the Middle East and everything he's done with China to get China basically out of the way for this, Trump knew what he was going to do. I think he's already been building up the stockpiles. You know, he tripped out.
I wish I was as confident as Stint Grant over here.
This isn't Reuters. Reuters would want to put this story out that, oh, the defense contractors are running to the White House. We're going to be out of ammunition. This is going to be a terrible war. I don't believe Reuters. I believe Trump may be meeting with executives, but I don't believe this nonsense that we're out of munitions. I think Trump has spent the last year building up a stockpile.
I'm just going to quote it. The Trump administration plans to meet with executives from the biggest U.S. defense contractors at the White House on Friday to discuss accelerating weapons production as the Pentagon works to replenish supplies after strikes in Iran and several other recent military efforts. 5 people familiar with the plan told Reuters. Look, don't get me wrong. He's been doing what he can, but as Natalie walked through today, and Poso just did, the defense industrial base hasn't caught up with that. I mean, it's in the beginning stages of his turnaround of our defense industrial base to meet demand. But we have, I mean, if you look at what we've done over the last year as far as these wars go, I mean, you've got this massive war in Ukraine, you've had a massive war in Gaza, and now you've got a massive campaign in Iran. That's just going to do some progress. So I agree with you. Go ahead.
Just be careful, because the media is going to want you to believe that the American military is now somehow running out of its oomph and we're going to be in trouble and no munitions. But I agree we could stretch thin. I do.
But Stinch, this was it's an open secret in the Pentagon.
Yeah.
That Raising Cane and others were about this whole effort. We're saying, hey, hang over a second. What do we actually have here, and what are we doing? I mean, they did 5 people familiar with this have put this out. I'm not saying this was ill planned, but the fact are you're using a lot of ammunition to do this, and we've already given. Look at this is why Posobiec and I were so down on this Ukraine situation.
Well, and
because the simple fact that go ahead.
And just one factor, if I could add, is that I think one of the pieces that has been added to this is that Iran is the one that expanded the chessboard into not just U.S. bases, but into our Gulf partners as well.
The 5 fingers.
It's not just the U.S. bases that they need to support the defense for. It's also going to be all those bases around. You're looking at Qatar. You're looking at Jebel Ali down in the UAE. You're looking at Dubai. You're looking at Bahrain as well, writ large, as well as Riyadh. And they're taking hits as well. The U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, one of the CIA stations, just got hit there. So they're using everything they can to really pound these air defense systems that may have been look, they just need to be backfilled. There's no question.
Stench, what is your happen? Oh, it takes. I think you've got to ramp. I mean, I think it takes a while to ramp this stuff up. They've been trying to go as much full production 24/7, Jack, haven't they? Since we knew we had these problems with Ukraine. I mean, the Ukraine war in Biden's last 2 years, I mean, we just fed into the Ukraine nonstop, Jack. Isn't that the thing that really got us behind the 8 ball here?
Well, that was the initial precursor for it, yes. And that, of course, started under Biden, not under President Trump. That probably wouldn't have even started if President Trump had been there in office. But yes, that's what really got the ball rolling. And that was the last time that they were talking about potentially moving some of these THAAD systems, these high altitude air defense systems from the South Korean peninsula over to the Middle East, or excuse me, the European theater, and now potentially down to the Middle East theater.
Can I just add something here, Steve, real quick? I mean, we're doing election night tonight. Dan Crenshaw went down. I mean, this is why it's important Dan Crenshaw went down. When Donald Trump's trying to negotiate an end to the war in Eastern Europe, you had people like Dan Crenshaw who are all for this. This is what they do in Congress. This is their business, right? So this is why it's important that, voters, Crenshaw is a scout, but voters keep doing this, because when the president is out there trying to negotiate an end from this, there's constant pressure from these rhinos on Capitol Hill to keep these missiles flying. And this is the end result of that. I mean, there's got to be realistic about what we can do around the world. And some of these representatives are not.
Ken Paxton's taking the stage right now. Let's go ahead and cut to the stage and Ken Paxton for his comments.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your Attorney General and the next United States Senator for Texas.
You guys want to hear Paxton? I muted it, but I imagine you want to hear Paxton. All right. They'll take it out after this anyway, but let's hear what Ken has to say. Texas first. That's good. I mean, he's got, you know, he spent 5% of what Cornyn spent. That's insane. That's crazy. And I just want to look at the results here as we're coming in. It's actually getting less. Let's re-up it. Come on. Get your votes. Let's go. It's 2.38 now. Paxton is starting to chip away.
Well, you know, John Cornyn said he was concerned about a bunch of radicals who were going to show up to vote today. It looks like you all showed up. I want to start by thanking my kids and my grandchildren for their constant love and support. I think I speak for every parent and grandparent in this room when I say this. Our children and their future are what we are fighting for every single day. For us, this is about saving America for the next generation. I want to take a moment to thank you all and every supporter across the state who has taken the time to volunteer, to vote, to get involved in this critical fight. And thank you to the Paxton Patriots for dedicating your time and your resources to support this effort and help us get our message out all across Texas. Yeah, baby! Together with your support, we just sent a message loud and clear to Washington. We are not going to go quietly, and we are not going to let you buy the seat. I want to tell you the last time I felt this kind of energy in one room, I was actually at Mar-a-Lago when President Trump announced he was running again in 2024. I don't know if you remember, but it was right after the midterms and everyone was turning on the president. The establishment, the media, and most Republican elected officials.
He's doing this on purpose.
Were lining up against him.
He's doing this on purpose. I just want to tell you, obviously.
I was proud to fly to Mar-a-Lago and be one of the only elected officials in America, along with my good friend Congressman Troy Nehls, who stood with the president the night he announced his campaign. Troy and I, along with everyone else there, knew something special was happening that night. And we were right.
Not that I want to interrupt, Ken. I just want to answer Pink's thing here because it is getting kind of late. Any insights into the Iowa primary? I mean, this is what you see. Oh, Barnes is in here. Holy shit. Barnes, how long have you been waiting, bro? All right. You know what? I'll tell Steve I got to go, bro. All right. All right. I've been, holy shit. I had no idea. I did not even hear a beep. Damn. Okay. Let me tell him I gotta go because that's about it. All right. Okay, I'll just leave. I had to leave. I just gotta go, guys. All right. Sorry. I know you guys probably wanted to well, probably not. You'd rather hear Barnes, you know? Like, hey. Well, listen, let me just get this question out. Look, it's always worth fighting. So, like, you know, get on that call list, do your thing. Now you see the overwhelming power of money that is, I mean, Paxton had $5 million, guys. He had $5 million and he got a, you know, Cornyn's PACs and his campaign combined. You're talking about $100 million they threw at him, all to get a 2-point lead so far, Robert, which I, by the way, don't think is likely to hold. I think it's probably going to be dead even when this is over, but or very close to. Yeah, I mean, they're asking me for final thoughts. I'm just going to tell them I had to drop off. I did have to drop off. I ran into a hard out. Was just about to text. All right. Yeah, I mean, it's coming up on that anyway. Yeah, I mean, always worth fighting, right, Robert? What are your thoughts tonight, Robert?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think Jim Carlin, you know, is doing the Lord's work up there in Iowa. We had him on with Viva yesterday. By the way, we went through the 1776 Law Center items, and he was yes, 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 and absolutely yes. So so good on that. So give me the rundown. So what is the is it 40-40-20? Is that where it's about?
Yeah, let me put it up as big as it's actually 40. All right, let me exactly say 42.52 to 40.6. If I refresh it, you guys will see that it'll update on the right. It's now 1.9. So it was just 3.5. You know, it's going to keep falling. Texas is a huge state, guys. So, you know, there's all these little counties that come in. The only thing is, like, Robert, I see things like in Lubbock. I would have expected Paxton to carry Lubbock. He lost the early vote. We didn't get hardly any election day vote. Ooh, there you go again. By the way, it's even closer now. He's going to start filling in these eastern counties as the election day comes in. He'll take over Harris. But like Lubbock is still 3,000 votes. Some of it did surprise me. You know, I mean, the bottom line is that's money, a lot of money. And San Antonio, I thought Paxton would do better there, although there is election day vote. It's just, you know what happened? And I know people are like, what are you talking about, Rich? There's so many votes there. It's not enough. It's not enough when you're running up against the establishment. When they go against the Democrats in November, they're going to have a ton of money. North Carolina, we got our ass kicked. That seat is gone. Roy Cooper's going to win. I don't want to say that's true. I live here, but Whatley's vanilla. I'm sure he's a very nice guy. I loved him for RNC chair. I don't love him for my Senate candidate. He's not strong enough. They should have put money behind Morrow. Trump sitting on the sidelines and letting Tony and Chris run their dirty campaigns against every good MAGA candidate in this country is fucking everything up, Robert. It's fucking, and it's depressing turnout. Let me show you something because you're like, you get it. I am like trying to constantly explain. You probably might have heard me on the show before. I'm trying to explain to them about Zapata County. Look at how many votes there are in Zapata County for Republicans. There's exactly 36 votes. Okay. This is a county that Donald Trump won, and he won it with 61% of the vote with 2,970 votes. If we go to the Democrats, here's Zapata. They already have as many votes. And by the way, there's still more out. They have as many as Kamala Harris won the entire 2024 election. Those and oh wait, though, let me just show you one more. Here is Star. Finally, Tallarico has 3,400 votes in Star. Crockett has 1,500. Hassan has 440. In 2024, guys, Donald Trump won Star County by 16 points after losing it by 5 in 2020, and he won it with 2,970 votes. Kamala Harris only got 9,487 votes. Kamala Harris only got less than 7,000. She got 6,860 or something. Look at Starr County. My point, and by the way, it's only 45% reported. My point is they're putting up numbers that only make sense if you realize Trump's Hispanic coalition is voting back Democrat again. That's what's going on.
In fact, I was going to ask you whether that might explain Tallarico's surge.
It is.
In the Hispanic vote. That it's the Trump voter rejoining, which I'm disappointed about because I lost my bet on Crockett. But say la vie, golly gee, you can never mind. I was going to say something that'd be politically correct.
yeah, I think I get it.
In the boxing ring, I always bet on the black guy, but not always in elections. Just saying.
That's right.
Yeah, but I was like,
for him.
Because it looks like the white vote he didn't get by 50. He might have got, Austin he got by 50, but like others more like 30, 35. 20, the black 20, vote, 30, she won by 70, 80, 85. Held the Dallas base, which is coming, but it was the Hispanic vote, losing that by 20, 25. Yeah. And that the best explanation for it is it's a surge of voters who voted for Trump in 2024 because Tallarico's the more moderate, populist type guy that would appeal to that kind of Hispanic voter, rather than you're just locked in, always dead to right Democratic Hispanic voter. Man, if Tallarico Corbin, despite who was that guy saying the dumb stuff? The guy saying, we're secretly, we got all the weapons up and going. Texas, all they got is TDS. Democrats.
That's Grant, bro. He's a nice guy. I love him, but he's way too optimistic. It reminds me of Larry Schweiker. I don't want to insult Grant. Grant is way nicer, and Larry is like total boomer delusional. All right, but Larry and I used to be very kind of close. But like he just goes, this happened. He did this to me in 18. Yeah. He did it to me in 20, and then he's my best friend again when it's a good Republican year, and I'm the only one putting out honest polls. Like I'm tired of being treated like that, bro. Like it's over
over now. I'm not, you can't call me anymore and ask me for my insight. You can't call me anymore and ask me to give you a number for somebody. Like, blow me, bro. I'm over it. I warned you, stupid boomers. You didn't listen. And now we're going to get fucking destroyed. Robert, we're going to get destroyed.
Yeah, that's the other question I had.
We're going to get destroyed.
In general, what's the total? Does it look like Democrats will outvote Republicans?
Yes. Yes. Republicans. Well, I'm hoping upon hope, because I've seen this before, where Republicans, because it's like rural trickles in, like, you know, the estimated projection of what's remaining isn't Democratic, it's disproportionately Republican, and election day, of course, gets counted later. The problem is there's still a ton of blue out. So if you look at the Democrats right now, they're at 1.85 million, and Republicans are at 1.6 million. Republicans are about estimated 70% out. I mean, 70% reported. Democrats are only an estimated 67 reported, bro. And by the way, Cornyn's lead is now only 1.7. I told you that's going to happen. We're fucking done. Harry Enton's clipping the clip right now. It'll be live tomorrow on CNN. Historic. Democrats outvoted Republicans. And look at, golly gee, Mr. Beaver. You know, Harry does that. Harry does that shit. Look at North Carolina, where Cooper put up 180,000 more votes. Let me just tell you real quick. Golly gee, boy. Holy schmoly, Batman. All right. This is the shit you're going to hear. And the Democrats are going to get their fucking checkbooks out. Bro, they're taking Texas this year. I'm telling you, if it's right now, if the vote happened right now, I just spoke, and I don't think he cares. I invited him on, and I think he's scared of the audience, right? And he was like, no, thank you. Love you guys. Bye. I'm like, you want to come on, Mr. Vice President? You want to talk about, you want to give us your analysis for tonight? He's like, please tell me that this isn't like that. He said, please tell me that primary vote is not predictive of general election. And I said,
it is in the state of Texas.
It is in the state of Texas. And I said, in these battleground states, it is. Yep. North Carolina's gone. And by the way, I tried when I was there, I was like, listen, Watley, nice guy. You have to get behind Morrow. Your endorsement team is making a fortune off of the end of our movement, your fucking movement. You're killing it. You know, like, your endorsement team is going to live fat on the hog while you fuck your voters. Like, you know me, I don't shy, bro. I don't do, which is why half the damn town doesn't like me, or more than half. 98% of them don't like me. You know, what am I talking about? Half, 98, 99. They can't stand me because I don't shy. I don't cower. Nobody intimidates me. I don't give a fuck what your name is, your last name is. You're not as smart as me. I've yet to meet, like, there's you and like maybe like a few other people. I super respect their brains. Not many others, bro. They're not smart. They're stupid. Like, I watched them mock Tallarico's ending statement today, his closing message. What did I do? I sent it to you. And I said, look at them laughing at him. He's going to fucking rock us. What are you talking about? That, you know, we polled that message. It's universally fucking supported.
And that's what they're saying. All they can run on is TDS. No, that's not what Democrats are running on. What? They're running on Epstein class versus the working class.
Maybe I should play it so people see it.
Yeah. And especially, you know, as charismatic as this kid is, he was popular with Joe Rogan. I wouldn't rule this kid out for a quick presidential run. If he wins in Texas,
he's going to be an overnight star. If he wins, he will be the hero of the Democratic Party. Texas has been their white whale forever. And what I love Grant, but what he's not understanding, he's like, I've heard this with, remember, what's her name? Wendy Davis. They didn't outvote you, bro. This has never happened, okay? It's never happened. Never. And not when it's an open versus open, like competitive versus competitive, guys. Like, sometimes they did outvote because, of course, we were just renominating somebody, right? Like, that's different. But when it's this kind of situation, this is highly, highly, highly predictive of general election outcome. We're in deep trouble. We are in significant trouble. Like, when, bro, like, let me just play this clip and then I'll bring it back. I mean, I didn't think like people would listen to it and make fun of it, and they did. All right, guys, I'm going to just share it. So, like, screen share it so we can sit here and watch it.
There is something broken in America. That's because the most powerful people in the world want it that way. Billionaires who want us fighting each other instead of fighting them. They spend so much time and energy keeping us angry and divided by party, by race, by gender, by religion, to keep us from realizing that there is far more that unites us than divides us. Because our unity is a threat to their wealth and their power.
All right, I'm just going to stop right there. You get the gist? That's the People's Pundit's message.
Yeah.
That is the People's Pundit's right-wing populist message. They literally stole it out of the People's Pundit playbook. That is Donald Trump's message. Don't you guys hear it? Don't you see it? They co-opted it. We're screwed. We're seen as the Epstein class and the warmongers.
And people forget, Texas is a long Democratic populist streak. You go way back.
Yes.
Remember old Jim Hightower?
Oh,
he said
yes.
he said, learning. He goes, I learned how power operates, and it's kind of like watching a monkey climb a tree. It doesn't get any prettier. He had all these old school lines. The one Hightower that LBJ wanted to get whacked because he wanted him to be sitting up there with the in the open car seat. But there's a deep. East Texas used to be as populist Democrat as you get. It is massively flipped to Trump in the MAGA era. But the thing that concerns me is we're seeing suburban return to the Democratic Party.
Yes.
Hispanic return to the Democratic Party.
Under
Black
30
vote
black.
return to the Democratic
Under
Party.
50 black, excuse me.
And we're seeing depressed Republican turnout in places like West Texas and East Texas. And that's exactly the recipe for a disaster. And people forget Texas they thought was trending Democrat. Well, because Beto almost won. He only lost by 3 in a +8, +7 national electoral environment. And if you look at where things are going, it may be a +10.
And
if you just look at it,
because MAGA wanted to come out and save Trump. They didn't want
Yes.
conviction votes. Trump is burned with his base right now. Nobody wants to hear it, but it's true. Maybe he would have given himself some credibility back if he had the to come out and endorse Paxton, who's been by him every step of the way. Paxton almost went to jail. Paxton almost got impeached, and he sat by because he was doing the easy thing and counting his friggin' votes in the states, in the Senate for a conviction. Let me tell you something right now, Mr. President. John Cornyn's going to vote to convict you. He is going, and Steve Bannon
he's an old Bushite. The Bushites still despise Trump. Even when the more he does their bidding, the more they can't wait to both demand more and then stab him in the back.
I watched that show that you said. What did you say? You said the name of the show. You knew the name of the show Laura was talking about. We're like, you're that guy. It's so true. She was like, look, here it is. I'm like, show it to me. Let me see. Oh my God, that's me. Like that's oh my God, that's my life. All right. Yeah. I equated it the other day, like a couple weeks ago, to locals. And Alex, I love Alex Alon. He's he free solos, right? It's like you feel like you're watching Alex climb El Capitan, but you know the future, and that he slips on pitch 27, and like you're like, Alex, stop climbing, please stop climbing, Alex, don't go to pitch 27, like because you already know what's gonna happen, and God forbid anything happens. I love him. I'm not saying, but like that's the way I feel. Like your palms are sweaty. You're like, God, you idiots, listen, and they don't, and now we're here. We're here now. This is horrible.
No doubt. What is fun is Crockett is accusing the Democratic Party of rigging the election.
Robert, they go into the court, bro. They make the same arguments you've made, others have made, and they get remedy. They get relief. It's because the Democrats are making the argument. And Republicans go in there, ask for the same damn thing, and they don't get it, bro. I'm taking this tie off. It's after show hours. The hell with this tie. I'm choking for hours here.
Oh, I did also love it's astounding to me, but I have no doubt that Trump really believed this. Everybody in the geopolitical space, you could talk about Daniel Davis, you could talk about Colonel McGregor, you could talk about Judge Napolitano, you could talk about Glenn Deason, you could talk about the Duran. Everybody knew. Doomberg was writing about this since last summer. We have a shortage of interceptors. Our entire military industrial complex builds over-expensive products that take forever to build, especially in a hauled-out industry. You cannot just turn that on. You just can't. Russia can go fast at scale.
Chinese are choking you over rare earth minerals.
Oh, especially exactly that. But what happens when they push that button? Because we decide to go out and brag to everybody how we're going to cut off Iranian oil from China. Okay, China just says, bye-bye rare earths. Good luck making those missiles. Good luck making those radars. Good luck making those planes. We're already flying around with some of our planes that have things substituted.
You see Jack, because he knows.
Yeah, Jack understood. Jack was like, no, we're not going to be able to do this up. And then I forget who the other guy was. Like, oh, yeah, he's probably got super secret plan. Sorry, bro. No, we don't. Trump just ignored everybody who told him this. We're the certain estimations by a wide range of geopolitical analysts is we could run out in some of these locations as by the end of the week. I mean,
you're not going to like this. I spoke to you-know-who today. Very frustrated. All right. Especially since he suddenly is being blamed in certain fake Twitter accounts as being the one who suggested this mass war, right? Yeah. When he was
and they know he can't come out publicly and say otherwise.
He can't say anything. He can't.
Trump left him behind for a reason. Yeah. That was as big a visual signal as you could get. I was telling people tonight at the Bourbon, on the locals, I was like, we heard when he was up there that Trump was getting a little King Learish. And I mean, I met with several different people who told me that. They're like, he's starting to get a little off, and he doesn't want to hear any negative news at all. No. He's starting to live in his own he's like one of those Arab dictators. It's like, I don't want to hear any bad news. No, the Baghdad Bob, they're not here while the tank goes in the background. He's really bought into all this nonsense. Like, I didn't think they would attack the other Gulf bases. Iran has been predicting that for a year. They said, here's what we're going to do if you attack us again. Here's what we're going to do if you attack us again. And it's like, golly gee, they did it. And then the Ayatollah's son is the new Ayatollah, whose baby girl just got killed with his father in the attack, who already hated America.
She's like, we just radicalized a whole new, like they weren't, this were the people who weren't radical. You just murdered his child. What do you think he's going to be now? A whole new generation, because it's not just him. You have families hiding and getting bombed and losing family members. And it's like, this is how we radicalized Al-Qaeda. This is what we did. We thought we were helping people and we radicalized. Well, we didn't think that's bullshit, but you know what I'm saying? Like the people thought we were, and we ended up doing way more damage, creating way more enemies. And this is what it was explained to me today. Like out of frustration, they just let it out. They're like, he's like a degenerate gambler he thinks he's on a hot streak. And you're like telling him, bro, like every hand's bust. Like, like every hand is a bust. And he was flatly told that this is not, he gambled, bro, that this would be 24 to 48 hours. He gambled it. And by the way, you see, CBS is just not even a good faith actor anymore.
I love their YouGov panel manipulation.
You see their manipulation poll? Yeah.
Well, it's what you're talking about. We talked about throughout 2024. It was so aggressive. So, okay, we'll take the same YouGov panel that just said everybody hates the war, and we'll manipulate it at CBS and pretend everybody loves the war. The same panel from the same organization a day later. I mean, at least insider advantage has the balls to just admit they're making it up. You know what I mean?
48. You know what we got in tracking tonight? 48% strong disapprove. 48%. Do you remember we asked the war question again? We've been tracking that. You remember, like for our poll, the one we did together, it was like 70% very important to avoid war. Do you remember that? It's now let me look. Because it may have changed since. How important do you believe it is for the U.S. to stay out of war? Very important is 42%.
That's up from 30.
Yes. And somewhat important is 44. So it's 76 because it's like
86.
It's 7. Well, 30, 32, 44. But with
I got 32. Okay.
Yeah, but with the other decimals, it'll be 77. So it'll be up to 77. Who do you trust more to keep the U.S. out of wars? What did we get? Democrat plus 6, right? Yeah, it's not Democrat plus 10.
Wow. And it's only going to keep going up. Yeah. This is going to be worse than 06. These numbers are worse than 06.
At this rate, it will be. Yes, it'll be worse.
All those Hispanic House seats are gone. Can you imagine all that idiotic redistricting that Texas did? Oh, yeah, the Hispanics will stay with us. Yeah, they only changed in the last 4 years, but they're going to just come back when we decide to betray Hispanic working class populism. There'll be no problem. How many Hispanics are going to start coming back in body bags from this crap? I mean, unbelievable.
Man, do you think that Israel has too much control over Donald Trump? We just asked it. Do you think Israel has too much influence over U.S. foreign policy under Donald Trump?
just enough influence or none at all. It's actually now up to 58. Oh my God. When I looked before, it was 52 and now it's 58.
The
Bro,
whole world knows he's BB's bitch. The
Yeah,
whole world knows it.
Bad. Do you think that Donald Trump, would you say the Trump administration has clearly explained the reasons and goals for the U.S. taking military action against Iran? 62% no. And then do you support or oppose the rally effect? Got support barely to 30%, bro. This is so bad. They're just faking shit. Let me say this out loud because I'm done with this. I can't be spending 10 years just attacking left-wing pollsters. They're faking shit. They are faking it. Everyone is faking it. From the left, from the right. What is the one thing they agree on? It's the same thing with COVID. The one thing they agreed on, right? And they all fake the polls to help and make it look like it. Meanwhile, they bumped his approval rating. CBS was one of the worst approvals for Trump. And now all of a sudden it's at 44 again. They're so full of shit. They're so full of shit. It's not even funny, bro.
But I think, Trump is like that Arab dictator type that only wants to hear good news. Shuts out bad news.
Flattered.
Wasn't it either the chairman or one of the key people, the Joint Chief of Staff, who said no, and so he fired him?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, well, thank God. Really, what these Vance has got going for him, he can't be fired. I mean, Trump can absolutely ruin everything around him and burn the whole building down. But at least he'll still be there, JD. I laugh because what else can you do when the world is burning? You might as well have a drink.
We might as well have a drink. If Cornyn wins, I'm putting real money on Tallarico. You should, because
absolutely. Tallarico will beat Cornyn with easy. He'll be tight with Paxton, but he will whip Cornyn.
Yes, and I'm telling you guys, I mean, some in South Carolina, Robert's seen it too. It's not just a Cornyn problem. It's like this. Like Jack and I were talking about it earlier today too, going over some numbers. Like 20% of MAGA just disappeared. 18% it is. They just vanished already. And the rest of them that are left are not going to hold their nose and vote for Cornyn. You will have 30% who will stay home, and that's it. And by the way, it's almost identical. It's like 2 points less than Lindsey Graham. Like, that's it. And this is what we do, bro, that other pollsters don't do well. It's not just, who are you going to vote for? The entire point of Big Data Poll, and I don't want to give away too much here, what we really do is not decide. We figure out who really is going to vote, and that changes based on candidate matchups. It was the same thing we were, during the 24 nomination. If Nikki Haley is the nominee, this is what the electorate will look like. If Ron DeSantis is the nominee, this is what the electorate will look like. If Donald Trump is the nominee, this is what the electorate will look like, and this is why only Donald Trump can win. And back in 2016, guys, to give you an idea, do you remember when they were putting out polls showing like Bush is the only one who could beat Clinton and Trump was getting like railed by 8? It's because those pollsters aren't doing that. They're asking the same group of people that they talk to, who are you going to vote for? It changes based on who is the candidate. And that is something I'm just not willing to say anymore, because screw them. I'm not giving them my, but that's what matters. And I'm telling you, we will get annihilated if John Cornyn is the nominee. That Paxton's got issues, but like Cornyn has like Perot fracture times 30. Like, you know what I'm saying? Or more times 33%. 33% more Perot fracture is what we're seeing with these candidates. And I think, Robert, I think we are going into a dark, like that. We're the period, what we talked about yesterday on the show. We are. There's no other way to. I want to like let those guys have their fun, bro, and talk. But there's no putting lipstick on this pig. This is bad. Republicans are in deep, deep trouble. The right, the American right, is about to be put in political exile. All right, and I woke up to messages like. It started dawning on people today. And like I woke up, I showed Mark Mitchell, I think I had like 30 messages from congressmen staffers, administration people. And they're just like, what's the way out? There is no way out now. There's only thing you could do is shorten the darkness. Well, yes. I told you the way out 6 months ago. You didn't listen. Now you know, and now you want a way out? Why don't you listen to your people who called everybody panicans? Why don't you go listen to them? Like, dude,
Yeah.
it's so disappointing.
On the good news, Dan Crenshaw, One-Eye McCain, is gone. Bye-bye, One-Eye McCain. He can go get drunk in Mexico and threaten to fight people everywhere. So
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing. It's so juicy. And then we called this All Eyes on Texas. Oh God. Woo.
So at least as good as.
Yeah. I mean, and look, that was one part. It's like the one thing about the missile debate that on that segment, it's like Dan Crenshaw is one of the reasons why we have a missile shortage. He's a perfect example of this. So thank God he's gone. You have Donald Trump trying to, I remember, and David Giglio was texting me as I was doing that segment. I remember, David remembers going back to like Lindsey Graham and Dan Crenshaw and Tom Cotton and all them. Trump's trying to end the damn war and they're undermining him. They're making public calls for more funding for Ukraine. They're undermining him while he is trying to put leverage on Zelensky. And it's like, now he got those rockets, Robert. He got those missiles. He got those interceptors. Now look, we need them. And then you have the president in a truly humiliating fashion vetting his frustration on Truth Social this morning over Zelensky getting those missiles, right? Did you see that? It was humiliating, bro.
Well, did you forget that? I mean, the thing is, Trump is so transparent with his truths these days. It was like last time they ran war. Remember, he's like, "Oh God, build, get the oil. We got to drill, baby, drill." As he figured out they were going to close the Straits of Hormuz, which we had predicted, but he had convinced himself what had happened last time. Somehow he convinced himself it wouldn't happen this time. Yep. But you can say he's like, "Oh no, we got plenty of weapons. We can do a forever war." No, we don't. We're about to run out in a week or two. We're running out of tomahawks. We're running out of everything. And Iran has been patient. Build, drill, make all these little missiles, all these drones, all these cheap technology, and they got them in 100 underground bases all over their mountainous region. Most of them, their best weapons, they haven't even used yet. They're just exhausting all our interceptors because they figured it out last time. Oh, you guys are running low on interceptors. Yeah. Okay. You keep sending them to Ukraine. Good luck with that. That's why he's begging the South Korea. Is like, hey, screw you, South Korea. I hope Kim Jong-un's in a good mood. We're going to grab your stuff and we're out of here. Yeah. Hey, China, hope you don't take Taiwan. Pretty please. While we're out of here.
Yeah, pretty please.
Poor Albert Colby. He had to be in front of the Senate today. And they're like, doesn't this, your national security strategy that Trump himself signed off on said you're not going to do Middle Eastern regime change interventions. And he's like, well, this isn't technically that. And it's like, aren't you intervening on behalf of Israel? He's like, well, yeah, I guess.
Bro,
poor guy.
Bro, Trump comes out, tries to back that up earlier. It's ridiculous, bro. Like the New York Times reported it, the Washington Post reported it. It's like, of course, I don't give any credence to these papers, but I know the truth. And then Rubio comes out, they try to paint it as a misstep, and Mike Johnson comes out 30 minutes later and says the same thing. Like everybody knows. And look at the polling. The majority of Americans think Donald Trump is BB's bitch. You just said it. It's not a nice way to put it. It's the only way to put it. It's like they were talking everyone's, because X is just another planet now. And they're like mocking Megyn Kelly. In case you didn't hear what she said, guys, she basically said, I don't support this. Those, it's sad. I feel for the family. She gave a heartfelt thing, but she also said they died for Israel. They didn't die for the United States. And by the way, Plattner, who's running in Maine, he said it. And we talked about this yesterday. Ted Cruz tried to attack him for saying he didn't, no, Plattner really is honoring them by saying it's the truth. And Megyn Kelly is honoring them by saying the truth. And if you think Americans are going to what they're really going to be offended by? The fake outrage over what Megyn said. They agree with what Megyn said. The fake outrage pretending that they died for the red, white, and blue here is what's going to really offend them. It's like, they don't even see it coming. I wish Ted Cruz was up this year. I don't like John Cornyn. He is a world-class piece of shit. We have had words, John Cornyn and I, over his by the way, it was over foreign policy. Like, I humiliated the guy. He's never read basic security studies, and he's serving as a ranking member of foreign relations committees. He doesn't know basic terminology. He didn't know what bandwagoning meant. He didn't know what free riding was. I'm like, bro, this is basic international relations. Have you? And so I eventually just started like insult. I'm like, have you ever read Man, the State War by Ken Waltz? Have you ever read The Tragedy of Great Power Politics? Like even my book club has read that on Locals. We've read that together. Like, do you know what a myth is? A myth of empire? Like he doesn't know. And this is the problem, that we have a lot of smart international relations people, and it's like the one issue. I've said this over and over again. It's the one issue where academia is right and that the world is not. And the world only takes the losers who can't defend their thesis. Mark Levin, Bill Kristol, these are jokes in the halls of academia. John Mearsheimer is a god in academia and foreign policy academia. Ken Waltz is a god. By the way, Max Blumenthal, he said it today. You had Tim Warner, or Senator Warner, Mark Warner from Virginia, come out and make a statement about our foreign policy Israel's interests are not aligned with ours. That is what got John Mearsheimer labeled as anti-Semitic. The way he phrased it. And it's just a foreign policy argument. It's called a thesis, bro. You have to defend them. This is not throwing around insults or making stupid or just flat out lies. In the case of Mark Levin, where they have intercontinental ballistic missiles with nukes tipped on them. You have to defend your case. You have to make an argument and defend it. And it has to be true. Otherwise, you won't defend it correctly. This is like the one world where that we don't use them. And all those failures, like Bruce Russett, this is the left-wing Democratic peace theorist, folks. He got laughed out of academia. That is like their Bible. And it's a failed thesis, meaning he couldn't defend it. It's unbelievable. So if you can't make it in there, you go to the State Department. Yeah, and you become like a foreign service officer. This is just nuts.
I won't say who, but you got an old buddy of mine that is one of the key spokespersons for, let's just say, a high-ranking ambassador. The guy is so stupid. The ambassador he works for, he's like, this is the nightmare. He goes, I always wanted this kind of game. He goes, this is so hard every day to just, it's like the Veep, living that, the Veep TV show. He goes, it's like living that every day. It's a bad satire. And I got to get out and explain what stupid crap he said today. I'm thinking they should lock up Trump in the movie room theater or something and let him pretend he's president and just keep him locked up and let JD take over. It would be more sanity than what we got.
Somebody said before, I think it was Cynic in Chief, who's also on the thing right now, Barnes. He said, wouldn't this be a crazy outcome that, Trump, he's just going off the rails anyway. He gets impeached, right? JD takes over. Democrats go nuts in the interim. So then JD gets to actually deliver on quite a lot of what Trump didn't because, and then he wins in 28 anyway.
It's Gerald Ford, 1976. Ford almost came all the way back from Nixon's disaster over Watergate and got that close to knocking off a very good Democratic candidate, Jimmy Carter. From Georgia, talk good old boy. I grew up in the pastorates, love Jesus. Sometimes I lust after him, but I don't do nothing. Jimmy Carter. Be honest with you, that would be the best for the country in Vance. Is if Trump, clearly he's having stress. I don't you see that whole he's getting these rashes now, and that's usually the sign of intense stress. I think at a certain level, he knows he's the one that's lost his mind. He's the one that's the traitor rather than Marjorie Taylor Greene to the MAGA cause. I think he thinks this about himself down deep, but he's having to further and further divide himself from reality to not look at that part of himself in the mirror. And that's something that's it's becoming dangerous for everybody. At some level you do got it. They're never going to 25th Amendment him, and that would cause its own issues, but it wouldn't be the worst thing if he just somehow took a vacation for 6 months. I don't know if how you could do it.
But sad to talk about it like this too, though.
It is.
It's so tragic. This guy made the greatest political comeback in American political history, only to make what we will all study. Psephologists will all study this. Political scientists will all study this.
the greatest betrayal of any campaign promise.
Of
This
himself.
is way
The greatest
worse.
betrayal of himself. The why he ran was to not be the guy he now is.
Yeah.
It's why he went through two impeachments, 4 indictments, 2 efforts to bankrupt him, 2 assassination attempts, was to not be the Bush, to not be Obama, to not be Biden. And now he's the worst of all 3 in the decisions he's making in Iran.
And just so to tell somebody in case they're spending money here, honestly, Takio, it's really a coin toss. I would love to tell. I think Paxton still does have a slight edge because they're going to run out of those votes. And then there are also some big vote centers where Paxton, like Houston and San Antonio, even where Paxton.
Well, I guess it'll be a runoff, right?
Yeah, it'll be a runoff. And I mean,
turnout will be the key. You know, I mean, so far TPUSA has done good work backing Paxton. This would be a great opportunity for them to show off their muscles.
$1 million. I'm saying 5. It's really like 4.5 million. And Cornyn and his allied PACs spent $100 million.
You know, my advice, TPUSA, make this in the Graham race the defining race. If they really want to go for it, back Massey too. But if you could get Paxton over the top against all that money, you could take Graham out with all that money. You could back Massey with all of a sudden people are going to have a whole different kind of respect for Turning Point.
I'm telling you, man,
because that's flexing real political muscle.
President's kind of humiliated tonight. He backed. Look at the House incumbents who are in trouble. Gonzalez is holding on by just 2 points. That's going to a runoff where he will almost assuredly lose. I mean, I know that he's got some base of support.
And he got some early vote before all the scandals with.
That's right. That's right. That's what I'm saying. Like he got a decent chunk of early, which is what, guys, when we just didn't have time, I had to cut in a ban. But that's why I was looking at like Bexar. This is more Democratic Hispanic, but they voted early. They probably will just not vote for him. Now, like, there's probably a lot of people, and I know because there's polling on it, who said, oh, shit, I voted for that son of a bitch. You know, I mean,
if it was up to me, if I was running the political ads, I would just this is the last person that became deeply loyal to this incumbent. Boom, and just show a woman lighting up on fire.
Yes, absolutely. Because
I mean, I would be brutal. I'd go right for it. Visual, visceral, hammer.
Yeah. If anybody doesn't know, this is a man who told his married staffer that he was in love with her, basically, had an affair with her. She was so humiliated, that he basically did the dirtiest thing, because he's married too. Like, oh no, I just made you, get on your, I was totally full of shit. She was disgraced and lit herself on fire. All right. So this is the dirtiest piece of shit kind of guy. Like, ladies, I don't know how you could, I don't give a shit what your ideology is. Have you ever been mistreated by a man like that? You know, that kind of guy who and by the way, he took his position of authority and held and used it to his advantage. He abused it. And then worse, I mean, you pretend to have feelings for somebody and then almost wreck both your marriages, wreck hers to the point where she's so disgraced. Guys, how bad have you fallen if you choose to light yourself on fire to kill yourself? There's a lot of ways to go. That's a statement. She had shame, and he is the cause of that shame. And I just don't, dude, I ever see a guy like that, I'm going to keep that to myself. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, if Trump had, how is it Trump keeps endorsing the perverts? You know what I mean? It's like you're in the middle of the Epstein scandal and you endorse a huge pervert.
Keep it up, Chris. Keep it up. Make your boss look like he's like the protector of pedophiles. Like Trump had memes where he was a crusader his first term in office, by the way, which is without Chris, who called for him to be removed from office and thrown in jail over January 6th. All right, now we have him, and this is where he steered Trump. It's just, and by the way, I just had somebody lose their shit over Chris, and I'm talking about Chris Lacivito, guys. I've been very, very
respectful up until now, but like these guys are doing generational damage to you and me and my family and our children and the future of our country. Also, they could get fat and rich. That's it. That's all that's going on here. They're not MAGA. They don't give a flying fuck about the president. They don't care. And yes, it's on the president for allowing this to go on. But, you know, it doesn't matter. I can still call out people for what they are. And it's the same thing with Davis and Chamberlain and the rest of these are people who are putting themselves, they are making bank, and they are sinking this movement, making bank. Same thing goes with the Israel First crowd, man. They knew. Here's the thing. A lot of these guys knew, and you could tell during the weekend when they were outwardly saying it on X in their quote tweets of me. They knew this would cost the party and the movement. They didn't give a fuck. They used you all. And now they're going to leave us holding their fucking mess. They're going to bail, and it's going to be worse than when Obama won. This will be way worse, guys. I'm trying to tell you, this is like political doomsday coming. And, you know, I'm not going to go quietly into that. There will be a reckoning. And I'm putting myself on that record right now, because they're not coming back, Robert. When I'm 55 and you're however old and a Republican wins again, finally, you know what I mean? They're not coming back over my dead fucking body. They're done. They're done. They're done. Mike, you better put that money that you got in a money market, bro, a high interest money market, and be super conservative and frugal with it, because that's the last fucking shit you're ever going to make when I'm done, bro. Like, that's it. Oh my God. They just look at this map. They're taking Texas. They're taking it, right? I mean, I hope that we can change this, but guys, this is not good. It does, none of this bodes well for us. This isn't close. This isn't particularly this is very clear, very clear. One job they had, get these voters. I remember talking with Newsweek after the election. I sat for an interview with Newsweek. And they were like, if you could tell the Republican Party one thing that they have to do immediately, what is it? And so, it's not even what they accomplish. It's the brand. It's the argument. They have got to make themselves look more like Trump instead of Trump look more like them. Let's be honest, everyone, and take stock. What happened? Worse. It's actually worse. Donald Trump right now to the country looks worse than a rhino GOP congressman or something. He is the leader of the Epstein class. I don't know if everyone understands what America's thinking right now. This is what America's thinking. He's the leader of the Epstein class. Go to Instagram. Every meme is about how the Epstein files is something so bad that BB's got it on Donald Trump, and that's why he got dog walked into this stupid war. It is bad. They're never voting for this brand again. Robert was right. MAGA is dead. America First will have to carry on, but Trump and MAGA, Trump's MAGA, he comes out today and lashes out at Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson. Bro, they're not the ones whose legacies are going down in flames right now. Yours is. That's
no doubt about it.
Truth, bro. And it's because it's only going to get worse, Robert. The losses are coming.
Oh, yes. No doubt about that. The Lindsey Graham is out there talking about he wants us to join attacking Hezbollah on the ground in Lebanon. Back to Beirut, apparently.
Mary, why don't you go do it, you flaming fucking Mary? I'm so sick of these guys, man. They don't lift a finger. Go do it, Lindsey.
I was thinking about it, though. Lindsey probably is, in certain respects, a lot tougher than me, because I personally couldn't take it up the ass every night.
Yeah, let's not be too hard on that guy. All right, he must have an iron rectum, bro. You know what? It's the same. What is it with these guys? Because it is with what's his name too, Mr. Greenwich Village. Like, this is the guy who's going to tell you what MAGA's thinking. He's in Greenwich Village getting his shit pushed in every Saturday night. Are you kidding me? Ladies, I'm sorry, but it is true.
Apparently, little Mike Davis liked to play a little grab ass. And not with girls' names. Not with girls or women. The foolish rabbit doesn't know boys are for girls. Yeah, I mean, it's not a surprise. There's always these Iran's government is using this. They're saying we're defending ourselves against the pedophile class. I mean, can you imagine in the middle of a war, a major media narrative for a country is, and then we were mad at the Taliban for banning sodomy. They're doing that to ban all of the boy toy abuse of young boys that happens throughout Afghanistan. That's what Taliban is doing, which we, the U.S. military, were forced to protect. Protect.
Yep.
Yes.
I'm just eating a granola bar here, guys, but Rich,
Craig, she's only getting beat badly, about 25 points amongst the Latino votes. And I think it's fair to assume that the Latino votes that are doing that are people that didn't vote Democrat traditionally or consistently, and many of them voted for Trump. And now they're flipping over. And someone asked earlier, why are we talking about the Hispanics? It's just because they were a big part of Texas and the big part of the swing vote, big part of what created the big Trump edge, because he was losing ground in the suburbs already. Yeah. It was key. The rules could only hold him up long enough if Hispanics swung to him. He got that swing. The coalition, Bannon talked about 2016. It finally worked to 2024. You lose that, the whole state's at risk. But as to the working class Anglo vote, the one I'm paying attention is in blue-collar precincts in the urban areas, but especially East Texas and oil West Texas. Now, oil may play its own role in West Texas, so maybe that will – it's one upside to oil prices skyrocketing. But the flip side is, like old East Texas is the heart, and Hill Country is the heart of populist Texas politics going way back. That's working-class whites. It's where they're not likely to see a big turnover in sense of voting Democrat. More likely what you'll have there, what we're looking at is enthusiasm. Are they turning out? Is their turnout depressed? And so far, at least the Republican turnout in those areas is flat or slightly down, while Democratic turnout is through the roof.
But that's why you can see guys here, Paxton barely ekes out some of these. It's because the early vote, that is the less Trumpy, less working class, less MAGA vote, got their banked, early vote in. And when the election day vote came in, it just wasn't enough. It was underwhelming, to say the least. All the way in South Texas, if Republicans did what I was saying, what I was stressing, what I was arguing for so long, then look at some of these votes, guys. Starr County, there's literally about 230 votes in Starr County total for Republicans. This is done reporting. There's more votes in the Democratic primary than Harris got in the 24 election. She lost this by 16 points. Trump won this with 9,000 votes. There's nothing. This is worse now that we know, and they're 95% reported. This is worse. Look at Zapata County. 79 votes, bro. 84 with Hunt.
That's back to the nadir of Republican support. And people should remember, it's called Zapata. Level. It's called Zapata County for a reason. It's named after the Mexican revolutionary Emiliano Zapata. The famous I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. So it gives you a sense of their mindset. But they were on board with true America First populism. But Hispanics also and working class blacks, the kinds that shifted over to the Republican margin with Trump, disproportionately serve in the military. Right? They're disproportionately sensitive to dumb wars.
Not to be confused with Lindsey Graham saying, which is I'd rather live on my knees than stand on my feet. Right? Don't be confused with the two. I'm just gonna trash these people. They're just the worst among us. I can't stand them. That, like you said, like, guys, that's back to like Mitt Romney. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. We're back to Mitt Romney level Hispanic support, 27%.
And expect somebody's going to be out there, and it maybe it will be an Ossoff or a Tellerico, but it may be somebody else that just looks at their success and steps into the gap that we don't even. Remember, nobody was paying attention to Barack Hussein Obama before 2008. No, not many people were paying attention to Jimmy Carter in 1974. Not many people were paying attention to even Bill Clinton by 1990. They thought he'd given up his, all the rest was over.
Realignments.
Completely.
Realignments. That's when this dark horse just comes out of nowhere and they hear it. They know it. They're smarter. They are, Tel Aviv Ted is laughing like an idiot while these people are listening. And they're like, oh, guess I'm coming right in here. Carter did that. Carter snuck right in. And it was like, no, it's not it's your version of the Democratic Party. You're a nice Southern, Christian like me. I'm going to win this thing. And he did. You got Bill Clinton. He came out of nowhere. Nobody thought Bill Clinton was anything. He was a governor of Arkansas. It was a joke back then. And then he became the comeback kid. What happened that year, guys? The Ross Perot fracture happened that year. It's always this time. Barack Obama is when that was the last time Republicans did betray like badly, and they obliterated their coalition again. By the way, you never see Democrats do this. Emulate the way that Republicans do. They never light themselves on fire. Do they lose? Sure. Do they overextend? Sure. But they overextend going after their own agenda. They never betray.
Right.
Like, when was the last time you saw that?
Well, 1966, LBJ. That's the last time
LBJ
did it for Vietnam. And what did it do? It gave the Republicans the White House for 20 of the next 24 years.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what that did. So or Woodrow Wilson in 1917, and what did that do? That gave Republican dominance for 12 years. It took a Great Depression to take him out. Otherwise, that Republican dominance would have continued unabated. Now, what do you think if clearly Paxton's speech tonight was targeted with one audience? It really wasn't Texas voters.
Nope.
It was right to Donald Trump.
It was Donald Trump.
I stood by you here. I stood by you here. I stood by you here. Does Trump have enough political IQ left in his brain to realize the best way to salvage and save Texas is now endorse Ken Paxton? What do you think?
Is it, I think it's political instincts, which he used to have. So the best, not that he had good, and he was the best. This is what's so tragic about all this. Nobody had better political instincts than Donald Trump, except for maybe his son, who also was awesome at it. But he had it. But I think there's something else going on here. And Laura and I talk about this a lot. Like, sometimes we just find ourselves talking about Trump in a way that we never thought we would. This is about political courage. This is about courage, moral and political courage. Ken Paxton had your back, not only when you were popular, when you were not, when everyone was coming for you. He went to Mar-a-Lago and put a target on his back to make sure that he stood with you. He stood side by side. And you're going to let him go down like this? All for a guy who's going to vote to convict you anyway, Mr. President. John Cornyn, along with Lindsey Graham, will vote to convict you. All right? That is, and even Bannon was like, 100%. I mean, he seems to be the only one who doesn't know this. They think Graham is going to be the Democrat whisperer to save him from the conviction vote. He's going to be side by side with them, dragging you to your political grave. You would be a fool to think otherwise. Paxton, this is it. This is make or break. And by the way, this could cost him, because Cornyn's not, I don't know how else to say this. Cornyn's not going to win. Not at this rate. Too many Republicans will not vote for him. You need Trump with people like Ken Paxton to resurrect, the corpse that is MAGA right now. You need that. I don't think he understands how bad it is out here. He needs to get out more. All he does is go from the White House to Mar-a-Lago. He doesn't stop to say shit to anybody along the way. The guy who was slaying fries at McDonald's, bro, has been long gone for a year. I mean, this is I'm sorry to be so rough, guys, but to a degree, it's like in trouble bad.
To a degree, it's kind of like Nixon 74, but at least Nixon didn't go nuts on policy. Nixon got us out of Vietnam, not stayed in or extended or continued or expanded it.
Yeah.
He even got a nuclear arms treaty for the first time with control of the Soviet Union. Yeah. You broke the Sino-Soviet connection with China. There was so many, especially in retrospect, people realize Nixon was very misunderstood by the mostly liberal academy, especially as they saw what came afterwards. But Nixon you kind of wonder whether Trump's walking around the White House talking to the portraits. You know what I mean? It's that kind of vibe going forward. The only time Lindsey Graham whispers to Democrats is when it's Cory Booker in bed. That's the only time Lindsey Graham's whispering to anybody.
Shit. Oh, man. And you know what's so funny about that? Of course it's true.
Yeah, absolutely. You know it's true. You know,
Cory Booker's another one I can't believe ever got reelected, because Cory Booker was mayor of Newark, New Jersey during the worst heroin epidemic out there. And everyone knew that Cory Booker's office was completely complacent in the heroin dealing. It completely complacent. And this guy rises up with this fake heroic story about how he saved someone from a fire. I'm like, dude, was that before or after he put the needle in his arm? Like, this is, dude, everybody knows this. And brother, this is who's going to run the show very soon. You know, that's this is why I'm being so hard on it. I tried for what now? It's March. It's actually been about 12 months since I started shooting up the flares. The stuff with Elon started to concern me. I knew that the Gaza ceasefire was ending. I saw all these lobbyists coming in and out of the door, not domestic lobbyists, guys. They were lobbying Trump starting now of last year. The Gaza ceasefire is coming to an end, Mr. President. We're going to need your help. And it was like, I could see it. They were completely redirecting him away from what was a rock star domestic agenda that had ridiculous support with under 40. It was beautiful. He was still I thought he was going to get 40% approval with black voters at one point. I really did. I was so hopeful, you know? And then I just watched it. George Bush all over again. I knew it. I could see it. George Bush, once upon a time, guys, he nominated Colin Powell and it pissed off the blob. Right, because he had Donald Rumsfeld and he ran as the guy who didn't want to be the world's police anymore. He was a national populist, compassionate conservatism. He buried neoconservatism. He ran against his own father's legacy, for Christ's sake. He did. And he gets in, made some people like, the rhinos and the blobs and the neocons happy, picking Donald Rumsfeld. George Tenet, not so much. They didn't know what to think of Tenet because Tenet didn't like conventional war. And then he picked Colin Powell, which I thought was brilliant because I'm like, oh, he wants, because he had said it during the campaign, the State Department has lost too much power to the Defense Department, and we can't have like these overwhelming personalities at the Pentagon squishing the State Department, because they're squishing negotiations, they're squishing diplomatic relations, and they're running the diplomatic show, which keeps leading to war and conflict. So, and then it was beautiful. It was beautiful. And it lasted all of what? Not long, 6 months, and that was it. It was over after 9/11, and Bush just became a totally different guy. George Tenet tried bringing him back. Colin Powell tried bringing him back. He went off the rails, started seeing himself as maybe some biblical figure who was going to kill every Muslim in the world and then bring back. I told you.
We've got these apocalyptic generals.
I told you this is real.
Oh my, they actually used it as the rah-rah speech. We're bringing in the apocalypse, everybody. Get ready. We're waging war in Iran we had generals and commanders giving these instructions to soldiers. We're going to bring in the apocalypse. Woohoo, let's go Revelations. How do they let these lunatics at those positions of influence?
I told you it's real. It was real when I was in the Army too. Some of these people cracked up. These are the people that Lou Elizondo has been trying to warn, like Congressman Tim Burchett, even Marco Rubio, who obviously entertains this shit, obviously. But he would try to, like Chris Mellon and Lou Elizondo and all the other UAP guys from ATIP, Jay Stratton, they would say, listen, we have a problem. Even when ATIP was dismantled and then Jay ran the program that came after ATIP, which was insane, they ran into this faction in the Pentagon, which everyone knows exists. It's a Ziocon faction, or just actually, I wouldn't call it Ziocon because there are leftists. They're just crazy biblical doomsday Zionists. They cut off serious analysis for years and serious investigation for years, even though it's a national security threat. The UAP phenomena, I kid you not, they know it's real. They don't care. You ready? Those are demons. We can't pay any attention to them. I wish I'm joking with you right now, Robert. This is what has been a huge roadblock to the UAP issue. And I'm telling you, hunt down Lou Elizondo, bring him on your show. He will tell you all about it. It's insane. These guys will look at you dead in the face, fucking 3 stars, 2 stars,
colonels. They will look you dead in the face and tell you you can't study this phenomena, even if it's a national security threat, because this is the devil. Like, this is crap. Could you imagine if an alien species came down here and interacted with a fucking moron like that? They would just obliterate us.
Yeah. Well, it's like Dr.
Hopeless
Strangelove,
species.
where they've replaced and Curtis bombs away LeMay, and we've just replaced them as apocalyptic lunatics who have clearly been promoted. I mean, the only thing I underestimated was Mearsheimer was absolutely right about the Israel lobby. Absolutely right. I mean, just how they have perniciously removed any conscientious, constitutionally oriented, geopolitical realist from any aspect of the State Department or the Pentagon and the military, such that all we had, and instead promoted these apocalyptic lunatics who go to John Hagee's church and probably show the missionary position of their secretary too, just like he did. I mean, it's just
Tucker take aim at that stupid fat bastard. I loved it. You know, and it's like all these people going after him, you know, from the poll. Thank God the American public has not lost their minds. You know, like you would never know from Twitter, but this is where the people are at. And it's actually like demonstrably true that these heretics, and they are heretics, and I don't care if you disagree with me on this.
Absolutely, they're heretics.
I'm going to die one day, and I have
the people Jesus warned about all the way back in the Holy Bible.
All over the Gospels in the New Testament. What are you talking about? This is literally what he said. And they would do it in my name. And they would do it. This is a man, again, who lived under, he was born and raised under Roman occupation. All of a sudden, we're supposed to be violent? No. This is heresy. And I mean, Tucker took aim at him. I loved it. But it's also what's important for everybody to understand is that it's kind of new. It's what Robert exactly is saying. Like, this is foreign influence that did this. They bought these pastors. They made them rich. They gave them big churches. They gave them big, platforms in exchange for polluting your religion with a foreign policy idea. And this is heresy. And they're literally leading people into the dark. Like, literally, because again, I mean, you really take shit when you go down this road I'm going down right now, but I don't care. Like I said, eventually I'm going to die one day and the Lord's going to say, did you fight the good fight? Did you say anything? Did you, like, it doesn't matter if you win or not, but I like to win, but it doesn't matter if you win or not. You have to account for that shit. These guys are crackpots. If you ever met them, which I have, they're nuts. They believe every word of it. This is the right wing's version of climate change. You can't control God's plan, guys, to usher in doomsday any more than you can control climate from changing, which has always been the case by your use of fucking plastic bottles and straws. It's ridiculous arrogance. You're not that important.
And these people are making life and death decisions on the front lines of our military. That is what is terrifying. It's like all the worst caricatures that people have ever had of Republicans or Trump. He's fulfilling in like one perfect illustration of every nutty vision they ever had. In terms of the money grubbing, in terms of the billionaire service, in terms of the Israel lobby the control, in terms of the apocalyptic religious zealots. It's just wild.
And I thought, like, I had heard Pete Hegseth make comments like that in the past, years and years ago.
That was probably in between the.
I thought, well, that's what I mean. Like, and then there was that, and then, but and I know Sean
when he was finding women other than his wife.
Yeah, and then but like
somehow that always goes together. There's always like a perversion or infidelity that always goes with these crazy. It's almost like they're trying to substitute for their sinful behavior with this over-the-top, apocalyptic kind of puritanical behavior.
They're overcompensating, and but I thought he had gone through a change here, and like I wouldn't, not because I'm over there observing it. I'm talking about things he said, and now he's like, he's completely like I don't know, bro. Like I feel like everybody was not full of shit. They just flipped back. Like they just flipped back. They were genuine at one point,
And then they ran up against this lobby. This lobby has got to, Tucker's right, man. This lobby has got to go, and BB's got to get under control, but he never will until this lobby goes. John Cornyn, Ken Paxton race, why don't you go look and see how much money John Cornyn got to run negative, disgusting ads against Ken Paxton from the Jewish lobby. Go look. This isn't Nick Fuentes level shit, guys. If any other government spent this amount of money in our politics, it would be outrageous. No prime minister of any country deserves to be meeting with the president 7 times in a 1-year period. That he has no business. It's not proper and it's not normal. He shouldn't be there. No foreign government's representative should be taking that much of our president's time, let alone during, again, peak presidency, when you have little time to get something done for the American people. And he just decided he's more important.
That's what they can't honestly say. Bibi said he was going to go to war, so we went to war. You notice how Bibi was giggling when Hannity asked him about him having control over Trump? And really, he was giggling like, haha, yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
You could tell in the way he reacted. He takes great pride that he could completely manipulate Trump into this insanity. And you should let people know, they don't plan on stopping with Iran. They plan on Turkey next.
Which people thought I was lying about. Do you remember? I said this. I retweeted my old tweet today, and I said, obviously, when I wrote this months ago, I knew that this happened. I knew because they had come and already started to massage them. Like they figured they had Trump with Iran already. And even though, unbeknownst to us, the American public, and they started massaging certain administration members about Turkey, which when they got to who, it was like, are they fucking crazy? That's a NATO ally. So I found out by event session. I'm like, do you believe these crazy fucking megalomaniacs? Like, that's the way it was. Like they're talking about Turkey. Erdogan's a NATO ally. Turkey's been an ally since 1952. And when I tweeted that, you can go and look at the reply, guys. They're all calling me panicking. They all say I'm lying. I'm all making it up. Obviously, I knew. I wasn't coming out with this. Like, have you known me to pull something like that out of my ass? No, I know already. And I was waiting for this moment to grab that tweet again and show everybody they are deadly serious. Dude, the Greater Israel Project's a real thing. They want regional hegemony. Period. Right. And what does that mean for us, Robert? They would
love for the Gulf countries to fail. That's why I have no doubt Tucker's story is right, even if Saudi Arabia and Qatar has got to pretend otherwise. They want those countries to go down because they want no rivals. This is like, what do you think Trump meant when he's like, oh, we had some people lined up, but then we killed him? No, it wasn't a we. It was Israel killed him. Because they don't want a new regime in Iran. They want chaos and no power that could ever rival them in Iran. They want them to look like Libya, like Syria, like Iraq, like Lebanon, like Gaza. Who is it that helped start Hamas? Bibi Netanyahu. And I increasingly think that it wasn't Iran that funded him. There's Israeli journalists that have found documented that they had instructed Qatar to release certain funds to Hamas. And you combine that with what looks like a stand-down order on October 7th, and given the conversations you know about, Bibi doesn't give a rat's rear end about the Israeli people.
No,
he cares about the Greater Israel Project, period. And if that requires a few 100,000 Israelis die, well, so what?
He has a complex like a man I've never seen before. Like, he thinks he's a biblical figure, or he will be. Like, they're going to write a new book about him or something to put in the Torah. Like, he is, and he never was even a particularly religious guy. He's like,
the whole Zionist project was meant to replace Judaism, not to celebrate it.
This is like the funny thing. Like, they have, it's just true. They have managed to convince us to do things totally against our interest when originally the ideology that they co-opted was designed to replace Judaism, which is, it's like totally twisted. They twisted it right around, like you just said. And guys, just so everybody understands what Robert's talking about, you should, if you did not see Tucker's thing, this is Israel's war or something, you should watch it whether you like Tucker or not. I don't really care. He's right. This is what Mearsheimer and other very smart geopolitical geniuses have been saying for years. Israel isn't really an ally. They're all in for themselves, and they're only using us. They can't really get what they want without us being greatly diminished, and eventually at their right time, when they're done using us up, getting out of the Gulf. And they want to rule over the rubble, and they want regional hegemony. There's nothing anti-Semitic about saying that, because that's geopolitics. That if you're a realist, that is what you would expect from an aspiring nation that is growing beyond its borders. They outwardly expand. This is natural for a nation state. It's not just the Jewish nation state. It's every nation state that finds itself in the position that Israel is in, and they will spend. It's called free riding and bloodletting. That is what it's called. They are bloodletting. They are bleeding us dry. This has greatly diminished us, man. Our entire status, our ability to project power in the Gulf, is based on the premise that we can defend the Gulf states. Israel has managed to do what we have tried to avoid for 30 years. Take the veil down. We can't do it. It's bullshit. The premise is a lie. And Israel has managed to show all of the Gulf nations that is in fact the case. And I mean, Iran didn't want to do it, guys. Although otherwise, if Iran was a crazy psychopathic regime, like Mark Levin keeps telling us, all they ever had to do was the 5-finger strategy they're doing now. And we would be scrambling all over the Middle East trying to figure out how to knock these things out of the sky. And now we're broken. Now our missiles are gone.
And given their high technical skill, they could have developed nuclear weapons a long time ago. They didn't because this Ayatollah Fatah issued a fatwa against it. That fatwa is now gone. They can now develop it. My prediction is within 2 years, Iran will have a nuclear weapon. That will be one of the side effects of all of it.
Let's go over a quick list of Israel's lies and what they have done to us over the years. Israel wouldn't even have a nuclear program if they didn't steal hundreds of pounds of uranium from a plant in Pennsylvania. All right. Which, this is open. Everybody knows this now. I actually just put the project up on Twitter a couple weeks ago because somebody thought that somebody else was lying. And I'm like, no, this is real. Nixon was livid. Nixon didn't really like Israel that much. Like he just,
that's an understatement. He might not have liked groups associated with it. That's like when people are like, hey, Bob, Billy Graham was pro-Israel. It's like, you don't want to hear what Billy Graham had to say.
No.
He was caught on some of those tapes.
He's on the tapes.
He didn't know it was kind of the evangelical view back in the day.
We can't use the language that Billy Graham used.
No.
Use it. But you can read the transcripts, guys. You can go yourself and go read the transcripts. There was Kennedy. He opposed Israel nuclear proliferation, and he opposed Israel getting a bomb. It was our position, the stated position of the United States. Israel cannot have a nuclear weapon. We had our problems in Vietnam. So Lyndon Johnson, one thing Tucker said wrong about that is that Lyndon didn't greenlight it. He just was busy with Vietnam and he just kind of looked away. By the time it got to Nixon, Nixon tried to get it back under control, and they fucking stole the uranium. That's what happened. I mean, this is an ally. All right. They also lied countless times. I don't know that
they broke into all of our nuclear labs through using software that they imprinted, that the Robert Maxwell, father of Ghislaine Maxwell, the man who brought Epstein into this whole world of political shenanigans and was the godfather, you might say, man buried at the Mount of Olives, even though he never lived in Israel, wasn't born in Israel, didn't die in Israel. The Robert Maxwell used Senator John Tower with his tendency for alcohol and chasing young girls and blackmailed him into helping him. It ultimately derailed Tower's effort to become Secretary of Defense under Poppy Bush. But before then, implanted it in a whole bunch of software to steal a whole bunch of our secrets. I mean, they are the number one stealer of American secrets, of the most significant secrets, of the most substantial secrets, is Israel. The number one violator of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty isn't North Korea, it's Israel.
Yep.
The number one provoker and provocateur and instigator of war in the last decade has been Israel. Bibi Netanyahu has promoted the Greater Israel Project to undermine all of the other regimes, which the Gulf states are starting to figure out what that means. When Mike Huckabee was dumb enough to say, yeah, they can take it all.
They can take it all.
But that gives you the mindset of where those people are. So, before we wrap up, but the takeaway is good news. Dan Crenshaw lost. Good news. Yep. Paxton's in the runoff. Not so good news. Tallarico is likely going to be the nominee for the Democratic Party. And really bad news. Republican turnout is getting crushed by Democratic turnout in a state where such turnout has been predictive at the primary stage to the general election, which suggests a wipeout come November, unless there's like a complete miracle in the White House between now and then.
Yeah. I wonder if the ICE narrative is spook low propensity Hispanics. It's going to come out. I might as well tell people now anyway, because John Cornyn is a real threat, and John Cornyn is going to use my work, has already. He wants to get an amnesty. That's John Cornyn's last thing that he's trying to do. That's why the only reason why he's running for senator. He owes a bunch of people. One of them is Trump's good friend, a certain guy who owns casinos out in your old neck of the woods. And I'll tell you this, guys. I mean, I did this massive study. It's basically every battleground state, Texas, Nevada, everywhere from Maine to Texas. And we did focus groups, and we did this for months. And I told them, take the damn mask off. This was way long ago. Take the mask off. Stop. And that's another reason why dealing with Bibi Netanyahu screwed us, because they weren't focused. And I told them the ICE narrative was running away. And yes, the ICE thing is bad, but it's really, I'll tell you what it is, because Hispanic voters still want everyone deported. It's that they wanted minor changes to how it was done. But, when you're pissed off about something, you find other things to be pissed off about too. And you just this is really about Trump betraying them and betraying the domestic agenda. And then they find other things to nitpick. There was a simple fix with ICE. They didn't listen. They were too busy running around Mar-a-Lago with Bibi. And so now, there will be people who say that. Which is the donors' pitch for why Trump needs to do an amnesty. It's the only way to make these voters happy. Don't you see the grift? They caused the problem. Then they come in saying they have the solution, which is always something that screws you. Like, this is what big government does. They break something, they make a problem, and then they say, well, oh, don't worry, government's got the solution. They're no different. GOP donors are no different. Which was worse, Rubio blaming Israel for making the attack, or Trump coming out and saying it was his choice to kill everyone negotiating?
I know. He's got such a bad habit. Elbridge made that point right before the Senate. Oh, no, that was Israel who did all of that. Everybody knows that, but Trump can't. Oh, I want to take credit. It's not the kind of thing you really want to take credit for if you want to say that you are responsible for killing the religious leader of hundreds of millions of Shia Muslims around the world. Just saying. Yeah. I wouldn't take credit for it myself. But someone also asked about Herrera Gonzalez, that it's going to a runoff. So hopefully AK guy wins in the runoff.
And yes, I know Bexer is pronounced bear. I'm never going to get that right. All right. A couple of things I do over and over and over again. I'm not the only one who does that in this industry, by the way. I can't fix it. I'm never gonna. I'll try better. I promise. All right. Did you listen to Tommy's response to America with Ruben? Yeah, I did, actually. I watched that, actually. And he did that in spite of Ruben. Was he right? I think that take an entire segment for me to analyze that entire interview, because I know what you're saying, but the problem is he's saying it for the wrong reasons. All right. Yeah. And I don't want to say that he is, because if you clip something and, so that's all the context of the argument, then I see what you're saying, but he's wrong on both. He's right on that for the wrong reason. And that would take an entire, I know you've been all over this message, so maybe I will do a road rage over that segment. Okay. Yeah, man, this is right. Povang is right. This is a problem. This is the new guys. This will be the new majority. Let me just outwardly say this right now. And it will be a big majority, bigger than MAGA. bigger than MAGA. We're in trouble here. Bad. Maybe back populist Dems to stop the country's bleeding. And you're MAGA. I know you are, Povang. So like, and you're thinking that. I have been told by many MAGA people, maybe I will just vote for Roy Cooper because I don't like Michael Whatley. I have neighbors who tell me this. He was our governor and he didn't drive everything into the ground. They probably will vote for Roy Cooper. They're mad. They're angry.
Well, to our Democratic friends, I'll try to, share the 1776 Law Center polls. That they don't have to be corporate whores. There's a lot of other things. And my other ask thing is, please be better than you were last time. And if you're not going to be, will you tip me off in advance so I can get out of Dodge in advance this time? Just give me put me on the tip list, not the hit list.
It's funny, man. We love you too. And how does it move forward? Well, as we said, honestly, I don't think the president's going to course correct. We've given him an entire roadmap on how to do so. His best advisors he's ignoring, and he's off in his own world. I wish there was a better, guys, if you want that pat you on the head kind of, analysis that people are selling out there, it's not true. We're telling you what's happening. So we already laid out how to do it. They're not doing it. So now we have to decide what can we do without him, and we have to start looking out
beyond him and build the revolution from ground up.
Yeah,
create the platform and give people the keys to how to campaign and organize and support that platform around the country at every level of governance. And it'll probably take a couple of election cycles before we can get back into power due to how much damage, unfortunately, Trump is causing to it.
Dread Robert on Locals. I just want to read this because, I can answer that real straight. Yeah, I think this is what the equivalent of Israel's manifest destiny. All nations do this. They expand when they reach where Israel is. They feel like they need to expand. I think that's just totally normal behavior for an aggressive nation state, which they are. But Dread Roberts said, awfully sudden onset several months into the administration. Lascivious did take out Bob Good. It's all about establishment paydays. It's to respect anyone who is it's to respect anyone who is an analyst who is missing these people or is taking money to not see it. Will this destroy Con Inc.? Well, ultimately, I think they will destroy themselves at the end of the day. They just don't have a base. They don't have a constituency, This is what actually, did he really just tweet this? I got to show this. David sent me this. This is what Lascivita wrote. They don't like Jeff Rowe, and Ken Paxton has Jeff Rowe as a campaign manager. You want proof right now, guys, that this is all about Lascivita's money? I'm going to show you right now. This is not, and yes, Donald Trump doesn't like Jeff Rowe. He was the campaign people who convinced Ron DeSantis to run against him. But Ken Paxton has been with Greg Maddux and the Jeff Rowe crew forever. He doesn't even own his own email list. Okay. He's endorsed him in the past, even with Axiom Strategies as his consultants. Look at this. It says, hey, Ken Paxton and Jeff Rowe, the second wave is going to be a bitch.
I mean, this guy is single-handedly going to burn down the entire MAGA so he gets fabulously rich. Just like Mike Davis, just like Will Chamberlain, just like Bibi Netanyahu getting all of his dreams while burning MAGA to the ground for it.
David, you got that text about January 6th? You got that message about January 6th? This is a guy that Donald Trump is letting this guy do this. This is a guy who called for Donald Trump to be removed from office and thrown in prison over January 6th. He's not MAGA. Someone who is just called from the White House earlier today and was railing like he fucked us. We're fucked because they saw the handwriting on the wall before the results came in. And then going on and on about why is Trump letting him do this? Why are they there's people, dude, some of Trump's most loyal people are just over it. Mike Cernovich is right. All of the OG MAGA are done. All of the never Trumpers are the only ones who support him. And they don't really. It's a fake to get what they want.
Completely. They will betray him and sabotage him in a second. When Iran goes south and doesn't work, they'll blame Trump on it. When Ukraine, when Russia ultimately wins on Ukraine, we could have got a peace deal, they'll blame Trump for it. That's all these people are. They're the ultimate traitorous class. This is the Epstein class. This is who these people are. It's who they represent. And the idea that you can get into bed with them and not get a disease is wishful thinking.
It's just so easy to put. Well put. Last thing I just ask real quick, Rob, because it's late. We're gonna sign off, guys.
Yeah.
But should you start running MAGA as Democrats?
Why not? I mean, I'd run everywhere. Run as independents. Look at taking over the Libertarian Party. Look at taking over other parties. Just get the ideas in as many places, as many circles, as many settings as possible to have the maximum impact and effect. I think the Libertarian Party, honestly, would be not that hard to take over. You know what I mean? Remember, different people took over the Reform Party in 2000.
Yep.
But there's a lot of ways you could really do that.
They took the MAGA message anyway. That's
exactly.
what I'm saying. Like Tallarico has got it. Ossoff has got it.
Yep.
That is MAGA. Now, I'm not saying they're being honest.
I have very little trust in most of these guys, but there might be a few in there that are honest. I think Ro Khanna is honest. I think Ro Khanna really believes, and is adapting to more and more of these ideas. He's going out talking to farmers about farm freedom issues. He signed on to the War Powers Challenge. He signed on to the Epstein Transparency Act. He's quoted you several times in national media interviews. So I've talked to him offline, and he seems very honest and sincere. So I think there's some out there, but we just got to get as many ideas out there as much as possible and try to mitigate the worst as much as possible, just build a big, broad, populist platform. Give people the turnkey tools to be able to campaign for office, run for office, support people running for office. How to do it in the modern age.
Personality. Because you see the damage they can do. He's just letting that guy do that to someone who's been such a good friend to him. It's disgusting. It's just disgusting, bro.
Well,
don't talk about loyalty. How fucking dare you?
Revolutions don't work from the top down. They only work from the bottom up.
That's right.
So Trump is just forcing us to do it that way. I wish we didn't have to necessarily do it that way. Tragic. But it's clear that's what the case is. Ultimately, you can turn the obstacle into an opportunity and make the revolution happen in ways that last.
Yeah. Oh, brother, thanks for coming on. I'm sorry if I made you wait a while. I didn't even,
Hey, no problem. It was interesting watching in the back.
All right, guys. Don't forget, follow Robert. We're in 1776 Law Center. And
1776lawcenter.com. We'll have more election predictions up at sportspicks.locals.com and all the geopolitics and hush-hush alternatives at vivabarneslaw.locals.com.
Thanks, brother. I'll see you tomorrow or see you soon. All right, guys, I'm going to sign off. Thanks for coming on. Thank everybody, of course, and everybody who, gave Rumble rants, super chats, tips, all that. I wish I know I probably did miss quite a bit, but it's I tried to burn through as many as I could right now. Let's see, it's the 25th already. Yeah, we went over that, but I will say this, Travis, in the 985, I'm going to take it out with this, your comment, your tip on locals, which is like, will the GOP have another chance at a realignment, and what would it look like? I don't know anymore. I think that their window to complete the MAGA realignment has closed. It's very clear to me they've lost 18% of Trump's 2024 coalition. I'm being generous. I could easily just round up consistently. Sometimes it's 17, sometimes it's 22. Sometimes I think it's more consistently the frequency mean is 18%. And then, now that was before the war. And now he's got, the polling is so bad. I don't even want to look. It's too depressing to look. It's his strongly disapprove is the highest we've ever seen it. I don't think I've ever measured a president this high. So the Republican Party was already hated, and that was really the challenge of the realignment, was to convert the Republican Party into Trump's brand. But now Trump has abandoned that brand. So the realignment's done. It's not going to happen. And obviously now it's so funny that all these people online have their cute little ideas. Now we have votes. It's not happening. Those Hispanics, it breaks my heart. I'm watching it. It breaks my heart. Those Hispanics, so many of us work so hard, to reach out to and, advocate for and try to welcome. They're gone. They're gone. We're going back to pre-Trump era Hispanic support, not Bush level. So that will leave those people, if they don't go somewhere else to like a third party, like that's why we wanted to pull the Massey
as an independent thing, that will leave them, going to like a Perot kind of candidate, because that's where we're going to be headed. I think if that doesn't happen, I think Robert's right. Many of these people you'll just see vanish again. And we are seeing that. And I know they're just primaries, but it doesn't matter. We know what should be expected of them to come out, and they either didn't or some voted Democrat. We saw this in 25 as well. So it tells us that 25 is not just a one-off. So it will morph. The anti-war populist right, many of them, that's what the left is trying to do right now. They're trying to catch them as they're leaving Trump's coalition. And they're catching quite a few of them. The white working class will be the hardest for them to get, and they'll be the last ones to leave to abandon the realignment. But it's going to happen, and you'll just see tons of them not vote for a long time again. And then there be another option? I don't know, because the Republican Party was dead before Donald Trump came along. They don't have a constituency, so I don't know where the Republican Party goes if Trump isn't Trump anymore. So this is what makes it so difficult for JD. And again, history tells us there'll be a fracture, and that will result in somebody who, if somebody is like willing to do it and has the means, like Perot had the means, and others have done this in the past. William Jennings Bryan started one himself until obviously becoming more a part of the party. But, they fracture off. Teddy Roosevelt did it with the Bull Moose. This is what we see usually in times like this. And it doesn't happen often, but it does happen. Two major parties can't live forever. They're not eternal like God. So eventually someone's gonna go. Elon Musk threatened to start the American Party. He could do it. He's got the money to do it. Let's say he changed his mind tomorrow. After the big beautiful bill, no. After this, yeah, he could. Is he gonna win? No. That's not the point, though, is it? And how long would it take the Republicans to get them back versus someone who's got a huge amount of resources like Elon Musk just continuing to build? It would be the Republican Party that falls first. They would be left with Israel first. That would basically be their platform. Ben Shapiro would stay. Ted Cruz would stay. Mark Levin would stay. Everybody else would leave. And they would go to Elon Musk. Why? Because the rest of their coalition, the boomers and older, are going to die. So as time moves on, Musk is going to have the under 50 crowd move to him, and that's how these things happen. Nothing lasts forever. Nothing does. Which is why you shouldn't be so arrogant that you would put up tweets like I just saw from Lascivita. Those are supposed to be loyal friends who go to the mat for you, who get impeached for you, who are willing to go to jail for you. Disgusting. People are about over this, and they're not going to fight for it much longer. And the funny thing is, he'll have to explain to his boss why he made comments like that when John Cornyn votes to convict him. All right, guys, if you like the videos, don't forget to like them and share far and wide. Follow me on Instagram if you haven't already. The gram is below in the description. It's peoples_pundit. Would love to get you over there. It's a new account. I don't push it enough. Instagram is huge, and I have to build my Instagram following. And of course, the best place, as always, to follow me is on Locals, peoplespundit.locals.com. For those who did just show up, if you go to Big Data Poll, I've been getting a lot of requests for Kentucky 4. I already see that somebody did do a contribution. It's actually, I think it's behind because I saw money in it, and not much, but it's not just that one. So we'll poll Kentucky. Speaking of Chris, I'm dying to see how Massey is doing. And I know they're throwing money at him the way they threw at Paxton. So I'm curious to see how well he's holding up, because that's another part of the coalition that will fracture off and go somewhere else. All right. So it's up. Finally, I'm only a week late after I promised to put it up, but it's up. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. It's almost 12:45, so I hope you get some sleep.
and I will see you all tomorrow. All right. Thanks for watching, guys. All the best.